Hello everyone, John with Fun to Be Free coming to you live from Disney's Hollywood Studios. Let's go! Welcome to the fabulous Walt Disney World Resort here in Central Florida. Hey explorers, like I just said, John with Fun to Be Free coming to you live from Disney's Hollywood Studios. You're going to want to stay tuned for today's video topic. Check out what's behind me, Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. You may have seen or noticed the thumbnail image, you know, the little photo you click on that you hit play. So stay tuned for today's video topic. In the meantime, I'm going to flip the camera. Let's double check the attendance, the crowd levels here at Disney's Hollywood Studios on this, you know, essentially precursor to summer afternoon. At any rate, you're now looking at the guest entrance, the main gate, if you will. It's a little crowded here today. For example, I parked in a row that's not normally parked on a day like today, if you will. It's Friday light or Thursday, folks. Tomorrow, TGIF. I could only imagine that, you know, it would have been a little less crowded today. But I'm not certain why there's so much attendance here. It feels like we have a mix of guests in the park, locals and out of town folks. We'll pause for just a moment so you can see what the attendance, the guest levels look like coming into the main gate here. We'll jump into the live chat in a few moments, but I'll slowly turn the camera back towards Hollywood Boulevard here. The chat, I'm sure, is already rolling and a-jumping. But let's get on track, folks. Today's video topic, it's Walt Disney World, Florida, Disney's Hollywood Studios.
Yes.
Early park entry, Disney World. So again, today's video topic, Walt Disney World, Florida, Disney's Hollywood Studios. Early park entry, Disney World. Stay tuned and find out, as I always say. Let's jump into the live chat here. Let's get this party started. It's a little overcast here in Central Florida today. A little different from yesterday. Yesterday, it was 97 degrees, folks. So, you know, welcome to the overcast today. But we're now on Hollywood Boulevard, staring at center stage. Stay tuned for that in a moment. But Randy, welcome in, welcome back. The employee of the month back in the chat says, hey Kevin, hey Tiki Man. Oh, Tiki Man fan must be in the chat. Awesome, thank you for being here, Tiki Man fan. And Fast Pass Radio, welcome in, welcome back. Fast Pass Radio says, join John at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Learn all about park entry tips for top rides like Slinky Dog Dash and Rise of the Resistance. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John. Well, thank you, Fast Pass Radio. Again, Fast Pass Radio says, join John at Disney's Hollywood Studios. Learn all about early park entry tips for top rides like Slinky Dog Dash and Rise of the Resistance. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John. Thank you, Fast Pass Radio. And Randy says, shh, quiet in the back past the popcorn. Mary in the Move, welcome in, welcome back. Says, hello everyone, happy Friday light. Welcome in and welcome back. Awesome, nice to have Mary on the Move here. Let's continue with the chat. So Randy with a big thumbs up. Nice work, pal. Oh, and Joasia, welcome in and welcome back. Joasia says, nothing could stop us now. Hi, hello, John Frank. What an intro. Thank you for being here, Joasia. Randy says, hey, Joasia. Disney Fan 1, welcome in, welcome back. Disney Fan 1 says, hi, Fun to Be Free, John. Well, hello there, Disney Fan 1. Joasia says, hey, Randy. Randy says, hey, Hefe. Oh, hi, Randy, the employee of the month. Randy says, hey, Disney Fan 1. Joasia says, Mary, hi. And Fastest Radio says, hello at Randy, at Mary on the Move, at Joasia. Theme Park Giant, oh boy. We have Theme Park Giant, a living legend in the chat. Welcome in, welcome back. Theme Park Giant says, hello everyone. Well, hello there, Theme Park Giant. And Joasia says, hey, Fast Pass. Randy says, hey, Fast Pass. Randy says, hey, TPG. Tony O'Tower says, hello, welcome in, welcome back, Tony O'Tower. It's nice to have Tony O'Tower in the chat with us. Mama Duck, welcome in, welcome back. Mama Duck says, hi everyone. It's a great day. We have John with Fun to Be Free in the bestest chat. I concur, Mama Duck. Again, Mama Duck says, hi everyone, it's a great day. We have John with Fun to Be Free and the bestest chat. Park Bros, welcome in, welcome back. It's nice to have Park Bros here. Lawrence says, hey John, hello Disney friends. Well, hello there, Lawrence, thank you for joining us. Randy says, hey Tony. Florida Mark, welcome in, welcome back. We have another all-star in the chat, Florida Mark. Florida Mark says hello. Well, hello there, Florida Mark. Tony O'Tower says cheers to a great day in Hollywood Studios and hello, Randy. Awesome, Tony O'Tower. We're on YouTube right now, live.
Oh, you are?
We're live on YouTube.
Hi.
Jump into the live chat.
Oh, we can say hi.
I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Where are you from?
Philadelphia.
Oh, yeah? We have some people in the chat from Philly.
W in the chat, W in the chat. Target the camera.
There we go. Have a great day. Enjoy your stay. Bye-bye. Okay, let's get back on track, folks. Randy says, hey, Park and Mama. Joasia says, John, I kindly rewinded last night. Happily Ever After quality was amazing. Well, thank you, Joasia, for being kind and rewinding. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the quality of the 4K video from Happily Ever After. Randy says, don't forget to smack that like button on the way in. Thank you, Randy. Fastest Radio says, hello at Theme Park Giant, at Park Bros, at Tonio Tower. Mama Duck says, I'll just be ninja watching. Oh, yeah. A hitchhiking ghost, Mama Duck? Are you a hitchhiking ghost today? Mama Duck says hi at Randy. Tonio Tower says hello, Joasia and Fastest Radio and Ninja Mama Duck. Joasia says Mama Duck. Mama Duck says hi at Tonio Tower and Tiki Man Fan. Welcome in, welcome back. We have Tiki Man Fan in the chat. Says hello at Mama Duck. Fast Radio at Joasia. Mama Duck says hi at Joasia. Joasia says Tony and his tower. Hey. Florida Mark. Hi at Mama Duck, at Tonio Tower, at Randy, at Fast Radio, at Joasia. The chat's rolling. It's a jumping, folks. Hold on. Where are we in the chat? Mama Duck says, you're welcome at Tonio Tower. Joasia says, TPG, hi. Tiki Man Fan says hi at Theme Park Giant. Florida Mark says hello at Theme Park Giant. Mama Duck says hi at Park Bros. Mama Duck says hi at Fast Radio and TPG. Tiki Man Fan says hi, Florida Mark. Or the chat is, boy, oh boy, the chat is rolling into jumping, as always. So let's pause here for just a moment. Let me see if I can locate where we are in the chat. Tiki Man Fan says, hi at Florida Mark. It was nice meeting you the other day, if you will. Mama Duck says, Disney Fan 1, hi and welcome. Dole Whip Dave, welcome in, welcome back. Says, good afternoon, John. Well, hello there, Dole Whip Dave. Thank you for joining us. I feel like, the camera is not pointing in the correct direction there, but let's get back on track. Tony Otara says, hello, Dave. And Joe Asia says, hi, Tiki Man Fan. Mama Duck says, welcome back at Dole Whip Dave. Randy says, we're back at Hollywood Studios, diving into the secrets of early park entry. Don't forget to smack, press, touch, karate chop that like button on the way in. It's free and packs more power than a lightsaber. Thank you, Randy. Here, let's come back down to ground level. Let's adjust the gimbal head back on track. And let's pop up the subscribe banner. And again, Randy says, we're back at Hollywood Studios, diving into the secrets of early park entry. Don't forget to smack, press, touch, karate chop that like button on the way in. It's free and packs more power than a lightsaber. Thank you, Randy. Fastest Radio says hello at Mama Duck. Randy says welcome back. Dole Up Dave. Randy says hey, Mark. Florida Mark. Oh, the chat is rolling and jumping. We got lots of chats, folks. Florida Mark says hello at Tiki Man Fan. Cruise and Theme Park Guide. Welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Sierra back here in the chat. Sierra says hey, hey. Mama Duck says welcome back at Kevin Hawthorne. Jaylon says hi, everyone. Welcome in, welcome back, Jaylon. And Randy says, it will always be MGM. That's right, Randy. Florida Mark says hello at Cruise and Theme Park Guide at Jaylon. Mama Duck says hi at Cruise and Theme Park Guide. Randy says, hey, Jaylon. Florida Mark says, agree, Randy, MGM. Jaylon says, hello, Florida Mark. And Scoot Adventures, welcome in, welcome back. Scoot Adventures says, hello, all. Nice to have Scoot Adventures here. Joy says, Scooter, hey. Jaylon says, hey, Randy. Okay, I think we're caught up with the chat, so let's jump into the breaking news. I'm actually going to take out the Bat phone. That's right, folks. Batman or the Bat phone. And I'm going to enable the wireless feature so we could essentially send the phone screen over to your device at home. Give me just one moment and I will be right with you. As always, we're approaching Keystone Clothiers. We're gonna head inside there for some air conditioning and out of the, overcast sun. It's still a little bright out here, folks. All right, let's get all set up and on track. Like I said, we're gonna jump into the breaking news, so here we go. All right, so website credit goes to DisneyTouristBlog.com. So shout out to DisneyTouristBlog.com. Today's headline, in fact, before we start today's headline and the article, let me put my sunnies, my sunglasses on my shirt, and we'll head inside. But today's headline, early entry at Disney's Hollywood Studios report what worked and went wrong. So again, today's headline, early entry at Disney's Hollywood Studios report what worked and went wrong. During an efficient early entry at Hollywood Studios, you could ride multiple e-ticket attractions in Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, Toy Story Land, or the front of the park. This photo report offers a step-by-step recap of my morning at DHS, or Disney's Hollywood Studios, detailing what worked and what went wrong. This covers a busy day at Disney's Hollywood Studios, with the park had a 8 out of 10 crowd level, average park-wide wait time of 48 minutes, and peaks for multiple headliners of more than 100 minutes. Let me adjust my camera rig that I call Frank 4K. Give me one moment. If you're visiting this summer through October 2025, you almost certainly will not encounter this high of a crowd level. There's only been one 7 out of 10 day this month. Most dates have been at or below 4 out of 10. I would say it's above 4 today, folks. Probably above 4, under 7 is my guess today. Despite the higher crowd level during my visit, Disney's Hollywood Studios did not move forward its opening time. Early entry began at 8:30 a.m. and the park opened at 9 a.m. to the general public. That's about par for the course right now. Even on dates with higher attendance forecast, closing was extended to 9:30 p.m., which obviously has no bearing on early entry. I purposefully visited on one of the worst days of the week at Disney's Hollywood Studios and during the tail end of spring break season in order to stress test my tried and true plan for early entry at Disney's Hollywood Studios. It had been a while since I had any worthwhile new strategy for Disney's Hollywood Studios, and between the higher anticipated wait times and changes made to the rope drop procedure, I figured this would yield something worth sharing. That turned out to be correct, as my normal strategy did not work during this day at DHS. For this early entry report, I was staying at Disney's Boardwalk Inn. I had just done field testing via the Skyliner a couple weeks earlier, or rather, I tried to. As covered in Skyliner, warning for rope dropping Disney's Hollywood Studios or Epcot, I had no such luck on 2 separate mornings. I'm not sure what time I would have needed to line up in order for success, or if it even would have been possible via the Skyliner, honestly. We'll pause and we'll come back to the article in just a moment. But hanging over the register wrap, the checkout counter, you could see there's a burgundy or reddish colored shirt that says, I believe, Disney Pass Holder, and it has the stylized Mickey and Minnie on it. So I got a special request, folks, for that shirt. There's somebody in the live chat right now who really has their eye on that shirt, folks. So it appears they're in stock, but it appears they're on the smaller sizes, if you will. But let's continue with this article. The advantage of early entry at Disney's Hollywood Studios from the Crescent Lake Resort is simple: walking. Walking consistently beats buses, boats, Skyliner, driving, rideshare, etc. There are exceptions to this, and I have also had a boat pass me on the walk more than once, and also seen a bus. Guests arrive simultaneously to me, but the operative word here is consistently. So John Went Fun to Be Free would concur with Tom Bricker on the walking. I've lost count of how many times I've been burned by other forms of Walt Disney World transportation for early entry or rope drop. Most are perfectly fine, about 75% of the time, which might seem like a good number until you wake up at the crack of dawn for nothing and arrive at the back of the park. I've never been burned by my own 2 feet. Good point, Tom Bricker. Walking has a 100% success rate for early entry at Epcot, Hollywood Studios, and Magic Kingdom. It's the undefeated approach. And if you're going to race around at rope drop anyway, you might as well walk to the park. Your mileage may vary on that advice, though. My goal was to thread the needle, not wanting to arrive before security opened or the first person at the turnstile, but also not be behind the crowd. The thought process behind this is that all the time value and leaving the room at 6:45 a.m., as I've done before for early entry at Disney's Hollywood Studios, results in a lot of unnecessary waiting around. I arrived at Disney's Hollywood Studios on this particular morning at 7:45 a.m., which is about 45 minutes later than some guests. The parking lot typically opens at 7 a.m. with security starting around 7:15 to 7:30 a.m. This worked out pretty well, as I still beat the crowd, breezed through bag check, and went to the far right tap styles, my preference, and was only about a dozen people back. My goal for early entry at Disney's Hollywood Studios is still to knock out multiple headliner attractions before the wave of regular guests arrive for normal park operating at Disney's Hollywood Studios. This might seem overzealous, and it arguably is. However, I've done early entry at DHS several times and found that it's surprisingly easy to accomplish a lot that won't be possible later in the day. Anyway, the tap styles opened at 7:58 a.m., which was an hour before park opening time or 30 minutes before the official start of early entry. Note that this opening time is unofficial and can vary from day to day. If you haven't done early entry in a while, one thing to note is that now all guests are allowed through the tap styles at the same time. Previously, there were separate lines for regular rope drop and early entry, with off-site guests held at the main entrance until official park opening time. With the new procedure, everyone can enter the park about an hour before regular rope drop. Off-site guests then have access to a large swath of the park, including the entirety of Hollywood Boulevard. Once inside the park, there are 5 designated checkpoints for resort guests participating in early entry, 1 down Sunset Boulevard, 2 more at the respective ride entrances to Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway and Star Tours, 1 on Grand Avenue for Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, and the final checkpoint along the main entrance corridor to Toy Story Land. We'll come back to the chat, folks, in a few moments. I want to get through as much as I can in this article. There's a lot of new subscribers that we need to welcome, so stay tuned, new subscribers. We'll be really bouncing around the park. Resort guests will likely have to validate eligibility once via Magic Band, Key to the World Card, Magic Mobile, etc., meaning that there's no checkpoint between Star Wars Galaxy's Edge and Toy Story Land. For example, nor are there the entrances to individual attractions, save for the aforementioned ones at Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway and Star Tours, since both are otherwise outside the checkpoint perimeter. On balance, this switch to in-park checkpoints is a positive change. It gives off-site guests the chance to enter Disney's Hollywood Studios, grab a coffee, enjoy the atmosphere, pre-queue for regular rope drop, or simply sit in the shade. I never stood in the mass of humanity waiting in the sun for regular rope drop outside the entrance, but it looked pretty miserable. Since more guests are coming from off-site than staying on-site, this is an improvement for the guest experience as a whole. It's also a reversion to the old normal. It's been a long time in a galaxy not so far away since I last did morning extra magic hours at Disney's Hollywood Studios. But this one is more or less how it used to be before Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, so before August 2019. Everything changed once that land opened and mornings at DHS turned into pure anarchy. The above analysis considers the guest experience as a whole. This new old approach is a slight negative for on-site guests taking advantage of early entry. It introduces a bit more chaos into the entry experience, both at the tap styles themselves and at the checkpoints for the various lands. It also means that you have a fewer precious minutes to beat the regular rope drop crowd to your next destination before the end of early entry. Instead of a slow trickle of guests entering the park via the tap styles, those guests are already preloaded near Galaxy's Edge, Toy Story Land, and Sunset Boulevard, and descend upon those attractions all at once, right at 9 o'clock a.m. You used to have about until 9:05 a.m. to beat the rope drop rush. Turning to the substance of this early entry report, the vast majority of guests headed to Star Wars Galaxy's Edge or Toy Story Land, as always. Even though the new ride smell has worn off Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, it is still a really popular #1 destination. My strong suspicion is that it sucks up the guests not wanting to walk any further into the park. If you want to stick to the front of the park, I'd probably start with Rock and Roller Coaster and Tower of Terror. But really, Slinky Dog Dash isn't that much more of a walk than Runaway Railway. Good point, Tom Bricker. Again, I'm going to reemphasize this. If you want to stick to the front of the park, I'd probably start with Rock and Roller Coaster and Tower of Terror. But really, Slinky Dog Dash isn't that much more of a walk than Runaway Railway. John with Fun to Be Free would highly recommend that you head over to Slinky Dog Dash. Despite stopping for a few photos along the way, I arrived at Star Wars Rise of the Resistance at 8:06 a.m. I am exceptionally good at power walking, something I weirdly brag about often on this blog. Well, as it turns out, there's a good reason to be proud of this. It means I'm going to be doing this nonsense well in my 90s. Now watch, I'll get hit by a bus tomorrow. Tom Bricker cracks me up. I wasn't at the front of the pack for Star Wars Rise of the Resistance, but I was near enough to the front that it was a matter of walking through most of the queue, although now more slowly. Before a brief pause near the front while waiting for the ride to start operating. After that, it was mostly a matter of getting through the lengthy pre-shows and attraction itself. I was off Rise of the Resistance by 8:40 a.m. Keep in mind that this was only 10 minutes into the official early entry time, which might seem pretty good. The problem is that it used to be the case that you could finish Rise of the Resistance before 8:30 a.m., getting to your second stop right around the time the perk actually started. Rise of the Resistance used to start running way before the other rides, but that's no longer the case. This was the second or third time I had this experience, so it's safe to say it's the new normal. The difference is that it's the first time this actually mattered. I nevertheless headed to Toy Story Land in Slinky Dog Dash, where I was greeted by a 45-minute posted wait time and guests already loaded into the regular queue. When I've done early entry in the past, it's often the case that Slinky Dog Dash's line is still stacked outside the main entrance and stretching out onto Toy Story Land. This looks worse, but it actually isn't. You can see pretty much of the entirety of the line. It just isn't snaking through the queue. Without being able to see the line, I couldn't eyeball the accuracy of the posted wait time. One moment, folks. Here, let's go over this direction. I just decided to gamble on it. I had about 15 minutes until regular rope drop and lightning lane guests started returning, so hopefully the line would move fast. It did not. After moving at a glacial pace, I checked the wait times in-app, and Slinky Dog Dash had shot up to 70 minutes. This was only a few minutes after I've gotten into the line, and if my wait was even half that, I'd consider this as an early entry fail. I was hoping for a time of under 25 minutes to make this approach worth it. I decided to be able to see what else I could accomplish. John with Fun to Be Free sees it a little bit differently because Slinky Dog Dash gets up to 80 minutes, 85 minutes, 90 minutes consistently. So again, I still would recommend Slinky Dog Dash, just getting there. Be the first in the pack, if you will. At this point, there was barely any time until regular rope drop, so I went with the lowball hanging fruit of Toy Story Mania. Oh no, Tom Bricker. Based on average wait times, this would still have been a good option, rivaling Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, which had drawn a rather large crowd of guests doing that as stop number one for early entry. My actual wait time for Toy Story Mania was under 15 minutes. Next up, I could have done Alien Swirling Saucers as a close to a walk-on if I so desired. I did not desire. I also probably could have beat the rush to Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run, but also did not desire to do that. Lots of personal preference seeping into what's supposed to be a research run. Instead, I doubled back to Sunset Boulevard, hoping that enough of the regular rope drop crowd had opted for Star Wars Galaxy's Edge and Toy Story Land to keep the crowds down there. Thankfully, they had. The only problem was that Rock and Roller Coaster was having the dreaded delayed opening, pushing all guests heading this way to Tower of Terror. That had a 30-minute posted wait time, so I opted to do that. My actual wait was almost exactly 30 minutes. That's not great for this time of the morning, but the line was unquestionably exacerbated by the downtime of Rock and Roller Coaster. I've done both rides at this point in the morning and have had both be pretty close to walk-ons, albeit not an 8 out of 10 crowd level days. Once done, Disney's Hollywood Studios was pretty busy and I was hungry, so I decided to call it quits. Where I do anything other than field testing, I would have kept going. One of my favorite approaches to extend a good rope drop is pivoting to characters. Those have long waits later, and not many guests think to do them around 10 a.m., but I do or I don't need another photo by myself wearing an athletic shirt while meeting Minnie Mouse in her ball gown. You'll just have to take my word for it being a good next stop. Although I haven't had a chance to test this yet, what I probably do after character is knock out Villains Unfairly Ever After The Little Mermaid, a musical adventure before an early lunch. Both of those still have the new show smell, and it's common to wait through multiple show cycles later in the day. Knocking those out early would reduce the likelihood of that happening. So John with Fun to Be Free would suggest the Mermaid Show, because it has more of a longer line than Villains, at this point at least. Ultimately, the biggest lesson of this early entry and rope drop run at Disney's Hollywood Studios was that trying to do both the Star Wars Galaxy's Edge and Toy Story Land headliners is a bad idea on a busy day. Honestly, I kind of knew this going in. There have been times when this approach had been playing with fire on moderately crowded days. I just had never been burned before. Going forward, my next early entry test is simply going to be knocking out all the Toy Story Land during early entry and then seeing what else I could pick off around the regular rope drop. That feels like the true path of least resistance and a much more replicable and scalable strategy. I'll probably try the Rise of the Resistance, the Slinky Dog Dash approach, or perhaps do them in reverse order. Again, John Fun to Be Free would say still do Slinky first, then head over to Rise. Once the off-season rolls around again, I'm like a moth to a flame and really love knocking out both during early entry. It's tremendously satisfying. I do concur with that, Tom Bricker. Regardless, early entry is an excellent option for an efficient morning of attractions at Disney's Hollywood Studios. On a good day, you'll be able to save a few hours as compared to peak midday waits by knocking out 3 or 4 of the most popular attractions within the first hour or so of the day. This is what makes DHS the best park for early entry at Walt Disney World. Paying attention, folks? John Fun to Be Free's asking, are you paying attention, folks? Even if you only accomplish a couple of headliners plus characters or shows, you're set up well for the last few hours, and you should be able to accomplish pretty much everything else then. See our Disney's Hollywood Studios afternoon arrival strategy. As explained there, DHS is really only bad during the middle of the day and is much more pleasant during the morning or evening. Finally, this DHS early entry report should illustrate the importance of calling an audible if things aren't going according to plan. If one thing is certain about Disney's Hollywood Studios, it's that nothing is certain. That park has seen a lot of operational and strategy changes in the last few years, and on top of that, several of its headliners are prone to downtime and delays. If you want additional strategy for the other 3 parks, check out our guide to early theme park entry at Walt Disney World. Perfect. Bingo, bango. We've completed today's topic. So again, if you've just joined us, if you just popped in, the headline for today is Early Entry at Disney's Hollywood Studios Report. What worked and what went wrong. So again, today's headline is Early Entry at Disney's Hollywood Studios Report. What worked and went wrong. So I'm going to take this graphic off the screen and we'll be magically transported back to Hollywood Boulevard here at Disney's Hollywood Studios. And I'm going to disable the wireless feature on the Bat phone. Give me one moment, folks. And we're going to head towards center stage once again. You can see it's a little overcast here in Central Florida. But today's video topic, if you've just joined us, is all about Walt Disney World, Florida. Disney's Hollywood Studios, early park entry, Disney World. Again, today's video topic is Walt Disney World, Florida, Disney's Hollywood Studios, early park entry, Disney World. So, if you've just joined us and you like to know all about early entry and all the tips and tricks, the hacks, if you will, once this live stream is over, once it's concluded, be kind and rewind. Start the video over. We go over all the details, so tune in and find out, as I always say. But let's get back to the chat. We got to get caught up because I'm sure there's lots of chit-chats going on right now. I'm attempting to find where we are in the chat. And as it turns out, the last chat I could see is from 14:13 or 2:13 p.m. Eastern. I apologize. I get so many chats that they fall off a cliff. Once they go past 99 chats, they get deleted and zapped, folks. So I apologize for that. So the last chat I could see is from D-Lo. Welcome in, welcome back. Always nice to have D-Lo here, another fellow member of the Mod Squad. D-Lo says, Jaylon, hello, thank you. Randy says, that's great, TPG. Scoot Adventure says, D-Lo. Scoot Adventure says, TPG. D-Lo says, Scoot Adventures, hello. Jaylon says, you're welcome, D-Lo. I love that chat. D-Lo says, Jaylon. Jaylon says, hi, Scooter. Welcome in, welcome back. Nathan, welcome in, welcome back. Nathan says, hi. Scoot Adventures says, thank you, John, for locating the shirts. You're welcome, Scooter. Jaylon says, wow, Nathan, hi. D-Lo says, hi at Nathan. And Jaylon says, D-Lo, did you know that John is a good boy? He loves the live stream. Thank you, Jaylon. D-Lo says, Jaylon, I'm new to this channel. Tony Otara says, hello, Nathan. And Ladybug Runner. Ladybug Runner. Have you been here before, Ladybug Runner? Feels like you have. Welcome in, welcome back, Ladybug Runner. But Ladybug Runner says, greetings, chat and hitchhikers. Yeah, the hitchhiking ghost of the Ninja Watchers, Ladybug Runner. Tonio Tower says, welcome to the party, Dilo, and hello, Ladybug. Dilo says, Ladybug Runner, hello. Dilo says, Tonio Tower, thank you. Jaylon says, wow, welcome to the party. I love your new channel. And Fast Radio, oh boy, here we go. So let's pop up the subscribe banner. And let's do it right in style. Fastest Radio says, Mary on the Move wants her t-shirt. We think it's her. John better grab it quick or he'll have some splaining to do. Like and subscribe. It's fun to be free with John. Oh boy, Fastest Radio. There's a good shot of course, Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. So stay tuned later in the day for Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. We'll come back to this because I was thinking we'll head over to Star Wars Galaxy's Edge and Toy Story Land to start with. Because, you know, today's video topic about early entry knocking out the headliners, the e-tickets, the anchors here. But again, Fastest Radio says, Mary on the Move wants her t-shirt. We think it's her. John better grab it quick or he'll have some splaining to do. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John. Hey, Fastest Radio, as it turns out, Scooter Adventures was interested in that shirt. But we're going to head off in this direction here. Maybe we'll head down Commissary Lane. Maybe I should check into a complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water. But I also want to invite more people into the live chat. So jump into the live chat. Let's have an ongoing conversation. So what do you think? Do you think Tom Bricker's onto something with the early entry tips? Or do you think that John with Fun to Be Free has a slightly better tweaked plan? Because again, I would highly recommend the moment you get in the park, head over to Slinky Dog Dash. Like I've said before, Slinky typically is an 80 to 90 minute wait on average days of low attendance here at Disney's Hollywood Studios. So I'd say be in the front of the pack, the leader of the pack, and of course experience Slinky Dog Dash, and then I'd say immediately head over to Rise of the Resistance. But that's just John with Fun to Be Free's opinion. What does he know? He's here every day, folks, at the Walt Disney World Resort, broadcasting live at 2 p.m. But again, jump into the live chat. Let's have an ongoing conversation. Do you see it differently? Do you have any other suggestions, tips, hacks? Any tips and tricks you have for early entry? Of course, early entry, I should say, you have to stay at a qualifying deluxe resort hotel, if you will. You know, qualifying resort, Walt Disney World Resort Hotel, I should rephrase. Qualifying, that is, key operative word. But we're now on Commissary Lane. We're going to check into a complimentary Fun to Be Free cup of water, of course. Stay hydrated, folks. It's a little warm out here. And of course, the other PSAs are stay in school and don't do drugs, folks. I just felt some raindrops. Raindrops keep falling on my head. Jaylon says, Ladybug Runner, hello. Mary the Move says, LOL, Fastest Radio. Mary wants all the merch. Oh boy, Mary on the Move. Fastest Radio says, LOL, Mary on the Move. Theme Park Giant says, this is a great change. I never rope drop studios because it's such a mess. Yeah, I'm trying to remain positive here at Theme Park Giant. But yeah, that is a good observation. It is kind of a chaotic mess over here, right? At rope drop. Chris says, hi everybody. Man, it's a gorgeous day at Disney's Hollywood Studios. It's a little overcast, but at least it's not 97 degrees today, Chris. Chris says, yeah, it's like you're in the movies. Oh, movie director Chris, is that you today? Tono Tara says, I haven't rope drop studios either at Theme Park Giant. Cruise Theme Park Guide says, yes, rope drop Slinky is wise because Rise sometimes doesn't open on time. Exactly, bingo, bango, Sierra. Sierra knows exactly what she's talking about. Boy, she's an expert. Because listen to Sierra. Yes, rope drop Slinky is wise because Rise sometimes doesn't open on time. What Sierra's referring to is Star Wars Rise of the Resistance. Literally, it has delayed openings. It almost feels like more often than on-time openings, folks. Florida Mark says, Slinky Dog is fun, but Everest is still my favorite. I know, Florida Mark, I know you say that. But Slinky Dog is so much fun, especially for the families. It's such a good family coaster. I'd highly recommend it, especially if you're traveling to the Walt Disney World Resort with smaller children, you know, junior explorers, and get here early, do Slinky Dog, and then go, you know, then it's up to you what you want to do. But it's just standing in line for 90 minutes in the hot sun with your family doesn't sound fun to me, folks. Standing in line for 45 minutes, moderately acceptable. Chris says, it's like you're in the movies. Tony Otara, yeah, we got that. Tony Otara says, I haven't road trip studios either at Theme Park Giant. The chat's rolling, jumping. Tony Otara says, my favorite is Tower Terror. How do we know, Tony Otara? How do we know that? Chris says, my favorite is Toy Story Mania. Oh, Chris, your favorite is actually Toy Story Mania, huh? Dole Up Dave says, you're still doing well on wait time plus early entry is free. Nailed it, Dole Up Dave. Free with, you know, qualifying resort stay, if you will. Hello there, thank you for making the magic. Hello there, thank you for We're live on YouTube right now. We're headed for a complimentary, fun to be free cup of water here in Baseline Tap House. Hold on, folks. Just give me one moment. So here we go. Let's get this show rolling here. Okay. Let's get back on track. Let's adjust the gimbal head. We'll head back outside. Thank you again. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Take care.
Enjoy.
All right, we're electing to head down the pathway here, down to Grand Avenue. We'll get an update on the construction. I'm sure we won't see much in regards to the Monstropolis or Monsters Inc. door vault coaster construction. Still in, early stages. Randy says, I coin toss it between Rise and Slinky. Yeah, Randy's an expert. Listen to Randy. Randy, of course, will probably say, hey, if, Rise is down, go to Slinky. If Slinky looks like it's, got a bigger weight than average in early entry, head to Rise. That's probably what Randy will say. I don't want to put words in your mouth, Randy, but I'm assuming that's what you'd say. Jaylon says, it's Tower of Terror. Well, stay tuned for Tower of Terror, Tony and Tower and Jaylon. We'll get there today. I just don't know when. Tony Tower says, yes, said Jaylon. Mary the Move says, remember when you had to get a 7 a.m. virtual queue for Rise of the Resistance? I think this was pre-something or other. First and only time I've done rope drop at the studios. Them's was crazy times back then too. Yeah, Mary the Move. You remember that, Mary the Move? Where we're getting to the parking lot at like 5:30 a.m. and security is open and the entire courtyard in front of the main entrance is literally just a mob full of chaos, of packed people, a madhouse. But here we are. This is the previous Muppet Vision 3D or the Muppets Courtyard. And you can see the construction walls here for, of course, Monsters Inc. land. There's some concept art on the wall. We could go in for a closer look. But if you want more details in regards to this concept art and what's coming, I did a video recently, it was last Thursday, on Monsters Inc. So be kind and rewind, or in other words, start that video over once this particular live stream is concluded. Well, we're going to turn around, we're going to head back to Grand Avenue and approach Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. We got to get back to the chat though. Lots of chats today. Florida Mark says, Everest is my favorite roller coaster, but Avatar is still my favorite ride overall. Oh, Florida Mark, you sound like John with Fun to Be Free. You got to choose your words very, very carefully. Sam's Life Diary, welcome in, welcome back. Sam's Life Diary says, hi all. Hi John, nearly the weekend. That's right. It's Friday lights, if you will, Sam's Life Diary. Florida Mark says, hi, at Randy, I love Rise of the Resistance. And Mary the Moose says, welcome in at Sam's Life Diary. Sam's Life Diary says, smash that like. Thank you, Sam's Life Diary. Thank you for being here. Sam's Life Diary says, hi, Mary. Florida Mark says, hi, Mary on the move. Randy says, that would stress me out, the virtual queue for Rise. Randy, you never experienced the virtual queue for Rise of the Resistance way back in 2019? Wow. Yeah, it was very stressful. So real quick, here's what, I'll just share a quick story because Mary on the move jogged John with Fun to Be Free's memory. So we showed up, I think it was literally 5:30 a.m. They're parking us in the parking lot, way out there. And then we walk, and everybody's in a rush, a mad dash to get through security. Everybody's trying to get in line to get to the gate, but meanwhile, nobody could get in the gate because the gates haven't opened yet. They let everybody in the gate. Then we get on to Hollywood Boulevard, and then everybody is literally a whole mob and mass of people on Hollywood Boulevard. And then just 1 minute before 7 a.m. or 6:59 a.m., a hush comes over the crowd, and every single person is on their mobile device, staring at it and refresh the My Disney Experience app. And then you only heard two things in the crowd. It was either yay or oh at the exact same moment. Because, it booked out, it sold out literally within 3 seconds. So 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, Rise of Resistance sold out for the whole day. As it turns out, Mary the Move and John with Fun to Be Free actually was able to secure a reservation earlier in the day, the first time we experienced it. And it was a great day. We were such in a great mood because, we got to experience it, but we heard a lot of other people in the crowd were a little unhappy with that. Because as you could probably imagine, they trucked their whole family across the country, to the hotel, from the hotel to Disney's Hollywood Studios, to the parking lot, get in the park. They get there at 6:59, refresh My Disney Experience app, and no dice. Could you imagine what that's like, folks? Randy says, hey, Sam's. Where are we in the chat, though? I'm looking where we are in the chat. Hold on. Lots of chit-chats going on, folks. In fact, maybe I should go back towards the beginning. I'm sure a bunch fell off the cliff. But in the meantime, let me show you where we're at here. We're at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. So it's a 65-minute wait right now for Rise of the Resistance. You can see it listed on the standby signboard there. In blue LEDs, over to the right-hand side is the Lightning Lane entrance. And it looks or appears there's not much of a turn right now, folks. But we're going to head around the corner. Hopefully there'll be a single rider line here available. Usually there's a cast member underneath this umbrella here, but where are they, folks? I don't know. There's also a minimal amount of strollers here in the flotilla of strollers. I'm still enjoying my complimentary fun to be free cup of water. Hold on, folks. It's a little challenging to drink and talk at the same time. I sure hope the single rider entrance is available today. Oh no, the gate's closed. Hello there, nice to see you. Single rider, no dice today, I imagine.
We're down there for like the weather and stuff.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you for making the magic. Have a great day. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, folks. Weather-related issue for the single rider. So, womp, 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 womp. Let's head over to Toy Story Land real quick then. Wouldn't you just know it, folks? Maybe there's lightning in the area. I don't know. But we have success on the complimentary fun to be free cup of water. Let me dispose of it in the garbage receptacle there. And let's get back on track. Like I keep saying, we need to get back to the chit-chats anyways. I need to locate where we are. Randy says, hey Sams. Mary the Moose says, hi, at Florida Mark. Where do your adventures take you today? And Sam's Life Diary says, hey Mark, Randy. Florida Mark says, at Mary the Move, gym and basketball. So Florida Mark, you're a professional basketball player now? Tony Otara says, hello Sam and Mary. Florida Mark says, hello at Sam's Life Diary. Sam's Life Diary says, hey Tony, John, Fancy, Mickey, and Minnie's. Oh, so Sam's Life Diary, I assume, really enjoys Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. I do too, Sam's Life Diary. I think it's so amazing. Such a great family attraction. Nathan says, hi again. Tony Otara says, hello Nathan. Theme Park Giant says, at Mary the Mope, when Rise originally opened, you could only get the virtual queue from inside the park. They dropped it at 9 a.m. It was crazy. They changed it to 7, so you didn't have to go to Disney's Hollywood Studios if you missed out. That's right. Theme Park Giant remembers. Theme Park Giant is an expert when it comes to Walt Disney World Resort. Florida Mark says, whether you're on a runaway train enjoying Rise of the Resistance or an ice-cold Beverly, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Look at you go, Florida Mark. So let's pop up the subscribe banner and we'll do it again in style here. Florida Mark says, whether you're on a runaway train enjoying Rise of the Resistance or an ice-cold Beverly, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you, Florida Mark. Not So Scary Mary TV, welcome in, welcome back. Nice to have Not So Scary Mary TV joining us. It says, it's John with Fun to Be Free with Big Hearts. Thank you for being here, Not So Scary Mary TV. And I heard that Neri and Benny went live today. If you didn't have a chance to check out their live stream, once John with Fun to Be Free live stream, this video concludes. Once it's over, go check out Not So Scary Mary TV. It was their first live stream today. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. But there's a link in the description box below. You can navigate there and click on Not So Scary Mary TV. And a shout out to Not So Scary Mary TV. Of course, Neri and Benny. Give them a like and subscribe and support your local live streamer. Isn't that cool, folks? Now I could say, support your local live streamer, Neri and Benny. But of course, there are other friends of the channel. So quick shout out in the description box below. You also have Magic Adventures. That's spelled M-A-J-I-C. That's M-A-J-I-C, Magic Adventures. Magic Adventures, Mike and Jen. And then you have Theme Park Giant. Theme Park Giant also does live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort along with Magic Adventures. And don't forget about, of course, Scooter Adventures. Scooter Adventures does live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort. And then, of course, Cruise and Theme Park Guide, Sierra as well. And then in addition, there's also FastPassRadio.com. So that's FastPassRadio.com. Don't forget about FastPassRadio.com where you can listen to live, free Disney Parks music, streaming, of course, background music over the interwebs. So like, comment, and subscribe, and support your local live streamer. Florida Mark says, hi, at Not So Scary Mary TV. Not So Scary Mary TV says, hi, at Florida Mark. And Theme Park Giant says, OMG, it's YouTube streaming superstar at Not So Scary Mary TV. Look at you go, Theme Park Giant. Not So Scary Mary TV says at Theme Park Giant, ha ha ha, you were sweet. Ladybug Runner says, I've been here before. I first saw you being interviewed on the Disneypod. I chat occasionally, but I'm mainly a hitchhiking ghost. Yeah, I do recall your handle, Ladybug Runner, but I've seen your handle on other channels. I think I said that the last time you were here, I think, Ladybug Runner. So you get around town, right, Ladybug Runner? You pop in and out all kinds of different channels, right? But thank you for sharing again. I do recall now that you said you saw me on Dispod. Sam's Life Diary says, last time we did the exact same, John. Rope drop for Slinky's around 25-minute wait, then straight onto resistance. Oh, look at Sam's Life Diary. I said it once, said it before. Sam's Life Diary is a professional. They know what they're doing here at the Walt Disney World Resort. But Ashlyn Grayston says, is ride single rider open today? Welcome in, welcome back, Ashlyn Grayston. So, yeah, you saw that it was closed temporarily due to weather, it looks like. So we'll check again. We'll check again, Ashlyn. Dole Up Dave says, I love Ladybug Runner. Oh, you do? Dole Up Dave? Tony Tower says, hello, Neri. And Alex J, welcome in, welcome back. Alex J says, hey, from a sunny UK. Are you getting a heat wave I heard over there, right? Tony Otara says, done, with big thumbs up at Florida Mark. Randy says, that's how I gauge whether I'm going to Slinky or Rise first, and if Rise is open. Okay, thank you, Randy. I rode Rise and try to get a Fast Pass for a Genie Plus for Slinky Dog. Yeah, that's another good pro tip. So, yeah. Lightning lane for Slinky, another pro tip, I guess. But of course, that costs money. That's the only issue there. Ladybug Runner says, Dole Whip Dave, you were the bestest. Tony Char says, nice to meet you at Ladybug Runner. Randy says, but now since Ryan has a single rider, probably Rise. But now since Rise has a single rider, I think Slinky would be the best choice. I agree, Randy. I agree. But of course, when you're traveling with your family, the only thing is I think most families don't want to separate, especially with children that just meet the height requirement or it's their first attraction experience on the Rise of Resistance. So in that case, I would say, of course, experience the whole attraction together. Even if it's your first experience overall, experience it in the full queue because, the single rider cuts out essentially part of the overall experience. But good pro tip, Randy. Mary the Move says, at Theme Park Giant, I just remember it still being dark and standing at crossroads stressing out about getting a virtual queue for Rise. Then we had to come back in the evening and John got all mad, LOL. Oh, that was a different time, Mary on the Move, different time. Not So Scary Mary TV at Randy. Hola, hi. Ashlyn Grayston says, do you recommend riding single rider for Rise? I do, Ashlyn. The only issue is if it's your first time, no. If you're traveling with your family, no. But if you're by yourself or somebody, if you're traveling with your friends that have experienced it before, then I'd highly recommend the single rider. Yes, absolutely, Ashlyn Grayson. Thank you for being here. Chris says, and remember when you and Frankie got one container of coaxium from Millennium Falcon instead of two? Man, it's so hard to do. It is sometimes, Chris, especially when you have rookie pilots, right, Chris? Chris says, I was once a pilot and got both. Look at you go, Chris, a true professional. So we're in Toy Story Land, and we're approaching Slinky Dog Dash. Let's go see what the attraction wait time is right now. Florida Mark says, single rider. Hold on, the chat is jumping, it's rolling. Where are we in the chat? It just jumped. There. I'm not certain where we are. Lots of chats all of a sudden, I think. I'm still looking where we are. Oh, I think I found it though. Florida Mark says single rider for Rise is awesome, but should do standby for the first time to get the full experience. Yeah, again, I agree, Florida Mark. Randy says, yes, I experienced a virtual queue. It was very stressful to try to get that queue at 7 o'clock in the morning. I missed it once and got it at the 1 o'clock hour. Oh, Randy. Yeah, you drive all the way here. Oh no, look it, I just looked up and saw this. Slinky Dog Dash appears to be experiencing technical difficulties right now. And it appears that most guests are leaving the queue. You have the cast in front here. There is no posted wait time on the marquee as well. Hello there. Thank you for making the magic. So we're gonna turn around here. Strike two, folks, strike two. How do you like them apples? So we're gonna head back here. We'll closely monitor this situation. How do you like them apples? So John with Fun to Be Free plans this whole thing in my head. Hey, let's do the news. Let's get the, the DisneyTouristBlog.com article. Tom Bricker knows what he's talking about. Let's pop that up. We'll try to follow his advice, and then let's do what he says or what he suggests. And here we are, strike two, folks. How do you like it? Oh, man, oh man. I feel like it's a virtual queue days all over again, Theme Park Giant. And Debbie, welcome in, welcome back. Debbie says, Randy says, hello at Not So Scary, driving. How sorry for the late response. You're fine, Debbie, no worries. Thank you for being here, Debbie. Randy says, your heart will drop down to your stomach when you didn't make that virtual queue for the first time. Yeah, exactly, Randy. I haven't experienced that moment, but man, oh man, everybody that I saw, in person must have felt the same way. Not So Scary Mary TV says that Debbie, big hug to you. Randy says, hey, Not So Scary, hola. Debbie says, hello, my chat family, hi, Mary. And Theme Park Giant says that Mary on the Move didn't realize you were talking about the actual opening day for Rise. Yeah, that one was at 7. You guys are crazy, haha. Yeah, you had to get to the parking lot at like 5:30 a.m. Boy, oh boy. Joasia says, hi, Debbie. Not So Scary Mary TV at Joasia Hearts. Mary the Move says, halfway there, Explorers, Lights, Camera, Action. Smash that like button for John and Frankie, 4K. 50 likes to 100. Let's do this. Okay, thanks for the update, Mary the Move. It is raining now, folks. Very ever so slightly or lightly. But again, Mary the Move says, halfway there, Explorers, Lights, Camera, Action. Smash that like button for John and Frankie, 4K. 50 likes to 100. Let's do this. Okay. John with Fun to Be Free is calling all explorers. Calling all explorers. We're going to do a countdown. We're going to start with the number 3. We're going to end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody to smash that like button unless you've already done so. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go, because Mary the Move says we only need 50 likes to go to our goal of 100 likes today. Thank you, Mary the Move. And Mr. Geek Me Out, I do believe Mr. Geek Me Out is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Mr. Geek Me Out. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Mr. Geek Me Out. But Mr. Geek Me Out says, how was the weather? You could see this moment, Mr. Geek Me Out. Look at the bamboo. It is blowing. We got those Florida winds all of a sudden. So we're about to get some weather here. Let me quickly say, it's 35 minutes for Toy Story Mania. It's 35 minutes for the standby. We're going to turn around. Oh, we have thunder and lightning in the area, folks. So I don't even know if I should even pop up the weather because it's coming, folks. I'm not certain where we should head. But, oh! Holy smokes, we have Not So Scary Mary TV with Benny and Neri during their first live stream here at Disney's Hollywood Studios. It's nice to see you guys. So shout out. Once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, once it's over, I left a link in the description box below. And of course, like, comment, and subscribe, and support your local live streamers. Nice to see you guys.
It's raining.
It's raining men. Hallelujah. Hello there. Nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now.
Are you hungry? Do you want tachos?
Yeah, but where are we going to go? For tachos, because it's going to rain.
It's raining already. Hi, everybody.
So if you're new to the channel, this is friends of the channel. This is Not So Scary Mary TV. So Neri, N-E-R-Y, Neri, and Benny. That's Benny there. Look at Benny's setup. He has a DJI Pocket 2, and of course his Android device, and of course his custom rig.
Well, he learned from the best.
Look at the power bank.
He learned from the best. He learned from the best.
Awesome, but we should head for cover.
Okay,
Maybe we should go to I don't know, ABC Commissary or Backlot Express. What you choose where you want to head.
Wherever you want.
Let's go now, though.
You want to buy your lunch. You need to eat something and
Okay.
hydrate.
Oh, I'm hydrated, and I had. Oh, again, it's nice to see
We
Benny
love
and
John and Mary on the move. Hi.
this is unexpected, if you will.
I know.
I'm gonna flip the camera back. Hold on a second, folks. And let's get a quick update what the cloud cover is looking like, because this weather is looking kind of mean and nasty right now. Yeah, thunder and lightning. So we'll come back to the chat here in a few moments. I'm trying to get back on track here, folks. Just give me one moment. So how do you feel it's going, Benny?
Oh, good, good. We're not live right now. We were live earlier.
Oh, okay.
It
went
was
pretty
our
good.
first live, and we did 2 hours. It was short, not like you experienced professionals. It's harder than people think. Wow, how awesome! I hadn't seen that. You have a little control.
So what Neri is looking at right now is off camera. there is a Nintendo remote control via Bluetooth. I'm able to seamlessly camera switch. That's what Neri is talking about right now, folks. And it's actually face tracking me. So as I move the camera,
Amazing.
it's face tracking me right now.
And 4K.
And in 4K, glorious 4K.
4K that I said, I was watching it at home, I said, this is crispier than a piece of fried chicken.
And then you made me hungry for some KFC. Oh, we're gonna flip the camera. We're gonna flip the camera because it is starting to get big drops, folks. So let's get going here. We're gonna head possibly to ABC Commissary, but everybody else are probably gonna have the same idea, right?
Yeah.
And so if we walk into Commissary and they go, nope, packed house, folks, let's go to Backlot Express maybe?
Yeah, wherever you want.
Anywhere.
We follow you. You know this.
Well, I'm just suggesting that if you guys actually want to eat lunch, ABC Commissary is a good choice.
Okay.
Have you had it recently?
No, it's been years.
Okay. I would dare to say that for this park, it's either Docking Bay 7 food and cargo.
Good burger.
I mean, let's go look at the menu first, even though we could. Oh, but I like the chicken sandwich over.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
So big drops, folks. Have you seen it? Have you seen these drops coming down? And I was actually gonna head over to Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, but we get even bigger drops. I don't know if they're coming across on camera how large these drops are, but man, when they hit you, it feels like a basketball hitting you in the head. So let me turn the camera here. So there's the exterior queue for Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. You could probably hear the raindrops hitting the concrete, the paving, and you could see a lot of the guests now are panicking. Oh, you could hear thunder. Well, thunder, yeah, you could hear the thunder behind us. It came over from this direction, folks. There's the Hollywood Tower Hotel. I'm sure Tonio Tower is quite excited. Oh, we got to get going even faster here. Here we go. Hello there, nice to see you. We're live on YouTube right now. We'll come back to the chat in a few moments, folks, but like I keep saying, these raindrops, wow, this weather is going to be fast and furious soon. So we're headed to ABC Commissary. That's the building straight ahead, folks. Now the main entrance is essentially down on Commissary Lane, over in this direction, if you will. There is a doorway here that says, exit. I'd prefer not to go through the exit, folks, but in this case, I think we're going to. I really don't want the camera rig as wet as it could get right now. So we're gonna head inside. Hold on one moment, folks. Be right with you. I'm gonna turn the camera rig awkwardly around this direction here. And we lost Not So Scary Mary TV, Neri and Benny. I don't know. Oh, they're back there. Looks like they're putting on a poncho. Well, at the very least, we're undercover here. Oh, we saw some lightning. Tonio Tower by the Tower Hotel there. Let's zoom in and see. Oh, heard the lightning, folks? All right. So I was just telling that. Oh, okay. Real quick, we're gonna go through the exit because it's raining right now. I'd prefer not to go through the exit because they don't like us going through the exit, folks, especially live on YouTube. But considering that it's raining, we popped in here. Okay, so we're now in ABC Commissary. And let's check in with the chat real quick. So isn't that weird or strange, Mr. Geek Me Out, that you're asking, how's the weather? And I go, it's raining. And then we start panicking, and here we are. Joysia says, not so scary, Mary. Hi. Oh, Joysia, when they're not busy, I'll have to tell them. And let's pop up the subscribe banner because Fast Pass Radio is back in the chat. Fast Pass Radio says, John's checking out the strollers and wheelchairs again. Someone tell him to stay away and don't start organizing them. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John. Hey, Fast Pass Radio, that hits home. That hits home because, real quick story that goes nowhere fast, Fast Pass Radio. John with Fun to Be Free used to work the Hunchback of Notre Dame show at the Disneyland Resort in Anaheim, California. And I actually had to rearrange strollers there. And I was known as the Stroller King at the Hunchback show. But again, Fastest Radio says, John's checking out the strollers and wheelchairs again. Someone tell him to stay away and don't start organizing them. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John. So real quick, would you guys prefer to mobile order instead of stand in line? It's up to you. Or would you just rather stand in line?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
While you read the chat, what would you want? Chicken sandwich?
Yeah.
Is what you like? That's it?
That's it. And just a cup of water.
You got it.
Two people in line.
Okay, well, I'm going to roam around and just do chats. I'll roam and I'll see if I can find a table. I'll attempt to find a table. Okay, let's get back on track though. But again, Fastest Radio says John's checking out strollers and wheelchairs again. Someone tell him to stay away and don't start organizing them. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John. Thank you, Fastest Radio. Dole Whip Dave says, good job hydrating. Thank you, Dole Whip Dave. And Florida Mark says, you could always count on Star Tours for a short wait. Another great favorite. That's right, Florida Mark, but keep in mind, generally in the AM hours, it tends to be a little longer of a wait, if you will. So as the day goes on, it tends to drop off in wait time. Marion Rose says, at Theme Park Giant, well, you know who my other half is. We are crazy. We have to ride Rise. Mary the Move says, nice at Fastest Radio. Fastest Radio says, he is an eyeballing theme at Mary on the Move. Joasia says, heat wave from Orlando here in UK. Isn't that crazy, Joasia, that you guys have a heat wave? And I wouldn't say it's crazy hot here today, but you know, you saw the weather. Auntie B says, hello, chat family with a big heart. Well, hello there, Auntie B. Nice to have Auntie B in the chat again. And Auntie B, if you just joined us, we're here at Commissary Lane, inside, of course, ABC Commissary, the quick service dining establishment. We should pop up the menu while we're here. That'd be a good idea. Dole Whip Dave says, Ladybug Runner's my wife. She also goes by Mrs. Dole Whip. Yeah, I do recall you saying something to that effect, Dole Whip Dave. Thank you for sharing again. So I'm open, all set up. Okay. All this is available here at this table? Nobody say? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. We're live on YouTube. Okay, so real quick, folks. John with Fun to Be Free is going to sit at this table, and I'm taking out my NPF batteries here. So I'm going to place the NPF batteries on the table. Likewise, I'm going to place my camera rig that I call Frank 4K on the table. So give me just a second here to get set up. And so what I'll actually do is I'll flip the camera. Oh, hello there, John with Fun to Be Free. So Benny and Neri from Not So Scary Married TV, they're ordering in person over at the register wrap. And then they essentially asked me, you probably heard off camera, to find a table. So I did. The table is, a little bit of discarded items, but I'm sure the cast members will, graciously come over and clear the table. Worst case scenario, once Benny or Neri get back, then we could always, attempt to do it ourselves as well to help the cast. Shout out to all the cast members who make magic here at the Walt Disney World Resort. Thank you again for making magic. At any rate, let me get back on track. I really want to get through the chats, but since we're here, let's pop up the menu for, of course, ABC Commissary. I feel like all discombobulated because Fun to Be Free had this awesome plan to actually, bring you, breaking news and pro tips from Disney's Hollywood Studios for early entry. And, at any rate, we go to the attractions as you saw, and wah, 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 wah. So again, to review, Rise of the Resistance, the single rider line was actually closed due to weather. It was a 65-minute standby. And then, of course, Slinky Dog Dash was closed as well. My guess is simply due to weather or lightning in the area. So, wah, 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 wah. Okay, let me flip the camera back, and then let me get set up to actually bring you the breaking news. But before I flip the camera, let me take Batman out. That's Batman, or the Bat phone. And I'm going to attempt to, of course, enable the wireless features so I can show you my phone screen on your device at home. So hold on a moment, folks. So I'm not quite certain where a good shot would be. Hello there, please. Oh, good, thank you. Thank you for making the magic. So give me just a second, folks. Enjoy views of the menu or the mobile order pickup area for just a few more moments while I enable the wireless feature on the Bat phone. In fact, we could probably get maybe a better, I wouldn't say a better view, but something a little bit different there. We could try to zoom in, if you will. How about that? You got some greenery, but off camera I'm enabling the wireless feature on the Bat phone. I feel like I'm all discombobulated FastPass radio. Again, what I'm attempting to do is pop up the menu here at ABC Commissary. And I'm searching for it now on the My Disney Experience app. But here we go with this quick service dining experience. So wouldn't you just know it, folks? So real quick, John with Fun to Be Free is embarrassed because I don't have the graphic loaded for ABC Commissary. I thought I loaded it this morning, but instead I think it was Woody's Lunchbox. So I apologize. I don't have the correct graphic, but let's just do this for the meantime. The reason why it's not loaded is because remember I had to restore the streamer phone from scratch, and it takes about 20 hours to restore it completely with all my artwork and animations. But let's get on with the show. ABC Commissary here at Disney's Hollywood Studios, Commissary Lane. Lunch and dinner offerings from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. They offer or accept these dining plans. Lights, camera, eating. Feast on fare with an international flair and amid the Art Deco setting of this studio-inspired commissary. So let's attempt to mock up this order by selecting an arrival window now through 3:40 p.m. So the featured offerings include a watermelon margarita. They have souvenir specialties like the Jawa sipper. Look at that, folks. Also the BB-8 droid sipper. There's another limited time offering, the Experiment 626 pudding. And they have the Bubbles of the Sea. And then here's some entrees. This is what I ordered, the Chicken Club sandwich. They also have the shrimp tacos, the Mediterranean salad with chicken, buffalo chicken grilled cheese sandwich, pork carnitas tacos, Mediterranean salad. Plant-based options include the California burger, and sides like black garlic truffle and Parmesan fries, black beans, Mexican rice, steak fries. This the salad, the mini baby bill snack cheese, apple slices, kids Disney check meals like shrimp bowl, and the chicken arugula faro salad. Kids meals include pork taco, grilled ham and cheese sandwich, and a dessert like the strawberry lemon cheesecake. They also offer the beverages like the Coca-Cola bottled beverages as well. So we're going to take the graphic off the screen in a moment, but in the meantime, let me pop up the Chicken Club sandwich again because that's what I ordered. But I could also show you what I'm talking about, the graphics. So for example, that's the Backlot Express, but of course we're at ABC Commissary. And that's of course Ice Cold Hydraulics. That's of course Docking Bay 7, Woody's Lunchbox, Fairfax Fair, Rosie's, Catalina Eddie's. So it goes on and on, folks, but I failed to load the one location I was coming to. So let me take this off the screen there. And I'm going to disable the wireless feature on the Bat phone. How embarrassing, John. Live on YouTube. Can't even get your stuff together to show you the correct graphic for the menu locations. But we're going to put the Bat phone back in my pocket. And let me come back on camera here. Let me get all set up, ready to go. Oh, hello there. Oh, we're not face tracking. Hold on. The face tracker didn't want to track my face there completely. But we're tracking now. Okay. No, I don't know what's going on. It wants to go over here. I don't know. We'll try it again, folks. Hold on. I'm going to bring the gimbal head back to 0, or reset it. And let me see how this is. Oh, this is not good. Not good at all, John. Come on. You're looking amateur here, dude. Okay. No, I don't know what's going on with the face tracker. I don't know. Let me see if it wants to kind of track me. I don't know. I'll take it off the face tracker then. Hold on. That's getting a little too much, right, folks? Hold on here. I think that's fine. Let me just get in frame then. And I'll attempt to read the chats awkwardly on camera, I guess. So Joe Asia says, heat wave from Orlando here in UK. We got that one with the NTB going. Hello, chat family. And Theme Park Giant says, that Mary the Move, I'm starting to wonder what I got myself into. Oh, with the streaming Theme Park Giant or John with Fun to Be Free? You know, it's a little, real quick, folks. John with Fun to Be Free. I don't have my prescription glasses. This guy's getting a little on in age, and it's really difficult for me to see the screen, the streamer phone screen, a little far away. So I'll change a course, change of plans. I'll flip the camera, and I'll adjust the gimbal head, and I'll pick up my camera rig that I call Frank 4K and hold it close to my eyeballs. I'm trying to find where we are in the chat, though. Lots of chats going on, folks. I rewound to 1454, or the last chat I could see, because they fall off a cliff from Theme Park Giant. Says, that not so scary, Mary TV? Jalen says, is that lightning? Yeah, it was Jalen. Sam's Life Diary says, hey, you guys. Sheila Loves Disney, welcome in, welcome back. Says, watching from work in Slidell, Louisiana. Sam's Life Diary says, hey, Mary and company. Joy says, woo-hoo, hi, Mary. Florida Mark says, hello, Benny and Mary. Oh, Florida Mark, we'll have to tell them hi when they get here. Randy says, hi, not so scary, Mary and Benny. Tony Tar says, hello, Neri and Benny. Sam's Life Diary says, loving the matching shirts. The Haunted Mansion Roosevelt shirts. Debbie says, hi, Neri and Benny. Sam's Life Diary says, Roosevelts? Yeah, I think they are Sam's Life Diary. Florida Mark says, taco time. They should have the enchanted taco room. Florida Mark. Tony Tar says, hello, Debbie. Joy says, Frank is so smart. Sometimes, Joycia, you could just see the face tracking wasn't working there, so that's why we're resorting to me holding Frank 4K in my arms. I'm cradling him right now. Geo the Duck, welcome in, welcome back, says, run, John, run. Yeah, it's raining out there. Can you hear the lightning and thunder? I can hear the thunder from in here, Geo the Duck. Joycia says, John and Frank, run away. Geo the Duck has thunder and lightning icons. Fastest Radio says, wow, it's loud. Oh, you're saying the interior audio here? The BGM loop? Georgia says, Tower of Terror looks even more terrifying in Thunderstorm. I think it does, Georgia. Florida Mark says, hooray for Hollywood. That screwy, bally, hooey Hollywood. Hooray for Hollywood. That screwy, bally, hooey Hollywood. I'm ready for my close-up, CB. Tony Otero says, hello, Gio. Tony Otero says, yes, love the song Hooray for Hollywood, Florida Mark. I do agree, Tony Otero. Debbie says, hi, Tony. And Randy says, from Stroller King to Q Commander, John is on the move with Not So Scary Mary TV and Benny. Don't forget to hit, smash, press that like button on the way in. It's free and subscribers are appreciated. Well, thank you, Randy. Let me put Frank 4K down back on the table, and let me pop up the subscribe banner, and we'll do it again, Randy. In the meantime, my NPF batteries I'm going to place back in my pocket, in my side or left side cargo shorts pocket. But Randy says, from Stroller King to Q Commander, John is on the move with Not So Scary Mary TV and Benny. Don't forget to hit that, smash that like, press that like button on the way in. It's free, and the subscribers are appreciated. Thank you, Randy. Felt like I butchered that because I was not focused. I was putting items away in my cargo shorts. But hold on, Cruise and Theme Park Guide CR says, hello to the other 100 of you. Oh, so that we have a lot of people joining us in the chat. So, real quick. Oh, no, we're having people join us. Cruise and Theme Park Guide and Sierra says, hello to the other 100 of you. So we have lots of people in the chat right now. That's good news. So real quick update, folks. We're here at ABC Commissary. And as it turns out, it's a little crowded here because there's weather going on outside, outdoors right now. And of course, we're joined by Not So Scary Mary TV, Neri and Benny. And I apologize if I haven't got to your chats. So again, once I get over 99 chats, they fall off a cliff or they disappear, they get zapped, they get deleted. So I do everything I can to stay on track, but again, it's difficult to essentially read all the chats because I get a lot of chats, folks. CJL, welcome in, welcome back. CJL says, hi, everyone. Nice to have CJL here. Tony Otero says, hello, Debbie. Tony Otero says, hello, CJL. And Sam's Life Diary says, John, how many different attractions do you think you worked back in Anaheim? Oh, Sam's Life Diary. Here, I'll flip the camera for this one because I don't want to go on too long of a diatribe. But hold on. We'll try the face tracker again, Sam's Life Diary. Oh, it's drifting. I don't know why it's drifting. Let's take the face tracker off again. Oh, we're going to have people joining us. So let me get back on track here. And
like soon?
Oh, they're walking over right now. At any rate, Sam's Life Diary. So John with Fun to Be Free. This guy actually worked at the Disneyland Resort for 22 years. During my tenure there, I feel like I'm a job interview right now. I worked, of course, Splash Mountain, And at Splash Mountain, that was my first attraction I worked, followed by the Haunted Mansion. I also worked the Indiana Jones attraction, or Temple of the Forbidden Eye. There was also other trained positions like the Hunchback of Notre Dame show. So that's right, folks. Even though it was a show, it was a trained attraction. You had to know spiels and, of course, know all the safety, all the exits, of course, as well. But then, of course, there was guest control like the actual parades, Phantasmic, other special events that I worked as well. In addition, I also worked many parades. So I transferred from the attractions into parades and show support. And that's where I spent the majority of my tenure, 17 years in fact, in parades and show support, driving the parades and the floats. Sorry, the floats and the parades. I feel all discombobulated right now, Sam's Life Diary. I feel all over the road right now. I'm still trying to figure out in my head why the face tracker is not working, not tracking. Technical issues, I guess. At any rate, I drove many floats and many parades. So essentially, I worked all the, oh, there's Benny now. I worked a lot of parades, but the most, my favorite one ever was Elliot, the big green dragon in the Main Street Electrical Parade. I'm gonna flip the camera here. Hold on a second, folks. And we got Benny in the house.
Hello.
So Benny from Not So Scary Mary TV, he's joining us here. And real quick, he brought, I can only imagine this is mine.
That is for
well,
you.
thank you, Benny. Thank you for lunch. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Now I'm stuck here.
So that's John with Fun to Be Free's lunch. And we have Neri from Not So Scary Mary TV. So shout out to Not So Scary Mary TV, Neri and Benny. Again, that's Neri, N-E-R-Y, and Benny. So shout out to Not So Scary Mary TV. Thank you for lunch, Neri and Benny.
Oh my God, we love you, John. You know that.
And
We love you, and everybody in the chat, we love you guys.
oh, thank you. So real quick, a lot of people in the chat were asking about you guys. So yes, in fact, these are Roosevelts. They're wearing matching Roosevelt shirts
Benny
from the...
got the Haunted Mansion, so since I'm not so scary, and the Haunted Mansion is not so scary,
That's right.
I
So
figured we'd wear our Roosevelt.
that's cool. Very awesome.
I was gonna get you
love it.
ketchup,
Sugar
napkin.
Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. This is fine here. So I'm going to place Frank 4K back on the table, and I'm going to flip the camera. We're staring awkwardly up Benny's nostrils, so hold on.
Yay.
It's flipped now. It's on me. And I'm going to try the face tracking again. Let's see. Nope, face tracking is not working again. I don't know what to
What
tell
a
you.
wonky day with the rain,
Ba,
huh?
ba, ba, ba.
I saw.
Yeah.
I know. Wah, wah.
Yeah.
The Slinky dog, yeah.
So let me get back on track here.
Just coming down outside.
So you just heard Benny say it's coming down. It's coming down hard outside. So, Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
I do enjoy Coca-Cola, as I've said before. Sody Pop.
Sody pop.
Thank you again for lunch. So let me show you what we're dealing with here. I'm going to hold it at an awkward angle, folks. Hopefully it doesn't slide off the plate. So that's what we're dealing with here. So we got the French fries, and of course the chicken sandwich. So should I do this? No, that's too awkward.
It works.
At any rate, so I'll show you again. Hopefully it's focusing. I think it's focusing there. All I need is some green olives, and I can make it Mr. Toad face.
Oh, there you go.
You know, the bacon with the tongue sticking out. Imagine 2 green olives right here, folks.
2 olives and 2 toothpicks.
See, totally. So here we go in for the first bite here. I really like this sandwich, folks. In fact, I'd say this is my favorite quick service here at Disney's Hollywood Studios. The ABC commissary and this chicken sandwich. It's very good. Thank you again. Bon appetit. Right, Randy? You know, the last thing I want to be remembered as an annoying blabbermouth that doesn't know how to keep his big trap shut. So let me, you know, put this chicken sandwich in my pie hole so you don't have to hear all this jibber jabber. Let me get back to the chat for a bit, though. Tony Otaro says we got 101 viewers watching right now. Keep an eye out for probably Cruella. Is that who you're saying, Tony Otaro? Florida Mark says that Tony Otaro. Yeah, missed that right. Mary the Move says thank you, Not So Scary Mary TV, for buying John a sandwich. Very kind.
Tell her, hopefully one day I'll have dinner with her.
Again, Mary the Move says thank you at Not So Scary Mary TV for buying John a sandwich. Very kind. And then Neri says one day we'll have to meet Mary on the Move. So Neri and Benny are very much looking forward to meeting you, Mary, on the Move. Debbie says hi, Florida Mark. And Jurassic Park, welcome in, welcome back. Jurassic Park says good afternoon, everyone. This is Tyler, the Dino Nerd. 8 more days until my Jurassic movie marathon. Thank you for being here, Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park says hi, Tony Otaro. Florida Mark says I've never seen a long wait on Star Tours yet, but I guess it depends on the day. Florida Mark, I've seen it like 45 minutes before, where they're using the exterior queue underneath the Ewok playset, as I call it. Remember the Kenner Ewok playset, the Empire Strikes Back edition from 1980? Kenner playset. That was cool, huh, Florida Mark? Here, let's keep eating though. So off camera was my chicken sandwich. There's a quick update here. Charlie Chaplin. You can see Benny. Benny's over there refilling his beverage. Not quite certain what he's getting. Maybe a water. Benny, can you please show the camera your magic band?
Yeah, that's it. Oh, let's turn it around so we can appreciate it a little more. One of my favorite rides.
The world famous Jungle Cruise?
World famous.
Just like Scooter Adventures, now we're starting to call the world famous Scooter Adventures.
There we go. World famous Scooter.
Oh, a little T2. I'll be back. I can flip the camera here and show you the update of the sandwich. So there we go. Quick update. I'm going to repeat myself. It's a good sandwich. It's a very attractive sandwich. I feel like Pee-wee's Big Adventure right now when he's talking about Mr. T. Hello, Mr. T cereal. I don't know why, folks.
Speaking of chatting, hey Yukon Ron.
Oh, Yukon Ron's in the chat. Mr. Chatbox himself. Prison Theme Park guy says, hey Jurassic, no dinosaurs here. Mary the Moose says 35 likes to 100. Let's go. John with Fun to Be Freer, this guy, is calling all explorers. We need to get to a goal of 100 likes. Mary the Move says we only need 35 likes to go. We're going to do a countdown. We'll start with the number 3. We'll end with the number 1. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1, smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go, because Mary the Move says we only need 35 likes to 100. Jurassic Park says hi. Debbie Reed Gibson says good afternoon, all. Finally free from the meeting dungeon. Oh, Reed Gibson, you got to keep the lights on, I guess. All while John with Fun to Be Free and Not So Scary Mary TV, Benny and Neri are enjoying ABC Commissary while there's weather in the background. It's almost like we're at the Tiki Room right now. You can see the lightning going off. Flash, flash, right? And it starts to rain. Yeah. Yeah. Jurassic Park says, I know that. Debbie says hi at Jurassic Park and Cruise and Theme Park. Reed Gibson says, hey, Randy, Mary, and Fast Pass. Mary the Moon says, welcome in at Reed Gibson. We're taking refuge from the weather at ABC Commissary. That's a good way to say it, Mary the Move. I was searching for, verbiage in my head. Taking refuge. I like that. Mary and the Move. Much smarter than John with Fun to Be Free, I'll tell you that, folks. John with Fun to Be Free. It's a little dim up here. Let me show you a quick update, though. Can you hear the thunder outside? It sounds like Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. No, not really, folks. But here's the update. Florida Mike says no conga at the ABC Commissary. No, they don't have conga, Florida Mark.
And no Beverly.
And yeah, no Beverly. The chat's rolling and jumping. Hold on. I'm trying to find where we are in the chat. Okay, I just rewound to the beginning, so I think the chats are falling off the cliff because I'm getting so many chats right now, folks. Off camera, Benny's setting up his camera rig. He's probably preparing to do a vlog. In fact, I bet you Neri right now is going to do some behind the scenes filming of Benny setting up to do the vlog right now. Maybe I should flip the camera. Hold on. We'll flip it awkwardly, and we'll try to get this. Whoa, that's some big thunder. So Benny and Neri are on camera right now. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah,
okay.
Of course it is.
Let me finish up my sandwich here. Again, I get a lot of chats, folks, so hold on a second. Still trying to find where we're at. But the last chat I can see is from Randy from 1510 or 3:10 p.m. Eastern. Randy says, hey, Reed. Florida Mark says that, Randy, yeah, it's nice and short. Jurassic Park says, I thought Disney owned dinosaurs, Cruise and Theme Park. Debbie says, hi, Reed. Reed Gibbs says, hi, Debbie. Fast Pass Radio, let me pop up the subscribe banner. Fast Pass Radio says, John's live at Hollywood Studios munching on a chicken club like it's a VIP pass. Don't let the sandwich have all the fun. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free before he takes another bite. Thank you, Fast Pass Radio.
Looks like rain until 7 p.m.
Oh, how wonderful. Doesn't it feel like we're at school in the auditorium?
Yeah.
Yes.
I should say elementary school. Maybe we'll play Heads Up, 7 Up.
Oh my God, I want to
Oh, you're gonna love this chat. Randy says, is the camera following the sexy man? Oh, is it Benny? Randy, the camera's following Benny right now? No, it's no, because the face tracker wasn't working, so. Sam's Life Diary says, cool graphics. Thank you, Sam's Life Diary. But it was embarrassing that the one graphic I didn't have loaded was ABC Commissary, because remember I had to restore the app.
Right.
So I was frantically loading this morning, all the graphics, and I missed one. Guess which one I missed?
Oh, of course. When you need it. That's how it works.
hopefully it'll get lighter.
This is Florida. It only gets heavier.
Yeah.
Mary the Move says, well, Gertie is outside there in Echo Lake at Jurassic Park. Oh, nice. Well, see what I was talking about? Mary the Move? Mary the Move is very, very quick-witted. Sam's Life Diary says, hi, Reed. Jurassic Park says, exactly, Mary the Move. Sam's Life Diary says, Tyler's JP Movie Marathon approaches. Reed Gibson says, hello at Sam's Life Diary. Jurassic Park says, thank you at Sam's Life Diary. Randy says, don't worry. I can't see what I'm typing. I'm driving.
Yeah, you probably should have typed and drive.
Jurassic Park says, hi, Randy. Randy says, hey, Jurassic Park. Randy says, every time you say your chants or your chats go off a cliff, all I remember is home off the cliff in the multiple homers. Oh, from The Simpsons, Randy? Sam's Life Diary says, 22 years. Wow. Yeah, that's right, Sam's Life Diary. 22 years of John for the Big Free's life was spent walking in a circle, driving floats in a circle down Main Street, USA at Disneyland. Jurassic Park says 8 more days left on my Jurassic movie marathons for Jurassic World. Rebirth, Randy. And David Blanco, welcome back. David Blanco says, thank you for your support. I appreciate your experience and your opinions about different places of the park. You're welcome, David Blanco. Thank you for being here. Sam's Life Diary says, thanks for all the info, John. You're welcome, Sam's Life Diary. Let me get going here, folks. You still want the camera on you, or I can put it back on me? Or I can put it back on me. Hold on. Here's a quick update. So, I should be eating faster and less talking. I got to get to the middle of the camera, if you will. Did I mention these fries are really good? I prefer these, steak cut fries, if you will, thicker. And they're seasoned just right. Now, Benny and I talked about this a while ago, but I believe these are frozen French fries. Benny concurs. But for a frozen French fry, for quick service, I think these French fries are absolutely the best in the resort. The other ones that are really good too is Primo Piatto over at Disney's Riviera Resort. I think these are the best for whatever reason, whatever vendor this is. The big thick cut steak fries, I guess. They're good. Is it just me or is it louder in here? People are talking louder, audible loud level.
Well, there's a lot more people in here standing around waiting for the rain.
So real quick, Benny and Neri from Not So Scary Mary TVs, they're off camera, but I want to give them an update. When you guys were ordering, this table was just evacuated. In other words, the guests that were here previously left and they left their items on the table. And so I quickly, shimmied in. But since I was here, 2 guest groups wanted to join me because there's no other tables. And they were very perturbed because I said, well, I have people joining me. And then the second group said, but are they coming now? Because they were so desperate to get a table. So I should show you what it looks like. Let me flip the camera and show you.
Oh, you can see over by the bathroom.
So there's a lot of people just waiting, standing around here. This very much feels like a elementary school auditorium where people are standing around during the dance. They're wallflowers, if you will. So there's more guest groups down there just standing. There's a lot of people, even over by the mobile order pickup here. Hello there, nice to see you. So we're gonna bring the camera back down to, of course, the table level. And I think that's good there. Let me finish up here. So I apologize if I'm not getting to the chats, but it's hard to talk and eat at the same time. I did that before and I went down the wrong tube one time. Benny's a little busy off camera, but I wanted to get his opinion. Does Frank 4K look intimidating?
Yeah, it does. I love it though. Especially the controller in the front.
The Nintendo controller to wirelessly through Bluetooth switch the camera scenes?
Yeah.
So let me tell you what Benny's talking about. I actually can't detach the Nintendo controller, but it's an 8-bit DO02, so it's smaller in size. I can't detach it to show you, but the point is, if I had to switch the scenes or switch the camera or flip the camera from the actual phone, you'd see my finger come up to the camera and go, all these people think I'm talking to them, but I'm really just talking to you. At any rate, you'd see that all the time. So instead of that, I can just show you real quick. Off camera, I can just switch it. It's seamless, folks.
Yeah, I was finding that out today. I would try to switch the camera, whatever. Like, you see my finger coming right at it.
Yeah. Very amateur, right? Oh, yeah, okay. Well, let's talk about this. Let's have a conversation because everybody would probably love to see it in the chat about your experience going live today for the first time. So let me flip the camera and let's do a mock-up interview because I'd like to know this. So I'm attempting to flip the camera and get Benny and Neri from Not So Scary Married TV in frame here. I'm trying to see where's the best spot. Maybe here. Maybe here. Hold on one moment. Okay, I think that's a good spot. So, last night, did you guys actually plan to go live?
Around 11:30 p.m.
Wow.
We were talking with the partners, and they encouraged us. And they encouraged us to go ahead and do a live. And I said, no, oh my God, I'm embarrassed. They go, come on, you can do it. We did do a live out of the house, out of our office, which is really the living room of the apartment. But we had a green screen in the back. And then I said, well, why not? You want to do a live stream 2 hours? He goes, okay, let's do it.
Yeah, I basically, I had downloaded Prism before to play around with it a little bit. I didn't have too much experience with it. I actually did the world's shortest live for 11 seconds. That happened the first night because I hit go live, and then I think I hit it again because I thought I didn't hit, and I actually turned it off. And last night, nothing. We set up the live. I put a description in. I set up the alert box that I had set up in Streamlabs, so we can get alerts for any new subscriber or super chats or anything. And we just went live.
We were encouraged to do it.
Yeah.
Now, if you guys see me you see me, John, a little calm today? You know me, right? I'm a little calm now.
Yeah.
But without getting into too much detail, we went to Hollywood and Vine because we reserved lunch there, and I'm just transparent. And without getting into a lot of detail.
You're gonna get emotional?
No, I already did. I almost killed Goofy. No, John, no. No. We vlogged everything, but I'm not saying it for that. I cried. No, it was hard. I'm still like tired about it, but.
Let's just say several tables didn't get to meet Goofy.
Oh, really?
Yes. Goofy was missing in action for about 45 minutes.
Let's just say I kind of tripped over a piece of the chair next to it. It was very packed, one on top of the other. Anyway, but I was so sad. Everything's fine. All in all, no characters are hurt in the videotaping of our vlog.
Nice.
But, wow.
Yeah.
So I just came out of that, and then I'm so glad we saw you.
Yeah.
We were excited to see you. We were going to head out, but I go, do we want to be in a torrential rainstorm and see John, or do you want to go back to the hotel and be safe? I said, let's weather the storm with John for fun to be free.
And here we are.
And here we are.
As you can see, I'm the talker in the group here.
Yeah. Neri, she doesn't talk that much.
I never talk. I'm very quiet.
I usually have to narrate. She's very shy.
I'm usually very up and hyper, but I'm just. But the food at Hollywood and Vine, I honestly highly recommend it. If nobody's
really
gone,
good.
and they have a 40% discount for annual pass holders.
Yeah.
That's why we went, because of the discount. And I said, oh, I can get a video with the characters. Didn't know what was going to happen with the characters, but everything's fine now.
Yeah.
It was
Ditto.
fun, and the stream was fun, and we had everybody in there. And John came in to say hi, so that made me so happy. I go, I can't believe it. I'm so happy. It was nice, but I'll tell you, my hat goes off literally to all the live streamers and content creators. We're content creators, but we were never live streamers. Now we're dabbling into it a little bit. We live in Miami. We can't really go live all the time, but like the locals can. But wow, it's a job. It's tough.
It's a lot of fun though.
It was a
We
lot
had
of
a lot of fun.
and we loved it, and it was fun, and we made it fun. But it is, you know what? I had Mike reading in my ear. Mike from Magic Adventures, MIJIC, reading me the chat since I don't see well.
Oh! Oh.
Tell
She
me.
had an earbud in, like Mission Impossible.
Theme Park Giant said to me, "That's brilliant." And he said it in the chat, but he was reading me as everybody was coming into the chat because I'm visually impaired. If you guys don't know, and so I couldn't see the fonts, but I had somebody talking, Mike from Magic Adventures, and I'm so grateful to him and Jan. In the chat, as the chat was going, he was reading it, and I was thanking everybody. It was amazing.
Yeah, that worked out pretty well.
I was wondering, because I kept thinking, is Benny holding the iPad? Because you reacted like...
Yeah. Mike was reading me spot on, one by one by one, and then my ear pod or my
Well, every time she
earbud,
tap it, she'd hang up the call.
I would tap it. I'd be like, "Is Mike? You're kind of quiet. Are you still there?" But it was great. But Benny says there's actually an app that we're gonna look up that's for people that are visually impaired, legally blind, or completely blind, and it'll read the chat for us. It'll read it for me, and I can put
TTY.
Yeah.
So
But
I
there
wanna
was
get
one that you can train to skip the emojis, because I know my car reads me my text, and it's always, heart-shaped emoji, happy face emoji.
Heart-shaped emoji.
Yeah.
Heart-shaped
Heart-shaped
emoji.
emoji, heart-shaped emoji, heart-shaped emoji, heart-shaped emoji. But it went so well. I loved it. But I do admire the live streamers, like you, John, like all the live streamers. It's a labor of love because you do it because you love doing it, but it's a lot of work, huh?
Yeah, we're gonna stick to vlogging. We may do an occasional stream here and there,
We'll do some lives here and there, but we like doing our vlogs.
yeah. I
But we
think
can never be.
you can take the mistakes out later. On a live, you're stuck with them. You're stuck with the bloopers.
So that was one of my questions. The next one is, were there unexpected circumstances that arose on the spot that you did not see coming the moment you hit go live?
Not so much. I did have one time that if the program froze, Prism froze completely. I was like, okay, but then she was still on the phone because I guess with the delay, Mike was still getting messages and they were still seeing us. But I knew my phone was dead already.
Yeah, but it overheated.
It overheated
It
completely.
overheated.
Oh, how long did it take to overheat?
We were probably about an hour. I did keep the charger on at all times. I don't know if that helps or makes it worse.
Well, my opinion is it's best to charge above 80%, not below 80%.
Right. Well, I thought I would keep it, if I kept it trickle charging the whole time, where it just would never drop. I thought that would have helped a little bit. We were using just the phone. So we actually had an iced coffee. I held the iced coffee on the phone for a little while.
He held the coffee on
And
the
it
back of
worked.
the phone to cool it off.
So, Benny, do you think it has anything to do with the, here, show this on camera.
Yeah.
When I was live streaming, I was only using the phone.
Only the phone. Okay.
Yeah.
But real quick, I just wanted to show you what he uses to vlog on, if you will.
Yeah.
This device here.
Yeah. I have that, and then I have another mic, a shotgun mic that I can put here if I want to get more ambient sounds other than the DJI mic minis. Like I have these connected here with the receiver, and I think that helps a little bit. Helps now the Pocket 2 not have to work so hard.
Is there?
Yeah.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and I like the fact that if I want to hook it up to the phone, I just pop out the cable and pop it in the phone, and I don't have to resync the mics every time.
So also, are there any other unexpected circumstances that you did not foresee?
No,
At the end, when we put our...
Oh yes, at the end when I played the video, I played the outro video.
We also got a song from Beach Fox Live. Shout out to him, right?
Oh, he's in the chat right now.
What a genius.
Oh, perfect.
Richard,
We love the video.
we love you. What a genius. And he's been so generous. He's made a lot, all of our friends, he's made a lot of songs. For Fun to Be Free, your song is beautiful. It's awesome.
Yeah.
And he made us one. So we put it at the end of our live chat, and then they couldn't hear the audio, and Benny was...
Right, and then I tried to turn off our mics, and I didn't know if that would interfere with the video playing, since I haven't tested any of it. But as soon as I turned off the mics, the audio from the video went out.
Huh.
Yeah.
You think that's a Prism?
I'm assuming it's got to be something in Prism, or something I didn't do right, probably.
Just
Maybe since the mics were connected through the cable, you know. Even when I turned the mics off in Prism, they were telling us that they were still hearing us.
Okay.
But I think they were hearing us with a delay, and that was a problem.
Possibly.
Yeah.
But real quick, let's find Beach Fox Life in the chat because you brought him up and I saw his name roll past. Beach Fox Life, welcome in, welcome back. Beach Fox Life says hello all. Beach Fox Life says just dropping in for a minute. Beach Fox Life says hey to Neri and Benny. Beach Fox Life says hello at Jurassic Park. Beach Fox Life says hello to Reed Gibson. And Beach Fox Life says hello to at Randy. So, but again, thank you, Beach Fox Life. John with Fun to Be Free really appreciates all your hard work, dedication. The theme song you made me, you really knocked it out of the park.
I heard it and I loved it. I said, wow.
Yeah.
Because he personalizes it. Like, it was great for you. Yeah, I loved it. I loved it.
Beach Fox Life says thank you, Neri.
Thank you, Rita. Thank you. Such a beautiful community, you know?
Yeah.
And real quick, I wanted to mention Christina Nardolillo. Is that how you spell it? Say it. Nardolillo. Christina Nardolillo.
Nardalillo.
I don't know if they're Hispanic or Italian.
Nardalillo.
But Christina, welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, but you're now looking at Not So Scary Mary TV. There are live streamers here. Their first live stream was today. The link in the description box below. We have Neri and Benny joining us today. Christina, again, welcome to the channel.
Every day, 2 p.m. John, Fun to Be Free.
Thank you. So we have lots of chats to get to, folks. I'm sorry if I skipped a bunch of them. I need to get back on track with the chats here.
Absolutely.
In the meantime, I'm going to take the microphone. You see the microphone here. Maybe it'll focus. That's the DJI Mic Mini. I'm going to pop it back on my chest. You may hear it go bunk. Hold on a second. There you go. So that's magnetic, folks. So maybe I should, I don't know what I should do. Get another beverage? Get another tasty beverage? Okay.
Coke? You want Coke?
Coke's fine. So Benny's gonna get John with Fun to Be Free another Coke. Thank you, Benny. It's full service here.
Full service. You're on the clock.
Oh, Christina says my last name's Italian.
That's what Benny said. So it will be Nardolillo.
Nardolillo. I hope we got that right.
Beautiful name.
Thank you, Neri.
Be here every day, 2 p.m. Best life.
Well, let's get caught up with the chats here. I know I skipped some, but I'll start at the bottom and then we'll work our way to the top. Randy says, that's great information, senor. Christina says, I'll close, I'll take it. And she says, it's Italian, LOL. And Christina says, my last name's Italian. Laura Jam, welcome in, welcome back. Oh, thank you, sir. You're welcome. Thank you again. Laura Jam says, happy Thursday. Yeah, Friday light, Laura Jam. Thank you for being here. Debbie says, I agree, Neri. John's family and followers are a great family. I am happy to be part of John's Fun to Be Free family. Thank you for being here, Debbie. And I'm going to start at the top. Let me start over. So I rewound, if you will. I went to the top of the screen, and once I get 99 or past 99 chats, they fall off a cliff, or they get deleted. So I apologize. We're trying to get through as many chats as we can here, folks. But Laura Jam says hello at the top and at the bottom of the screen. Yukon Ron, welcome in, welcome back, says that was 2 messages. Don't know how they blended. Should be. And a good afternoon to you too. And hey there. Nice to have Yukon Ron here. Reed Gibson says hello at Laura Jam. Welcome in. Yukon Ron says I'm out in the boondocks. Signal is sketchy. Oh boy, did you hear the thunder there, folks?
Wow.
That was a big one. Randy says, hey, Yukon. Scooter Adventure says, did I hear Beverly? No, I don't think we're talking about the Beverly. No, but somebody did say, Florida Mark, I think, brought it up. Scooter. Antonio Tower says, hello, Laura. Debbie says, hi, Scooter. Yukon Ron says, hey there, Randy. Reed Gibson says, hey, Scooter. Randy says, Scooter. Laura Jam says, hi, Tony and Randy. Laura Jam says, hi, Reed. Nevada Smith says, howdy, all y'all. Thank you for being here, Nevada Smith. Yukon Ron says, howdy, Nevada. Hold on one moment. Let me make some adjustments to my camera rig that I call Frank 4K.
Hold on, where are we in the chat? I'm still looking. You Can Run says, howdy, Nevada. And Scoot Adventure says, hi, Debbie, Reed, Randy. Nevada Smith says, howdy, howdy, howdy. Reed Gibson says, hey, at Nevada Smith. Randy says, listen to that BGM. Christina, back in the chat, all the way back from 15:32 or 3:32 p.m. Eastern says, hi, in Claremont, Florida. Oh, Christina is a local. Welcome to the channel again, Christina. Randy says, why don't they have steak fries at Steakhouse 71? I don't know, Randy. Didn't you ask that before? Reed Gibson says, hello at Christina. Christina says, what park we at? Disney's Hollywood Studios, Christina. Beach Fox Live again says, hello all. Randy says he's at Hollywood Studios, Christina. Reed Gibson says at Christina, Hollywood Studios. Reed Gibson says, hey, at Beach Fox Live. Randy says, welcome back to Beach Fox Live. Beach Fox Live, he said, just dropping in for a minute. Randy says, big thumbs up, Beach. Randy says, the earpiece is a great idea. That is, whose idea was it? Oh, look at. That was a good idea, Neri. Randy says, howdy at Nevada, nice to see you. Jurassic Park says, good afternoon, Beach Fox Live. Debbie says, hi, Nevada. Beach Fox Live says, hello at Jurassic Park. Florida Mark says, hello at Nevada Smith. Beach Fox Live, Jurassic Park. Beach Fox Live says, hello to Reed Gibson. Jurassic Park says, hi, Florida Mark. Beach Fox Live says, hello to Randy. Thank you, Neri. Christina says, oh, we got that one. I think we're almost caught up here. We still have other chats to find, though. Steve, L-O-S-E-E. Is it Steve Lossie? Steve Lossie. Welcome to the channel. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you, Steve. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Steve. But Steve says, nasty weather heading your way. Be careful. Just hit us about an hour ago, and Brooksville radar has it coming your way. Thank you for the update, Steve. We're indoors. We're safe here right now. Here. Thank you for being here, Steve. Christina says, what park we at? Is it still jumping the chat? But yeah, Disney's Hollywood Studios. Reed Gibson says, hey, it's Steve. Welcome in. Beverly Challenge is in the chat. Can you believe?
Mentioned Beverly Challenge. It must have been Mark mentioned her. Or
Every time they mention her.
love Beverly. Every time they mention her, she's in the chat.
Or Mike too. Magic Mike loves Beverly.
Here, let me pass the microphone over.
So yeah, I know every time Magic Mike mentions Beverly or sees Beverly, he lights up.
Mark and Scooter. Excuse me, I'm chewing ice. Mark and Scooter love Beverly. Every time they mention her, she's in the chat. She's bad news, guys.
I think she's always watching, lurking.
Always watching.
Share the story how we heard that Beverly sent Magical Mike from Magic Adventures a shirt.
I saw him one day. He was wearing a blue shirt that says Beverly, and it looks like Coca-Cola, but it was a Beverly shirt.
And he wears it proud. We don't
He loves
understand. We don't understand.
He doesn't like Beverly, he says. He claims.
He says,
but
maybe he's playing hard to get with the drink, you know.
maybe, I don't know. He claims he doesn't like it, but he wears the shirt. He summons her all the time.
Yep.
When Beverly shows up in the chat, he lights up. I don't get it.
I'm just laughing because how has Beverly become a thing on Fun to Be Free?
Everybody's channel. Beverly is stalking everybody.
Oh, is that? Oh, Beverly Challenge is stalking
Beverly
everybody?
Challenge
She goes
stalks
to other
everybody.
chats, but it started with you, with people wanting you to drink Beverly, and you said no, and then Potato Land, remember? Drank Beverly.
I think that's where it started.
with
No,
Potato
it did.
Land.
Yeah.
With Potato Land, and then Scooter, and then Mark loves it.
Yeah. And it's just exploded.
Yeah.
It's exploded.
Making Beverly popular again.
Beverly will never be popular.
I think they actually discontinued it in Italy. I don't think it's a thing anymore.
Oh, I can't imagine anybody drinks Beverly.
No.
Yeah, look at this. There he's going. Come on now.
I think they make it only for the museums, for the Coke museums.
Exactly.
At Epcot, that's it.
I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And to clean the toilets.
Look at this.
It's a great disinfectant.
Oh
I
man.
bet you it takes us.
Oh, the ring?
mildew.
The ring?
Yeah.
Yeah, cleans the ring, cleans everything.
Billy Mays Hayes here.
Yeah.
It's really amazing.
Do you have hard water stains?
Here's Beverly. Have some Beverly. Have some Beverly.
Have some Beverly, it'll clear that. Oil stains on the driveway?
That sounds just like Appliance Direct.
Appliance Direct. I love Appliance Direct. The new guy's pretty good. Not as good as the old guy, but the new guy's pretty good. And anybody who spent any time in the Orlando area, in the Central Florida area years ago would know. That was on every channel, all the time.
It's on YouTube, folks.
Oh, yeah.
Look it up. Appliance Direct.
Appliance Direct. I love appliances.
Oh, it's your dishwasher.
Look how clean.
So, Benny,
Yeah.
do you want to be the star of the show for just a moment while John with Fun to Be Free
Yes.
go watches his grubby mitts?
Well, we'll hand it over to.
No, babe, I can't see it. Show him and he'll follow the chat.
Oh, he knows how to do it.
But he'll follow the chat.
Or you could just stay here. And
You just stay here. It's
Okay.
on you. The camera's on you.
Okay.
Here, you can talk to the camera.
And you too, baby.
Okay.
Benny's the chatty one, not me.
Okay, John with Fun to Be Free will be right back, folks.
All right, we're gonna have a couple minutes of awkward silence. I don't know. All right, we'll be here. Gotta check and see. The rain doesn't look that bad right now, but now's when the lightning and
Hey,
thunder is
what do you
starting.
mean it doesn't look bad? It's like,
The rain slowed
it
down,
looks like it's 10 o'clock at night.
but it's not coming down as hard. So I don't know. I think at some point we're gonna make a run for it.
We don't run.
No, I don't run. I always tell people if you see me
We
running,
have ponchos. What do you say?
if you see me running, you better run too, because there's something chasing me, and it's probably very, very large.
He got me a mini poncho and he's got a Mickey poncho.
Not a mini, like little poncho.
No,
it's
I wouldn't
mini.
put in a mini, but a Minnie Mouse poncho. And
Yeah.
so we are now here to cover for John while he washes his hands and has a restroom break.
Yes, it probably wouldn't be appreciated if you took the camera in with him.
No, I don't. I think that's kind of frowned upon.
Yeah. It might be.
I say you read some of the chats. Here, read some
No,
of
it's
the chats.
fine.
Okay. Antonio Tower says, hello, Christina.
Cool. You're talking to the mic.
Hi, Tonio Tower. Mark F says, Zippity Doo Dug.
Beverly merch.
Zippity Doo Dug drank half a dozen cups of Beverly. When John comes back, you should tell him, but he's going to say no. He said you should drink 1 cup. John is not going to drink a cup. Welcome in, Luke. Randy says. If you guys haven't liked and subscribed, John from Fun to Be Free, amazing, bestest live stream. You guys will love it. Once we saw it the first time, it blew our mind. And his apparatus here, the whole setup is mind-blowing, like he says, right?
Yeah.
Beautiful. People walk by and look at it like, what's that? I can't wait to tell John when he comes back. I go, don't you notice people are looking at it like, what's that?
Oh, I'm sure. But they're just sitting on the table. People are looking. Imagine him walking around carrying it.
Yeah. I don't know, how heavy is it? It's heavy.
It's heavy, Doc.
He says, how about if Florida Mark says, what if he just has a spoonful of Beverly? I don't think we'll be able to convince him. I think we're pretty much caught up. We're pretty much caught up.
Oh, yours is buffering. It's buffering.
Oh,
That's why.
Beach Fox Live. I believe wearing the poncho made me overheat a few weeks ago at Epcot. Yeah,
Oh,
I
definitely.
bet you it does. Yeah, because you get sweaty. Yeah, you get sweaty. Sandy Paw says, hello, John. John will be right back. We are covering for him real quick. Jurassic Park is saying, hi, Sandy Pandy. That's a cute name, Sandy Pandy. I love it. And Randy says, this is like an interview session. It's like an interview session. Randy says, this is like an interview session. And Florida Mark says, how about just 1 teaspoon of Beverly for you? He says, Doug, Zippity Doo Dug had like 12 of them. Florida Mark said. John is back, ladies and gentlemen. Here is the one, the only. John, we're Fun to Be Free. Yeah! I brushed my teeth.
That's all right.
No. I was telling them how amazing this is. People are walking by and looking like, what is that? This is mind blowing. I should take a picture and show you.
Okay.
Beautiful. Nobody does it better than John from Fun to Be Free. Nobody does it quite the way you do.
And this concludes our musical segment.
We're having the time of our lives, folks.
That's it.
Is Theme Park Giant live right now?
Oh, thank you for making the magic.
Wait, let me look it up.
Yeah.
Let me pull out the bat phone and we'll double check to see if Theme Park Giant's live. Give me one moment, folks.
I want to get it from the front so they can see the little remote control.
Or I could take a photo from my phone too.
Yeah, I'm saying if you don't mind. I mean, if you want them to see it, this is beautiful. It's a work of art.
Or we could find a mirror.
Oh yeah, mirror.
There's a mirror in the merchandise locations, but we're not leaving right now.
It'll probably be fogged up right about now.
It's raining.
No, Theme Park Giant's not live right now. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so I'm going to take the microphone and I'm going to put it back on my chest here for a moment. There, you heard it pop on, clip on to the magnet there. Neri really wants me to take a photo of Frank 4K from the back end. So we'll do that, folks, and I'll show you here what it looks like. Impressive. Most impressive. Oh, that's a blurry photo. Let me get another one. That didn't come out so well. It wants to blur for whatever reason in these lights, I guess. So yeah, it's really blurry, but I'll show you. So I took a phone. Let me try to get it to focus. Oh, this is not going to go well. This is not going to go well. The lighting's not right here, folks. It's not right. So.
When you get a mirror, they can see it.
Yeah.
But it's really nice, guys. You will not see any live streaming in the history of live streaming. I'm being honest. Look at the gentleman walking by looking at it. He kept looking back with something like this. And in 4K, crispier than a piece of thread.
So let me ask you, right now you're using the cameras on the top phone,
Correct.
and this is just your streamer phone.
Correct. So what Benny's pointing at off camera is the phone that I call the streamer phone. The streamer phone I call Iron Frank because Frank 4K is the camera rig. So like Iron Man or Iron Frank.
Yeah.
And then the camera that you're viewing on right now with that lens, like right here, that's Robin. And then I have Batman. So I have Batman, Robin, and Iron Frank.
I love it.
And then you just use the selfie cam on that one.
Yeah, and then I have the face tracking when it works.
Right.
But whatever reason, it's not working right now. Who knows why?
It's very busy in the background too.
Yeah, it could be the lighting.
Yeah.
It could be the refresh rate of the lights too.
That's cool. It's gonna mess it up. Yeah, I can't imagine it's really designed for something so busy, with such a busy background.
Yeah.
But the other day, where were you yesterday? You were having something at Casey's Corner.
The hot dog?
Yeah, and you were eating a cutie, and you put it down, and it followed you all the way to the trash
Yeah.
receptacle
Yeah.
back, and I said, wow, that's cool.
Yeah, I guess the lights were just right.
It was
The
really
conditions were
lighting.
right.
Yeah, the lighting.
Maybe not too much sun. Maybe not too much LED lighting.
The LED lighting is a problem.
I can't imagine it. They don't have anything that you place on yourself and it would track
Yeah.
the device.
But I guess the AI is just so good.
Yeah.
So real quick, this is the 7P, and then I have the RS4 Mini, and that tracker is even better on that RS4 Mini than this one. I can walk behind objects, and then it'll find me as I come back, like 25 feet away. It is crazy how that one works.
Yeah.
But maybe we should get back to the chats. Beverly Challenge said, "Did I hear my name?" That's the last one. Not So Scary Mary TV says, "Scooter." Florida Mark says, "Did I hear Beverly?" Yeah, you did, Florida Mark. Randy says, "Sorry, that was my belly. We're looking for a place to stop and have lunch." Oh, but not In-N-Out yet, Randy. Not So Scary Mary TV says, "Oh no, who mentioned Beverly?" There she is. Not So Scary Mary TV says she's just looking for drinking recruits for a club cool. And Luke Marcheski says, is this where they got the Foghorn hot wings? No, as it turns out, no, they don't, Luke. Reed Gibson says, hey, Luke Marcheski. Debbie says the thunder sounded like Randy's belly. Oh, Randy's that hungry, Debbie? I'm attempting to rewind the chat because it keeps jumping, folks. We're getting a lot of chats here. Just FYI, the camera's still on you guys.
Oh, okay.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Just so you tell us something, because no.
Yeah.
Actually, that might get a lot of views.
Christina says, one of these days I'm going to Epcot with my parents because there's a great deal for Florida residents. Don't know when I'm going, though. We love Epcot. Christina, John What Fun to Be Free is an Epcot person. Favorite theme park in the whole world. Mary the Move says, I like how Luke says it's always the wrong park. Randy says, welcome in, Luke. Tony O'Tower says, I volunteer as a recruit. LOL. If you insist, Tony O'Tower. Reed Gibson says, hey, Tony O'Tower. Florida Mark says, Beverly Merch. Mark's F. Welcome in, welcome back, Mark F. We're here at ABC Commissary because it is storming. Thunder and lightning outside, Mark F. Zippity Doo Doug's drinks half dozen cups of Beverly if you could drink one, John. No, thank you, Mark F. That is Doug's preference, not mine. My preference is not, I repeat, not to indulge in the Beverly.
Anything but.
Jurassic Park says, hi, Tony O'Tower. Tony O'Tower says, hello, Reed and Tyler. Christina says, I just saw lightning here in Claremont and loud thunder. Yeah, so Christina, we're probably getting hit with the same storm cell, if you will. It's big and it's mean. Tony O'Tower says, hello, Christina. Christina says, hi, Tony. Tony O'Tower says, teleports everyone, Beverly. I would prefer not.
No.
Florida Mark says, just a spoonful of Beverly. No, Florida Mark, no, thank you.
Maybe
No.
a spoonful of sugar will
Yeah,
also Beverly go down.
yeah. Beach Fox Life says that Not So Scary Mary TV, I believe wearing the poncho made me overheated a few weeks ago at Epcot. Yeah, I agree, Beach Fox Life.
I was feeling it when I put it on.
Sandy Patty, welcome in, welcome back. Sandy Patty says, hello, John. Welcome back, Sandy Patty. Jurassic Park says, hi, Sandy Patty. Randy says, this is like an interview session. Awesome. Isn't this so cool, Randy? Sandy Patty says, hello at Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park says, 8 more days left until my Jurassic movie marathon, Sandy Patty. Sandy Patty says, thank you. Yeah, so how excited are you at Jurassic Park? Randy says, we supposed to brush our teeth, Mary? I didn't do that this morning. Come on, Randy. Come on, Randy. Theme Park Giant says, not live today. Okay, Theme Park Giant, thanks for the update. Thank you for being here, Theme Park Giant. We're missing you, dude.
We're missing you. I gotta give you a big Cuban hug.
Hey, Theme Park Giant, how long are you guys going to be here?
Till Sunday, so we gotta meet up. Yeah.
Okay.
We'll talk. I told him to send me a DM on Instagram.
Okay. Theme Park Giant, I know it's last minute and it's a storm outside.
Yeah. I'm
But
just
how
saying
long are you
right
going to be
now.
here till today, you think?
Oh, I don't know.
I think we're going to head over to Magic Kingdom.
Tonight we might go to Magic
Okay.
Kingdom.
Oh, that's like 2 hours.
But not if it's.
Not if it's
I don't
like
think
this.
if it's like it's really bad.
Magic Kingdom is kind of difficult to get to.
Oh, you don't say.
Yeah. And in the rain, it's even worse.
Because the monorails generally shut down if there's lightning in the general area.
And there's lightning now.
Well, I shouldn't say shut down. They go to a limited operation,
Yeah.
a reduced capacity. In other words, the monorail stays in the station and they only have one cycling on the beamway at any given time. So good luck getting in and out of the Magic Kingdom when there's crazy lightning.
Getting in may not be bad, but getting out is going to be tough.
But you tell us what you're doing. And
Okay.
We're here.
Well, let's just hang out for a few more minutes.
I'm not in
Let me
a
get
hurry.
caught up on the chat.
Yeah.
Then we'll check the weather. I can pop the weather up on the screen. We'll see. We'll go from there.
Yeah.
Sandy Patty says hello at Randy. Randy says, hey, Sandy. Randy says, is Not So Scary Mary coming to Beverly Fest 2026?
Well, if we do a vlog, we'll do a vlog.
Oh, yeah.
Are you what? Are you doing a Beverly charity?
No, but Randy
No, but
thinks
you
we
can
are.
host
Are you
it.
just hosting?
You can.
Well-
you can do a live stream. I can do a vlog.
I know.
And Randy can host it.
I know, but all I'm saying
Nobody's
is
gonna make you drink it.
we have to be careful with our words
Oh, okay.
for a meetup.
No meetup. No meetup. It
A
would be
random
it would be
accumulation of people who know each other.
a
Yes.
coincidental
Happen circumstance.
happen circumstance. What are you doing here?
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Wow. Fancy meeting you.
Yeah, that's right. Mama Dex says, Neri Benny in the house.
Mama Duck, I love you. Mama Duck. Oh, babe, she's so cute. Mama Duck.
Scooter Adventure says, I can't think of anyone who has had more Beverly than myself. Can you think of anyone, John? No, I can't. So Scooter Adventures is not sharing the jugs and jugs of Beverly that he literally takes away from Club Cool.
Well, he's got that trunk. He's got the
Yeah,
trunk at the
exactly.
back of the scooter.
Remember, there's a lot of junk in that trunk.
Yeah.
Junk in that trunk.
I think he's got a little tank
A
back
lot of
there.
Beverly in that trunk.
Randy says, Mama Duck, yay. Mama Duck says, Scooter. I'm looking where we are in the chat, folks, but it's jumping. Randy says, quack, quack. Mama Duck says, yes, Randy, agreed. Neri and Benny's shirts are awesome. So, Mama Duck, these are Roosevelt's matching the Haunted Mansion shirts.
Yeah, the Haunted Mansion is not so scary. Not so scary, Mary.
I have the wallpaper one too. I love that one.
I got him one. I don't have the matching one, but it's the purple wallpaper.
Yeah.
From the
Here.
Haunted Mansion with the
I
eyes.
feel like we need to have you guys mic'd.
Oh, I'm sorry. No,
No, you're okay.
I got him I don't have it. This is the only Roosevelt I have. I have two knockoffs. I don't know. Can you say it? They're from Amazon. Guys, they're so nice, but they're for female, but you can wear them. One is the Magic Kingdom. It has like the castle and roses. It's really pretty.
We get compliments on all of them every time.
Yeah. And then I have one that has like, it's cute. It has Epcot. It has but I got Benny a Roosevelt. That's the actual wallpaper. If you guys have seen it, I'm sure you have. We love the Haunted Mansion. One of my favorite rides. I think it has to be my favorite. The purple one with the eyes. The Haunted Mansion.
Yeah. You got a wallpaper. I love that one.
If I can get a girl one, like a female, because it has a different cut, maybe we'll wear it.
Yeah.
Are you guys going to the Not So Scary Mickey party, you guys? Leave it in the chat.
So, real quick, I wanted to mention, Mary and the Move's probably going to come back in the chat and go, Fuller, take it easy on the Pepsi.
Yes, drink. They have Powerade water.
Scooter Adventure says, Mama Duck. And Jarzul, welcome in, welcome back. Jarzul says, hello, I'm back. Randy says, welcome back, Jarzul. Mama Duck says, welcome back, Jarzul. Florida Mark says, it's raining buckets of Beverly. No, I'd say it's raining men. Hallelujah. It's raining men, Florida Mark.
Gotta be careful with that raining Beverly. It'll strip the paint off your car.
That's right. That's right. I hope you heard Benny. Randy says it's bad on the turnpike. Also, senor, tell Neri and Benny to be careful when they head south.
Yeah.
So, but
That'll be Sunday. I don't know about the weather Sunday. What's the weather Sunday? I don't know.
Sunday, I don't know.
I don't think it'll be. This is bad today.
Mama Duck says delicious at Florida Mark. No, I don't think so, Mama Duck. I don't think so, Mama Duck. Mama Duck says stay safe out there. We will, Mama Duck. Florida Mark said something, but the chat's rolling as always. Florida Mark says it is at Mama Duck. Oh, and Fast Fest Radio back in the chat. Let's pop up the subscribe banner. Let's do this right, folks. Fastest Radio says John and Benny and Neri are riding out the storm at the ABC commissary. No Slinky, just soggy fries. Will the sun return? Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John for the latest Disney misadventures. It's a wonderful day in the neighborhood with Disney misadventures. Randy says it's not a meetup. Happenstance. You nailed it, Randy. Mary in the Move says, speaking of weather, Randy's coming in for some great weather next week. Mary on the Move, be careful. I don't know where Randy's headed. Fastest Radio says, now they're talking about all the junk in the Scooter trunk. And yes, Beverly came up too. You never know what you'll hear next. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John. Can you imagine what Scooter is listening to right now at work? So he's buried in TPS reports at the office right now.
Yeah.
And he's hearing,
Yeah.
and Michelle might be watching too.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Oh, today's Thursday. I think Scooter may be getting ornery today. Scooter says he gets a little ornery when he sees John with Fun to Be Free in the parks. And he's literally in his office and he's like, I am locked in my office right now.
That's it.
And you're having a good time.
And I have him the time of my life here in the parks. Every day.
Yep.
2 o'clock. Fastest Radio says, and burgers at Mary in the Move. That's right. Some In-N-Out burgers, Fastest Radio. Mary in the Move says some great burgers at Fast Fest Radio. Mama Duck says Haunted Mansion is the bestest. Yeah, I do like the mansion, Mama Duck. Mary the Moose says, well, John, you'll probably get sick after that Coke, but whatevs. Oh, Mary on the Move. Whenever I get a whatevs from Mary on the Move, I gotta go, oh no.
It's code.
Blackjack, welcome in, welcome back. Blackjack says hi. Jarzul says, I'm gonna chug a gallon of Beverly next time I'm at Epcot. Do you think you could handle it, Jarzul? Do you think you could handle keeping up with Scuda Adventures and Florida Mark? I don't know.
For years.
They've been training for this event. Wow. Beverly Fest 2026 by hap and circumstance.
Yeah.
Mamaduk says, welcome back at Blackjack. Jurassic Park says, bye everyone. Dino Node is going to take a break. Enjoy the rest of your streaming. Thank you for being here, Jurassic Park. Christina G, welcome in, welcome back. Christina G says, good afternoon and fun to be free. Hello, Christina G. We're at the ABC commissary. We're experiencing some thunder and lightning in the area. Heavy storm. We're inside. Mamaduk says, see you real soon at Jurassic Park. And we're caught up with the chat, folks. Jarzul says, yes. Okay, so let me double check the weather report. I'm going to pop the microphone. You heard it hit the magnet there. So I put it on my chest. Mamaduk says, good afternoon at Christina G. Welcome. And I'll take out the bat phone once again. So here's the bat phone. I'm going to enable Batman with the wireless feature so I can send the phone screen over to your device at home. We're going to check the weather, folks. We're going to see what it's like outside. Give me a moment to get all set up here. All right, in just a few moments, the Walt Disney World weather animation will come off the screen over to the right-hand side and reveal the weather report. So Bay Lake, Walt Disney World, 83 degrees currently. We're experiencing a thunderstorm. It's a high of 91 degrees. Rain forecasted for the next hour. So that's not looking too good there. So again, the hourly forecast is now with rain. At 5 p.m. we have a 90% chance. Wow. And then at 6 it says no rain. So I'm not certain what we're going to do here. There's the Doppler radar, an exclusive here on Fun to Be Free. You can see that Walt Disney World is smack dab in the middle of it right now. So we're going to take this weather report off the screen. We'll come back to, of course, ABC commissary here. And I'm going to disable the wireless feature on the bat phone. Hold on one moment, folks. We'll get caught up with the chat again. Fastest Radio says Beverly Fest 2026, one sip, infinite regret. Get ready for the most bitter celebration of the year, where taste buds go to cry. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John for all the fizzy fun. I like that, Fastest Radio. Look at Neri. Here, I gotta pass the microphone over to Neri because. Well, let me ask Neri a couple questions.
They're awesome. Yes.
So, before I ask, tell me how you feel about Fast Fest Radio and Randy jumping into the live chat with all their puns.
Their puns are brilliant. They bring life to the chat. It's witty and it just brings the chat alive. I love it. I laugh so much. When I'm home, you guys, John, of course, it's a team effort. John is here and then everybody in the group chat. But when I'm home in Miami and I want a little Disney and I put John on and I read the chats and he reads the chats, I laugh so much. I love it. I love it.
Thanks, Mary.
Thank you, John. We love John very much. When I first saw John, I don't know if they know, but first time we saw John, I told Benny, you've got to see this live stream. You've got to see it. And we've been blessed to have met him. And what you see in person is the same thing you see in chat, you see in person. Cover your ears. I don't want you to get a big head. just a good human being, just a good, kind-hearted person. And I can't wait to meet Mary on the Move also, and just a beautiful couple. So we're honored to know him.
Thank you, Aaron. Benny, I don't want to put you on the spot, but do you want to say anything about Randy? and
Yeah,
Fast Radio?
ditto.
Okay, ditto. I'm picturing America's Funniest Home Videos right now, where Grandma's holding up, essentially a microphone and using it as a telephone.
Yeah.
Where you would. Anyways.
No, but when Randy and Fast Pass.
Oh, I love it. It's hilarious. I put it on at work. Usually at 2 o'clock, I'll turn on. Everybody at work knows, it's 2 o'clock.
Everybody at work knows John, Fun to Be Free at 2 p.m. Everybody's watching.
Yep. I have a tablet. I have if anybody else is streaming too, I'll watch on the phone as well. Watch on the computer. It's gets a little chaotic, but I leave it out loud so everybody can hear it. Like some people get annoyed when somebody's watching Instagram and they just leave it out loud. I put it on full blast so everybody hears everything. They hear everything going on. They love it, or they have no choice.
And what does Mr. Gamer Penguin say?
Mr. Gamer Penguin is pretty funny. Sometimes he's like, "Oh, you're gonna watch that again?" But then I look, and then he makes a comment, or he's in there.
He's watching. He's always watching.
Yeah, he's watching anyway.
He might be watching now.
He might be.
Yeah.
Well, today's Thursday. Probably not Thursdays. But yeah, it's interesting.
Very cool. Thank you, Benny.
So real quick, I wanted to mention, shout out to fastpassradio.com. That's fastpassradio.com. On fastpassradio.com, you can listen to Disney Parks live streaming music free from Disney Parks around the world. So once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, once it's over, we're not ending now, go check out fastpassradio.com. But again, in all seriousness, folks, shout out to FastPass Radio. FastPass Radio, he's a brilliant and shining star. Again, I'm going to give you another example. We read it once, let's do it again. How amazingly talented FastPass Radio is. Beverly Fest 2026, one sip, infinite regret. Get ready for the most bitter celebration of the year, where taste buds go to cry. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John for all the fizzy fun. Isn't that unbelievably amazing? He is a wordsmith.
Wow, for real.
And real quick, FastPass Radio, in all seriousness, I enjoy it when you're in the chat very much, dude. You bring so much life and charm into the chat family, and I just have so much fun with it. And then also likewise Randy. Randy in the chat. Randy stays up late writing puns, and it really shows all the effort and hard work that Randy puts into it. Randy always knocks it out of the park too. He just again.
Hilarious. It's right on point.
Yeah. Here, do you wanna say it?
It's hilarious and it's right on point. We love it. We love it. But it's awesome. Yeah, I don't know how they come up with it. It's perfect. And it's hilarious. The fizzy fun. The fizzy fun.
Exactly. Randy literally stays up all night and he's taking notes.
Amazing. But that's amazing. But it does make a difference in the live stream.
It does.
Of
It
course.
brings so much life, character, and charm to the live chat.
It makes it more immersive. I always tell you that more interactive, more immersive. People want to come in. People want to see what people are chatting about. What are you reading? What is the news for the day? Like you say, news, weather, and traffic. People want to know what's going on. So we love it.
Yep.
We're big fans.
So, yeah,
We're big fans.
let me put the microphone back on my chest. Hold on. Bonk with the magnet. And I'm going to flip the camera here, folks, because I got to get on camera for this. Oh, hello there, John with Fun to Be Free again. So again, in all seriousness, thank you again to FastPass Radio and Randy for always always writing the amazing puns. So I got to be honest, folks, real quick. My biggest fear before I go live, if I have a technical glitch, a technical error with the actual chat feature, I am very concerned every day. I'm like, I hope this works, folks, because it always says disconnected before I go live on the chat, and I'm always staring at it going, will it connect? Will it connect today? Will it connect today? Will it connect today? And finally the chat goes connected, and I go, yes! And then the chat goes, and and then I get the goosebumps. I'm like, this is going to be a good day. And then here's Randy in the chat. There's Fastest Radio in the chat. And everybody, I'm not leaving anybody out, but everybody else in the chat who, makes it special being here live on Fun to Be Free. Again, shout out to everybody that joins us daily at 2 o'clock. It is such a neat feeling that John with Fun to Be Free gets, this guy, when it goes live. Like I was talking about on DizPod, or Living in Diz. Shout out to Living in Diz with Corey and Lawrence, of course. But let's get back on track, folks. Again, Randy and Fastest Radio, an amazing, talented duo. Maybe we should call them Batman and Robin. No, I'm teasing. But we're gonna flip the camera here. Hold on a second. So Benny and Neri are back on camera now. And let's get back to the chat, though. So if I stall and I start going on my diatribes, the chat just keeps rolling. And it never stops, folks, and it doesn't slow down any time, ever. It only gets faster and it accelerates every day we're live now.
That's a good thing.
No, it's a great thing.
But I'm impressed at how you keep up with it.
Well, I don't. You know how many chats fell off a cliff today?
I know, well, I'm sure because you're doing things, but when you get, and you are
Here.
walking, that's a talent. When you see...
Hey, Grandma,
When
it's
you-
a microphone, not a telephone.
When you see when you see John walking. and-
Sorry.
I don't think
excuse
they
me.
can hear
No offense when I said that.
No, it's funny, Grandma. It's a phone. When you see John walking.
Oh, what's your mouth, Mary?
Oh, I was gonna. When you see John. Hello, who is it? No, I'm kidding. When you see John turn red. When you see John walking, guys, in public. And he doesn't run into anybody. Look, the gentleman behind John was looking at the setup, and he's talking. He's walking straight. He's got great posture. He's walking, and he's reading. And I go, amazing. He's not looking to the right or to the left. He doesn't bump into anybody. Nothing. And thank you for making the magic.
I'll tell you what, more than once today, I look up from the phone and there's like somebody right there in my face that I was about to hit.
Yeah, and
Several times today.
you weren't reading. You were
And I
looking.
wasn't even
just-
reading. I was just looking like quickly, glancing at it.
So that's a gift. That's a talent.
It takes practice.
Maybe from driving the floats. I don't know what happened. No, your eye-hand coordination, amazing. No, for real. Like, wow, it's very impressive. You want me to say something else?
Well, we got dead air here. You better pass the mic.
You want to ask a question? Anything else? I can sing if you want. No, I'm kidding. No, you don't want to hear me sing.
No, I'm
Singing
teasing.
hour has been concluded.
I'm going to put the microphone back of my chest there. Let's get caught up with the chat, though. Jaylon says, Benny and Neri in the house. Yay. Mama Duck says, thanks, John. We're fun to be free for the weather update. Thank you, Mama Duck.
Mama Duck, I love her. She's funny. Too.
Yeah.
Mama Duck is hilarious. Mama Duck is hilarious. I love you, Mama Duck.
Mama Duck says, that's right, Jaylon. Welcome back. It's a party. Jaylon says, it's Mama Duck. Mary the Move says, yeah, at some point we got to get those numbers up again. We are 10 subs away from 3,500. Let's do this today. Oh, Mary on the Move. Let's pop up the subscribe banner. Again, Mary the Move says, yeah, at some point we got to get those numbers up again. We are 10 subs away from 3,500 subscribers. Let's do this today. We could do it, we could do it, we could do it, Cinderella. So, John with Fun to Be Free, making an all call. If this is your first time here on Fun to Be Free, if you're ninja watching, if you're a hitchhiking ghost, we're going to do a countdown. But this time, we're going to call for subscribers. So again, Mary the Move says we only need 10 more subs to get to 3,500 subscribers. So instead of me doing the countdown, you guys want to do the countdown?
3.
There we go.
I'll do the drum roll. Here, babe. Ready? That was not bad.
Oh, so I'm doing the countdown?
Yeah, go. I'll do. Okay.
All right, drum roll.
At the count of what?
3.
Okay.
2.
When you get to 1. Wait, babe. Start again.
3.
Wait, babe. Start again. We gotta
3.
get to. We need 10 subscribers.
All right.
Call your neighbors. Call your friends.
Random strangers at the supermarket.
Yes,
Like
I've
Randy
done it.
at
Like
Publix.
Randy at Randy's done it at Publix, Walgreens, and when he was buying a car.
Really,
wow.
share the story for what you
He
know.
was at the car. He was buying a new vehicle, And he had the gentleman that was selling him the vehicle subscribe to the channel. I was like, what is this? Because Randy plays it really loud. So that's a good tip. Play it really loud and people say, what are you watching? Well, I'm glad you asked. And then you pop out the QR code, like Randy says, you become a subscriber. You become a subscriber. You become a subscriber. You become a subscriber. So do it. 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 Okay, so we're going to count 3.
All right,
2.
I'm counting or you're counting?
Oh, okay, go ahead, you count.
You want to count?
No, you count.
Okay.
Okay, wait. 3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Boop, smash, hit that like button. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Boop, 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 boop. Come on, guys. Come on, come on, come on. Yay! Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it.
I think they got the point.
I hope we go over 3,500 and get more.
So how was it with Randy? It's what do I got to do to get you into this car today? Well, you just got to subscribe. You got to give me 10% off the undercoating and subscribe.
And then the sales guy said, joke's on you because I could just hit unsubscribe. You can't return the car.
That's it.
Thank you, Benny and Neri.
We're going to pop the microphone back on my chest here. And let's get back on track here. Thank you, Marion Move. Jarzul says Chuck Beverly at 3,500. Jarzul, John with Fun to Be Free will constantly say no thank you, but a good suggestion though. Mamadek says we are all blessed to have you also, Neri and Benny. They're busy. Mama Duck says we are all blessed to have you also, Neri and Benny, with big hearts.
Thank you.
Randy says the rain has John, Frankie, Neri, and Benny hiding out at ABC Commissary, but the show must go on while they wait for the sun. Why not smack, press, tap, or karate chop that like button like you're fighting off a midday storm at Hollywood Studios, but it's always MGM.
Yes.
Thank you, Randy.
I've called it MGM at least 3 times today.
Did you really?
Yes.
On the live, did you call it MGM?
I don't think did I say not on the live? Not on the live. No, but I say, oh, we're at MGM. I say MGM. I still say MGM.
Yeah, again, folks, John will Fun to Be Free when I'm live will always say Disney's Hollywood Studios because it causes some confusion. So a lot of people only know MGM as DHS, if you will. But John will Fun to Be Free, Neri, Benny, Randy, Fast Radio, Mary on the Move,
MGM.
Float Crasher in the chat, Yukon Ron, Ryan Wesley, Scooter Adventures. I apologize if I left somebody out, but we always refer to it as MGM. Oh, Theme Park Giant.
Theme Park Giant.
And quick shout out, once John with Fun to Be Free's live stream concludes, once it's over, check out the friends of the channel in the description box below. I left a few links. Of course, there's Magic Adventures. That's MAJIC. MAJIC, Magic Adventures. And of course, you have Theme Park Giants. And then you have Scooter Adventures. Cruise and Theme Park Guide. And Not So Scary Mary TV. They all do live streams. Now I can say it all together in one block. All the friends of the channel do live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort. Of course, like, comment, and subscribe. And don't forget to support your local live streamer, folks. But don't forget about FastPass Radio at fastpassradio.com. So like, comment, and subscribe, folks, to all of the friends of the channel. But again, Randy, let's do it again. Randy says, the rain has John, Frankie, Neri, and Benny hiding out at ABC Commissary, but the show must go on while they wait for the sun. Why not smack, press, tap, or karate chop that like button like you're fighting off a midday storm at Hollywood Studios, but it's always MGM. Thank you, Randy. Randy says, yes, he is, Neri. Oh, and Fast Radio joining in on the fun again. I love how Fast Radio and Randy has to outdo each other now.
I love it.
It's just become a thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
And then Ryan Wesley jumps in.
Oh, he loves it too.
So here we go with Fast Radio. Fast Radio says, John's getting a big head with all this love. Someone hand Mary on the Move a pin to pop that ego. Keep him humble. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John. Fast Radio. I assure you, let me flip the camera, Fast Radio. How about that? How about that, Fast Radio? I assure you, Fast Radio, John with Fun to Be Free is not getting a big head. No, not at all. In fact, quite the opposite. I feel very humble and honored that everybody in the chat is here on a daily basis at 2 o'clock. Like I said before, it's very special when I hit go live and the chat populates, and I always get goosebumps. So thank you again for everybody being here. I got to assure you, John, Fun to Be Free is not, getting a big ego. Not at all. Not at all, folks. So, but thank you again for being here, Fast Plus Radio. It's always a pleasure when you're in the chat. Likewise, Randy. Okay. But let's get back on track. Neri, you're on camera.
And when we're not on his live,
Here, let me pass the microphone.
when we're not on his live, we're looking for him in the park. We can't get enough. We're stalking. Oh my goodness. No, but we said, where's John? Actually, they text me, are you still at Hollywood Studios? John's there. And I said to Benny, let's go find John. But John has a lot of love. He's a good person. He's a good person. So. And he makes it so fun. When you're not here, it makes you feel like you are here. And it's nice to have a nice live streamer.
Oh, thank you, dear. Oh, I wanted to ask though, how did
Yeah.
you find me earlier? Did you look me up live?
They sent me a text and they said, where are you? You still at Hollywood Studios? And then I go, let me check. And I told Benny. I looked at it and I said, John's here at Hollywood Studios.
But
and
who sent you a text?
the group chat.
Oh, group chat.
The group chat, yeah, the group chat. And they said, where are you? And then I said, Benny said, I go, let me see where he's at. And we were at Hollywood and Vine, and I said, he's right here. I go, I want to say hi. And so.
Is it awkward when you look me up live and you try to find me? Is it awkward?
No, but for me that I don't see well, it's different. I'll tell Benny, where is he? And he knows the park so well. And he said, well, if he gets in the line, it's going to be hard to find them. I go, well, then if we don't find them, we'll see him, another time, But we were lucky enough to find you.
Thank you. So I quickly wanted to mention, I'll pop the camera back on me, folks. Hold on just a moment. In fact, let me try to do the face tracker. Let me see if the face tracker will work this time. Nope, face tracker. It's not tracking, folks. Let me play the game here. Is it tracking or is it not? It's kind of got it. Not so much. So, sorry about that. Again, I wanted to try the face tracker because it wasn't working earlier. But I just wanted to share. Oh, it's like, hello? Hello, Tom? No, at any rate, I wanted to mention that it's kind of awkward when I'm trying to find Theme Park Giant and then I pop him up live on YouTube and I go, oh, he's right over there. I always feel very awkward, like I'm stalking Theme Park Giant for whatever reason. I don't know why. It's just the way I feel, I guess. Let me sit up straight. I need to have better posture. I'm going to get, an earful from Mary on the Move for not sitting up straight there. At any rate, yeah, it's really strange and awkward when I pop somebody up live and I go find them. I always feel very, 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 creepy doing it.
We did it today.
So, share Benny real quick. He'll be off camera while I'm on camera. How did it feel? How did it make you feel when you popped me up live and then you found me?
Well, it was a little stockish, but fun.
Yeah, it's fun. I think it's acceptable in the park, I think.
Yeah, you're in a public place,
yeah,
and
that's different. No, and we know you, but it's different. If I had another live streamer and I didn't know the live streamer, we know you, it would be different. I don't know if I would. I don't know, for use of a better word, stalk or find the person. But I mean, it's different. And you meet friends too. See, here on Fun to Be Free, you don't know who you're going to meet who's going to come say hi in your live chat in the park. So that's okay, just in the park.
Yeah, let's be clear.
Let's be clear.
Okay in the park.
Only okay in the park. And, but if it's like a live streamer that I watch all the time and I don't know who I don't know if I would do it, you know what I mean?
Okay. So I'll pop the microphone back on my chest. Is it okay to keep the camera on, you guys?
Sure.
Okay. Let me get back to the chat. Journeys Out Loud, welcome in, welcome back. Journeys Out Loud says, hey y'all, welcome back. Randy says, if you ever have the chance to meet John, he is a genuine, he has the heart of a saint. He is truly awesome. Well, thank you, Randy. Mary on the Move will, I think, see it differently. But at any rate, Randy, thank you. Randy, you're making me out to be such just an amazing person.
You are.
But I don't think I'm that special. I'm just a guy that literally hit go live.
That's it.
But again, Randy says if you ever have the chance to meet John, he is a genuine, he has the heart of a saint. He is truly awesome. Thank you, Randy. Mama Duck says Fast Pass Radio with a trophy and a big star and a radio. Mama Duck says Randy is dandy. I like it, Mama Duck. James Josates, welcome in, welcome back, James. James says, who is Mr. Teeth? Oh, you're talking about the Electric Mayhem band, the Muppets, James? Mary on the Move says, I wouldn't say a saint at Randy. Oh, it's Mary on the Move. We got it here. Oh, here, let me tell you. Here, I got to pass the microphone.
What did Mary say?
Mary on the Move says, I wouldn't say a saint at Randy.
Mary knows you
Yeah.
better than all of us.
Those are the skeletons in the
He's
closet.
okay. He's
Not
okay.
skeleton.
Skeleton. Did you say skeleton?
That's what Betty said. Randy says, hats off to Fast Pass. He keeps us laughing and on our toes. But hats off to Randy. Tony Otara says, thanks for the laughs, Fast Pass. Thanks for the memories. And Bob Hope, oh, it's just like spies like us, Benny. Doctor. Glad I'm not sick. Tony Otara says, thanks for the laughs, Fast Pass. Jalen says, ha ha ha. Mary, you're so funny. Yeah, Mary on the Move ain't so funny sometimes, folks. Sometimes she means business. Mary on the Move says that Fast Pass Radio and Randy do a job well done, as always. We'll keep them around for a while. Mary on the Move. We'll keep them around for a while. Oh, they're in their probationary period, Mary on the Move, and you have every right to let them go. Because
Randy was employee of the month.
yeah, exactly. Randy was the employee of the month.
Employee of the month. I don't know what's going on.
But what does that make Fast Pass Radio?
Well,
Employee of the year.
employee of the year, maybe?
Uh-oh. It's them's fighting words because now, or maybe we need to make 2 employees of the month.
Yeah.
It would be two employees of the month.
month. That's better. You get 2 employees of the month.
Teamwork.
Teamwork, that's right. Super Boomtown, welcome in, welcome back. Super Boomtown says, hi, John. Hi, everyone. Hope all are having a great day. Rainy day here in Central Florida. My flowers and trees are loving it. So that sounds like a short from, the Walt Disney. Yeah, exactly. Flowers and trees from Walt Disney. But Super Boomtown, we're in your old stomping grounds, not at ABC Commissary, that is, but here at Disney's Hollywood Studios that I refer to as MGM Studios, that is. Ladybug Runner back in the chat says, Randy and Fast Pass are so creative. Thank you, Ladybug Runner. Ladybug Runner, have you been a hitchhiking ghost or ninja watching for quite some time, or are you just brand new to the channel just in the last few days? But yeah, I agree, Ladybug Runner. They're so creative. Mama Duck says, welcome back at Super Boomtown. Randy says, I stay up until 2:30 a.m. because Debbie throws, hold on, the chat's rolling. Let me find it. Hold on here. Again, folks, I get a lot of chats, and I don't know where we are in the chat, folks. This is becoming an issue. Lots of chit-chats. Hold on, where are we in the chat? Hold on. Okay, I just rewound, and the chats fell off a cliff. So I apologize, folks. I'm going to say it again. I can only receive 99 chats. That 100 chat, once it goes to the top, it just zaps, gets disappeared, deleted. So I apologize. I really try to stay on top of the chats. But Mama Duck says, love you too. I don't know who she's talking about. But Mary and the Move says they are taking refuge in ABC Commissary at Super Boomtown. Randy says, thought we were Lloyd and Harry. Yeah, exactly. That's funny. Yeah, that's Randy and, of course, Fast Pass Radio mimic Lloyd and Harry from Dumb and Dumber with their blue and orange leisure suits. That's for certain. Because, they're part of the mod squad. They have their little wrenches or their lobster, claws, if you will. Once you see that, you can never unsee that, right? A blue lobster claw? Bam. Super Boomtown says, oh, of course, it's the commissary at the studio. Silly me. But Super Boomtown, shout out to all the cast members who make magic for decades, like Super Boomtown, 34 years after, and then Super Boomtown retired after making magic. Randy says, thank you for all the kind words. You're welcome, Randy. Thank you for being here, Randy. We appreciate it. Of course, Benny and Neri, like you heard, they like it too. I like it a lot, Randy.
She must work out, huh? She must work. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Huh? We love Dumb and Dumber. I can say all the lines from Dumb and Dumber. I love it.
I love it.
So it's almost like, yeah, look at the butt on that one.
Yeah. Ooh, she must work out.
Yeah, he must work out.
Yeah, he must work out. Yeah.
Samsonite. I was way off.
Some guys are going to be very lucky.
Our birds' heads are falling off.
Gas man. How'd they know I have gas? Move it or lose it, sister. Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom,
No,
ba-boom.
the best.
Mary the Move says we still need to get the super suits too at Randy and Fast Fest Radio. Could you imagine super suits for Randy and Fast Fest Radio? Randy says, I have an idea for you, Mary. Oh, Randy, I'm dying to know. What is it? Mary the Move says, oh, hey, 9 likes to 100. Let's go. You guys want to do another countdown? Are you into it? Do you want to do it? Okay. Benny and Neri from Not So Scary Mary TV is going to do a countdown for 9 more likes to go to our goal of
Come on, 9 more likes for.
9 more likes. We're gonna count down from 9 then. 9.
No, babe. 3, 2,
Doesn't that mean no in German?
9. Yes, it means no in German.
9.
But no, okay.
9.
9. No. 3,
9.
2,
Okay, 3.
2.
1.
Smash that like button. Hit it.
Smash it.
Smash it. Boop it. Boop it. Boop it. Boop
Hey,
it. Boop it.
smash it.
Smash it. Whip it good. Da, 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 da. I say whip it.
like Zoolander. Mary the Move says, oh, hey, 9 likes to 100. Let's go. Thank you, Mary the Move. Jalen says, yeah, well done. And Jesse Minetti, welcome in, welcome back, says, awesome streaming, lots of rides. I hope you're the best. Thank you, Jesse Minetti, for being here. Randy says that was part of the deal. You subscribe, I buy. Randy's referring to the salesman, the car salesman. Randy, did you walk in there all like, confident going, I'm going to get this guy. And the sales guy's going, I'm going to get this guy. And Randy goes, deal done. I just need you to subscribe. Or again, that was part of the deal. You subscribe, I buy. Well done, Randy. And follow Bradley's Fun. Welcome in, welcome back. Follow the Bradley's Fun. Also does live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort. Shout out to Follow the Bradley's Fun. Like, comment, and subscribe. And of course, support your local live streamer. Follow the Bradley's Fun says, good afternoon. Well, hello there, Follow the Bradley's Fun. You have a lot of subscribers, Follow the Bradley's Fun. Looks like you also do a lot of shorts that got hundreds of thousands of views, if I remember correctly. A lot of Sword in the Stone shorts, right? Follow the Bradley's Fun. Mama Duck says, welcome to the party at Jesse Minetti. Mama Duck says, good afternoon at Follow the Bradley's Fun. Beach Fox Live back in the chat again. Yeah, Beach Fox Live.
Richard! He's a genius. Wonderful. Look up his page.
Yeah, so real quick, what Neri's referring to, shout out to Beach Fox Life on the old YouTube. Beach Fox Life made Magic Adventures, John with Fun to Be Free, Not So Scary Mary TV, Scoot Adventures, and various other channels, actually custom songs, custom music. And so John with Fun to Be Free applied it to what I'm calling the Kiss Goodnight. But of course, you saw yesterday we were experiencing some technical issues with the weak reception. I have no idea why we had weak reception last night. I think we got through happily ever after, no problem, unscathed. And as soon as the show ended, we're walking down Main Street, and it was just non-stop weak reception. Keep in mind, folks, John Want Fun to Be Free at this moment has 4 pipes. We're on Disney Wi-Fi, AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon. So what are the odds that all 4 pipes were essentially on weak reception? I don't know. But maybe there's more going on in the world that we're just not aware of. But today, we're functioning fully. I don't know what it is, but long story short, the Kiss Goodnight, I utilized Beach Fox's live theme song that he actually created for John with Fun to Be Free. And so I'd say stay tuned for the Kiss Goodnight for today's video once it's over, right before the outro today for the Kiss Goodnight. But again, Beach Fox Live in the chat says, maybe John, a secret closet Beverly drinker, LOL. I can assure you, Beach Fox Live, no, that is absolutely not true, Beach Fox Live. And real quick, you want to show the camera?
You want to?
Yeah, put it on camera.
I just ran a speed test. Just curious. I'm hooked up to the Disney Wi-Fi, but I also have T-Mobile. So actually, it was checking server Miami. So I'm assuming, I don't know if it's checking Wi-Fi or if it's checking both. A 159 download and 66.8 upload, which is pretty respectable.
Yeah.
That should be good for almost anything.
Exactly. So can you show the camera just out of curiosity? I think it'll focus right about in there. It's kind of blurry, but it's fine. At worst, pull back. Yeah, right in there is fine. So what Benny's referring to, the data speeds for, of course, T-Mobile and Wi-Fi. But this one was for T-Mobile, you said? Or was this one for
Well, the thing is I'm connected to both, so I'm not sure which one it checks. I would have to
Either way,
them.
Either way, whatever that's from, those numbers are spectacular.
Yeah, that's more than enough.
So I'm not quite certain what was going on last night, folks. That was the first time John with Fun to Be Free experienced non-stop weak receptions. So I have no idea. So quick update though, I updated the streamer phone app. So maybe that had something to do with it. However, I don't think so. I think there was just an issue going on for whatever reason worldwide with all communications yesterday. Because Theme Park Giant and I, John with Fun to Be Free, even had issues in spots in Frontierland on the parade route in the middle of nowhere, if you will. Never had issues, and we both got zapped. AT&T fell off a cliff at the same moment. It was gone, not even registered. I've never seen that happen before. So I don't know, there was some issue. But again, Beach Fox Life, I assure you, I'm not a Beverly drinker. Randy says that's why I had the finance person subscribe also. Ha ha ha! Oh, I gotta give this.
Yes,
give this to Derek.
the finance person too. Because he says you don't subscribe, we don't buy.
That's it.
We might send late payments.
Bargain?
I'm not sending
Randy?
it.
Yeah, who drove the hard? I would say who drove the hardest bargain. They're the ones that are going to win if they subscribe to Fun to Be Free.
Follow the Bradley's Fun. Is that where you are? ABC Commissary, you nailed it. Follow the Bradley's Fun. Mary the Move says, welcome in at Follow Bradley's Fun. Follow Bradley's Fun says, get the tacos. I've had them before. Follow Bradley's Fun. They are good. I had the chicken sandwich today. Follow Bradley's Fun says, love the shirts. Oh, follow the Bradley's Fun. Love your shirts.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
So
The Haunted Mansion.
Fun. This is Not So Scary Mary TV. So you have the microphone. So why don't you take it away?
Thank you so much. Not So Scary Mary TV, and these are Not So Scary shirts. So we are wearing Roosevelt's. Benny got these for me. Well, for me and him. The female one has like a different cut, like goes like this in the waist, and then we've been wearing them today from the Haunted Mansion theme. We love the Haunted Mansion.
Yeah.
We love it. We love it. We love it.
Yeah. Mama Duck says high talented at Beach Fox Life. I agree, Mama Duck. The Disney Baker, welcome in, welcome back. The Disney. Here, I'll pass the microphone back.
I want to meet the Disney Baker too. Disney Baker, I've heard so much about you. Look forward to meeting you, and we got to taste some of those pastries too, huh? He makes quick cakes, cupcakes too, but he's also a content creator.
Right.
I know. I want to meet him one day. Yeah.
So shout out to the Disney Baker. That's D-A Disney Baker. The Disney Baker does live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort. Also live streams from home. He actually bakes or cooks at home live. And the Disney Baker just hit over 4,000 subscribers.
All right.
So congratulations again to the Disney Baker. The Disney Baker says, hello, John and Frankie. Toot, toot, pitter, patter, a little rain must fall for my reclaimed ponds. That's so cool, the Disney Baker. Thank you for being here, the Disney Baker. Randy says, welcome. Follow Bradley's Fun. Mark F says, humble enough to drink Beverly. Oh, no, thank you.
Not that humble.
Mark, yeah, not that humble, Florida.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mark F. Mama Duck says, that cool Fun to Be Free, that hat won't fit John's head. Haha. Mama Duck, I assure you I won't get a big head. Come on now. I'll remain the same, Mama Duck. Ain't nothing gonna change this guy. Hey, real quick, I just want to mention John with Fun to Be Free, it's just, in all honesty, is having such a good time, such a ride of his life. It is such a fun ride doing what I do. Thank you again to everybody in the live chat that joins me live every day at 2 o'clock. I would not be this successful, I think, without you, everyone that is in the live chat. So thank you again for being here. The live chat is truly what makes it special, the Fun to Be Free family. Yeah. So do you have anything else to add, Neri?
I agree with you 100%. The unity and the love that you feel in the chat, the vibes, like Scooter says, the vibes, Johnny, the vibes. But the energy, the positive energy and the love. And it sounds cliche and everybody uses those words, but I really mean it. When you see John with Fun to Be Free for the first time or the 10th time or the 100th time, it's still as mesmerizing and engaging. You watch it and you're in the live and you feel welcome and loved. So whoever's new here, whoever's ninja watching, subscribe to the channel and be here every day 2 p.m. You will not regret it. It's always a good time, fun and a lot of love in the chat from the Fun to Be Free family.
Thank you, Neri, for the kind words.
John, I'm going to say something. I'm going to regret.
Oh, you are?
We're going to head over to Magic Kingdom.
Okay.
That's all right. So,
Oh,
I think the weather's gonna get better.
Well, let me do this. Let's get set up to leave. We'll walk out together. We'll see what the weather looks like, and then we'll make a judgment call from there what we should do.
All right.
So, real quick, everybody joining me live right now, as you're aware, today's video topic is about, of course, early entry.
Right.
We did the breaking news on early entry today, and as it turns out, we attempted to head over to Slinky Dog Dash and Rise of the Resistance, but due to the weather, due to lightning in the area, both the single rider queue on Rise and, of course, Slinky Dog Dash, they essentially said, no dice, folks, not happening right now. We got lightning, it's shut down. So at any rate...
The moose out front should have told you.
Exactly, thank you, Betty. Betty just says, the moose out front should have told you. That's right, Betty. So I apologize that we didn't get to those world-class attractions today because today's video topic's all about early entry. But, all right. So, again, we're going to make a judgment call what we're going to do. We'll see what the weather brings when we get out there. I don't know. But remember, it takes at minimum 30 minutes after the last lightning strike. And then on top of that, they have to essentially restart the attraction.
Right.
So I don't know the operational procedure for Rise.
They cycle through several
Exactly.
times.
Exactly. So, I mean, I'm just making this up. It could be an hour, hour and a half by the time they get up. I don't know. I don't know their logistical operating guidelines or their LOGs. But it's not instant, folks. It takes some time.
Yeah, you're right.
So, but we could always come back and experience these world-class attractions here another day. It's not every day we have Benny and Neri joining us live from Disney's Hollywood Studios, and they're about to head over to the Magic Kingdom. Of course, Benny and Neri, they don't come out that often. They are here seldom, if you will. Their attempt to get here, but as you could probably imagine, it's a long drive from an area. They've said it before, I guess it's safe to say again. Miami area is, hundreds of miles away in approximately 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
With traffic, what is it more like?
Well, we usually head out way before traffic, so it's... And we
We have
stop.
one
We usually,
bathroom break or
come
two.
casually. 3.5 hours, maybe 4. Stop to eat a snack, have a pretzel.
We take it very relaxed. A lot of people used to travel with friends that were like, don't drink water so you don't have to pee. No, we're not stopping. We're not stopping. We're not stopping. We're not stopping. And Benny and I are on the same
wavelength.
same wavelength.
Welcome
Absolutely.
back. Yeah,
I say, oye. Oye means hey. Oye. We're not in a hurry. We're
Yeah.
gonna chill. We're gonna relax. Get a drink of water. Get some
We
soda.
usually don't plan anything for the days that we drive up or that we drive back.
Yeah.
We just
Ooh, babe, you kicked the camera. Wow, that was a shake.
that was a gimbal test.
That was a gimbal test. Did it shake for them? I
It
wondered.
shook a little bit,
No. But
but my knee's okay. Since you're very worried.
oh, I didn't know you hit your knee.
What do you think that was?
Oh, I'm sorry, babe.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm sorry. Your foot. I don't know.
No, that was my knee.
But it takes about 4 hours from
Yeah.
Miami. We try to come up like once a month.
We stopped for an Earl sandwich. Very important.
He loves Erla sandwich.
Yeah.
Do you guys like Erla sandwich? I like it. It's good.
Erla sandwich
We
is
love the
delicious.
Cuban sandwich, the cubanito.
Yeah.
The Cuban sandwich, man.
Yeah.
The Cuban sandwich, and that's about it. So we try to come as often as possible. We're doing also now, like the Disney Baker. We're gonna try to do some lives out of the house, and then also our vlogs. And so because
Yeah.
we can't come enough to keep that much content, you know.
Yeah, and also just to do different content.
Well, yeah,
Just
things
to
about
mix it up.
Miami, you know, mix it up, fun, anything fun, you know, anything
Yeah.
fun.
So we've hijacked John's live stream.
We hijacked it. I think we did.
Yeah.
We did.
Obviously, I'm the talker here. So you
He
keep giving
actually,
the
let
mic.
me tell you something. He actually talks a lot, so you guys know, okay? He talks a lot, but once he gets to know you, and he's extremely witty and hilarious. We are always laughing. He's very funny.
Her opinion.
He's very funny. I tell him he's got this bald head because he gets like signals. I go, you get those like outer space signals that make you funny, but he's funny. We have a good time. And with John, it's always fun. It's always fun with John.
Your channel, everything's different now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sorry.
It's not so scary.
It's
fun to be
fun
free.
to be free. There you go. It's not so scary. Fun to be free.
not so scary to be free.
Okay, so I'm gonna pop the microphone back on my chest. You may hear the pop again from the magnet. Pop. Let me double check if the audio is functioning correctly here. The last chat, or the most recent, is from Dead Disney Baker. Storms have passed. We're on the backside of the storms. Thank you for the update, Dead Disney Baker.
I'm gonna go to the ladies.
Oh, absolutely. We'll see you on the flip side.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, right here.
There was like 12 people in line.
But there might not.
Oh no, there's no line at the moment.
Oh, good.
So, quick update for everybody viewing us live right now. The women's restroom, the line earlier, was literally inside the restaurant here at ABC Commissary, but the ABC Commissary has emptied in terms of guests because probably, the Disney Baker was saying, the rain has ceased. All activity on Main Street has ceased. But I assure you, we're not stalking near you. I was just walking over in this
We're
direction.
throwing it in the receptacle.
The garbage receptacle?
Garbage receptacle. I laugh every time John.
Randy says audio sounds good. Thank you, Randy, for the update there. We're going to attempt to get caught up with the chats here. I'm going to go as fast as I can, folks. The last chat I could see is from Theme Park Giant from 1641 or 4:41 p.m. Again, I have a maximum of 99 chats. Once I get to 100, they fall off a cliff. I do my best, but we get a lot of chats, folks. I apologize if your chat got zapped or deleted. Theme Park Giant says only by height at Momodoc. Oh, probably talking about his 6'5" stature. Randy says, how about Disney Springs? Oh, Randy, they want to go to the Magic Kingdom, I'm thinking. Fast Radio back in the chat. Probably this is going to be solid gold yet again. But Fast Radio says, breaking. Theme Park Giant says John is stalking him, but at 6 foot plus tall, it's more like John's just in low orbit. Like and subscribe to Fun to Be Free with John. Thank you, Fast Radio. Look at that. Always solid gold, that's for certain, Fast Radio. I am attempting to find all my cargo in my cargo shorts pockets. Secure all cargo, as I say. Let me double check here, make sure I have everything. I'm double checking the camera battery levels as well. But Randy says, can you pull the stream if they're at the Springs? Can you pull of the stream if they're at the Springs? I'm not sure what Randy's asking. Different department employees of the month. Oh, different departments. I could see that, Randy, though. So Randy belongs in one department, and Fast Radio would be in a different department. So yeah, that's interesting, Randy. What would your department be? And what would Fast Radio's be? The Disney Baker says, hello there. There are 62 of us in here enjoying this amazing Fun to Be Free commentary. Please hit the like, 3 more to 100 likes. Thanks. Oh, cool. The Disney Baker. The Disney Baker is rallying and cheerleading for John with Fun to Be Free. We're going to do an all call then. We're going to start with number 3. We're going to end with number 1. Once we hit the number 1, I need everybody to smash the like button unless they've already done so. So in 3, 2, 1, smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go. The Disney Baker says we only need 3 more likes to 100. Thanks to Disney Baker. And Cassandra Wattenberger says, hey, we saw you today. Welcome to the channel, Cassandra Wattenberger. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. Oh, so let me rephrase. Cassandra Wattenbarger. Excuse me. Cassandra Wattenbarger, I do believe is how you say it. Welcome to the channel, Cassandra Wattenbarger. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort. Cassandra Wattenbarger says, hey, we saw you today. Thank you for being here. Journeys Out Loud, welcome in, welcome back. Of course, we saw Journeys Out Loud here in the chat earlier today and yesterday as well. Journeys Out Loud says, you could just put it on slow mode. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Journeys Out Loud. Ryan McKinney, welcome in, welcome back. We saw Ryan McKinney back in the chat yesterday as well. Ryan McKinney says, hey guys, my name is Ryan McKinney. I can't believe it's almost Disney Cruise Vacation, almost here. I'm ready to go big party at Disney Vacation Cruise. I have great memories and best wishes. Thank you, Ryan McKinney. Randy says, welcome in, Cassandra. Randy says, hey, Ryan. The Disney Baker says, we got no food, we got no jobs, our pets' heads are falling off. Oh, yeah, exactly. The Disney Baker referring to Dumb and Dumber because he heard Neri say that. Awesome, the Disney Baker. We got no food, we got no jobs, our pets' heads are falling off. Antibi says, only 2 more likes to get to the big 100 likes. We can do it. Thank you, Antibi. John, Fun to Be Free, calling all explorers, calling all explorers. In 3, 2, 1, smash the like button, do it now, let's go. Ryan McKinney says, I can't wait to go to Disney Cruise Vacation. My memories have great wishes. Ladybug Runner back in the chat says, I've been subbed about 2 to 3 weeks, mostly Hitchhiker. Dole Whip Dave is the chatter in our family. Okay, thanks for the update, Ladybug Runner. I'm getting a clearer picture now, Ladybug Runner. Mama Duck says, awesome at Cassandra Wattenberger, welcome. Randy says, I actually whipped out my Aquaman phone. Debbie has the picture. Really, Randy? Randy says, John and Frankie are closing in on 3,500 subscribers. Neri and Benny are cheerleading their way to the next milestone. So shout it out from the Rough Toughs. Tell your neighbor, text your cousin, and don't forget to share it with the cashier at the supermarket. And of course, smack, press, tap, or full-on karate chop that like button. It's free and fuels the magic. Thank you, Randy. Randy says 100 down, 100 more to go. Well, thank you for the update, Randy. So it appears we just met our goal of 100 likes today. Next up, 200 likes. That's the new goal today. Jaylon says, thanks, Randy. The Disney Baker says, yay, 100 big thumbs up. Randy says, it was a win-win for everyone. We get the car, they get the fun. But they won more than I did. Yeah, exactly, Randy. Scoot Adventure says, hey, Baker. Randy says, thanks for keeping John company, Benny and Harry. They're not around at the moment, Randy, but we'll see them. There's Benny there. Randy says, thanks for keeping John company, Benny and Neri. Nice work, pal.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you to Benny. So I'm kind of debating whether I should hover in this area because by the restrooms. Yeah. Awkward.
I want to face the other way.
Let me go outside. Let's head outside.
All right. I'll wait there. I'll meet you
Okay.
outside.
Let me see here. We're looking at what we're doing. Oh, there's a big puddle below us here. It appears that it's not, folks. So we're here at Disney's Hollywood Studios, and as I just said, I felt raindrops. It's lightly raining here at Disney's Hollywood Studios right now. Hello there, we're live on YouTube right now. So we're gonna turn around, folks. I'm gonna spin on my access. Oh no, we're getting a weak reception for whatever reason. I'm not certain why we're getting a weak reception there. Like I said, folks, we're on Disney Parks Wi-Fi, AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile. So I'm a little confused why we're getting that weak reception there. Where are we in the chat, though, folks? Mama Duck says, congratulations at Disney Baker. And Disney Baker says, hey, Scooter. Thanks, Mama. Mama Duck says, you're welcome. Jalen says, congratulations at Disney Baker. Myra the Moose says, when you have a chance, John, let's hydrate with water, not Coke, and do a weather report. Yeah, we did the weather report, Mary the Move, earlier, but I could pull out the bat phone. Maybe it won't pop it up on the screen. I'll just quickly glance at it and see what we're dealing with for weather in the area here. But it's lightly raining right now at this moment. It says possible light rain, chance of light rain in the next hour. So that's not bad. 65% chance, 6 p.m. So that's not that bad. But 6 p.m. shows some, some thunderstorms. So there we go. But yeah, Mary the Move, I should be hydrating. You're correct, Mary the Move. Lauren Gorsline, welcome in, welcome back, says Gen Con. Randy says, I concur on the water, Mary. And the Disney Baker says, thank you, Jaylon. Randy says, welcome in, Lauren. Lauren Gorsline says, Gen Con. Jaylon says, you're welcome at Disney Baker. Real MCM, welcome in, welcome back. Real MCM says, late hello to you all and Scary Mary TV crew. Real MCM says, hello. The Disney Baker says, yeah, backside of water, or hydrate. Thank you for the suggestion, the Disney Baker. Mama Duck says, welcome back at Real MCM. Real MCM says at Disney Baker, wrong park. That's all right, MCM, that's okay. Randy says, that's the backside of water at the Disney Baker. And the Disney Baker says, LOL, always hydrate. Thank you, the Disney Baker. Real MCM says, since John lasted from Festival of Fantasy to Happily Ever After yesterday, will he do the same to reach Fantasmic? Find out about this, his Frank 4K batteries. So Real MCM, quick update. I'm not certain if we're going to stay here at Disney's Hollywood Studios. We might head over to Magic Kingdom because we have Benny and Neri joining us today from Not So Scary Mary TV. Like you may have heard before, they're not from the area. They have, a long drive from where they're from Miami. And Real MCM, there they are now. We have Not So Scary Mary TV, and Real MCM has joined us in the chat. Oh, we hear some thunder. So it's not bad right now, but how do you guys think you're going to get to the Magic Kingdom?
We're probably going to swim. No, I don't
Oh,
know.
I didn't see that one coming.
I don't know. I don't know.
Very carefully.
So
Oh, wait. Scribble wanted me to check here at
the shirts?
The shirts.
I saw it briefly, but we could walk by as we go out.
Do you know which one it is?
Yeah, I'll show you.
Okay, because if it's there...
I talked to Scooter today. Scooter Adventures called John with Fun to be free, just to ensure that I could go double check the actual shirts
Well,
at
I'm going to
Mickey's
check
of Hollywood.
too. He really wants that shirt.
Yes, he does.
We gotta
Yes, he
find
does.
it.
But my guess is they have smaller sizes.
Yeah.
But he
No,
did
I
say
want the shirt
he
too.
did
I'm
say
very
ask
easily
the
influenced.
cast member,
I will.
and they said they'll double check.
Yep.
Okay. It's an annual
They'll,
pass.
they'll tell you
holder
what
shirt.
store has it.
Let me ask and see. What if we get lucky and they have it at Magic Kingdom? I don't know, but I want to get that so he
Well,
can
they can
have
tell
it.
you from here. They can look it up and they'll tell you what store
Yeah.
on all Disney property actually has it on that size.
Okay.
Okay.
Randy says that's where we just had lunch. Benny and Neri, Earl a sandwich.
Oh, I love
Oh,
what
I see.
sandwich did he
So
get?
Randy was at Disney Springs. Now I think I'm putting the pieces together.
Really?
So check this out. Randy
Wait a
was at
minute,
Disney
wait a
Springs.
minute.
I don't know where Randy is now. He might be with Alex, is my guess.
I was gonna say.
They probably have a priority going
I
on.
would be honored if I got to meet Randy, the famous Randy. I would give him a Cuban hug, him and Debbie and Alex.
So what department is Randy from? Because he's an employee of the month. I'd say he's the amazing Randini.
The Randini, instead of Goofini, Randini. I love it.
So it's kind of like the amazing Randy, the real magician.
Yes,
But
I
I put a spin on it, like you said. It's the Goofini.
I love it. I love it.
The Disney Baker says storms have passed. We're on the backside of the storms. Thank you to Disney
I
Baker.
know. I feel so happy about that. I know things are flooded still, but regardless, it's better than what was coming down, huh?
Yeah, I didn't see, but probably was torrential downpour up there.
Benny and I, while you were sitting down, you were reading the chat, but it was like Benny says, it's raining sideways, and it was.
Oh, it was
Sunday,
raining.
It was black outside.
It was raining sideways.
Yeah, Benny goes.
Welcome
"It's
to Florida."
raining sideways." Yeah, right. Welcome to Florida.
Real MCM says, if I fell off a cliff, keep in mind to pass it to John even when I step out due to some of my company coming. That's all
Hi,
that's all fine.
MCM.
Neri says, hi, MCM. So again, we have Neri and Benny joining
Hi,
us from
MCM.
Not So Scary Married TV.
Hugs to all of you. And I always put hugs to everybody.
That's
in the
right.
Chat and little heart.
That's right. Randy says, audio sounds fine. Thank you for that update there, Randy. The Disney Baker says, you have 30 minutes till next storm. Yeah, so it looks like it's going to rain again. Just a quick update. Randy says, when I said Disney Springs, it is okay to watch them and approach, not stalking. Okay, Randy, if you insist. Go to the Mickey's of Hollywood. Up here. The Disney Baker says, TTFN, album sorting, finding my solid gold albums. Real MCM says, remember TTFN is short for Ta-ta for now. Or some Tigger talk from Winnie and the Pooh. Jesse Minetti says, awesome streaming, John. Hope lots more rides today. We might. Hello there. Thank you for making the magic. Jesse said, hope lots more rides today. But again, Jesse, I don't know. We might be headed over to the Magic Kingdom. We need to make a judgment call because there's probably attractions that are still closed here at, of course, Disney's Hollywood Studios. I'm not certain if the Hollywood Tower of Terror is even open. It's possible it is. Reddy says, I can work for marketing. Ha ha ha. We can get blowtorches. The kids will love it. Yeah, exactly. Like Spaceballs, Randy. Spaceballs, the flamethrower. Randy says, see ya at Disney Baker. And Chris says, yeah, John, awesome stream. Disney's Hollywood Studios is the best place to live like a movie star. And Fast Us Radio back in the chat, so probably some more solid gold coming our way here. Let me pop up the subscribe banner. Fast Us Radio says 2 official offices of Fun to Be Free. West Coast Department of Strategic Funds and Snack Acquisitions. East Coast Bureau of Wordplay and Ride Commentary. Like and subscribe for Coast to Coast Comedy. Ha! That's so good. I gotta tell you guys this. Okay, it's up at the register. Oh, but real quick, pause for just a moment. I gotta read Fast Us Radio's chat. 2 official offices of Fun to Be Free. West Coast Department of Strategic Puns and Snack Acquisitions. East Coast Bureau of Wordplay and Ride Commentary. Like and subscribe for Coast to Coast Comedy.
That's amazing.
Oh boy.
Wow.
That is awesome, Fast House Radio. Oh, that is,
Careful, the floor's very slippery.
yeah. That sounds like or looks like the Disney Baker. Marion the Move says, I like that at Fast House Radio. I do agree, Marion the Move. So I think we lost Neri. She's looking at merchandise. Once she gets into the interior merchandise locations, look at this. It's just,
She needs this.
oh, she needs everything. It's just like Jen from Magic Adventures. Have you seen Jen shop? Of course you have.
Yes.
Jen will hold it close to her heart. She hugs it so Mike can't rip it out and put it back on the shelf. Marion the Move says, I like that at Fastest Radio. Randy says, nice one, Fast Pass. Marion the Moves. Yeah, that's the Disney Baker totally, right?
I love it. I don't know. And women can wear it too. It's unisex.
Why not?
I love it. Isn't it pretty? It's embroidered.
Yeah, real quick. It seems like most of the merchandise items now are all embroidered, higher quality.
But I like it instead of like a iron-on because
Yeah.
they wash off or they crack. This is very 4th of July vibe.
That's right. Mary the Move says, nice work, pal, at Fast Fest Radio. Again, awesome, Fast Fest Radio. Randy says, I like how he skipped around the Agua Boss. Randy, I'll get a complimentary fun to be free cup of water. I'm just so full. I had the chicken sandwich. Again, thank you for lunch, and shout out to Not So Scary Mary TV, Neri and Benny for lunch, the chicken sandwich, french fries, and the sody pop. Fastest Radio says, LOL, Mary the Move. Chris says, oh, okay, we could try Magic Kingdom, right, everybody? It's such a beautiful place. I think the chat's jumping and rolling. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, Chris, because we got rain coming. I don't know if we're going to stay at Hollywood Studios. I don't know if we're going to head to Magic Kingdom. I don't know, Chris. Stay tuned and find out, as I always say. I don't know. We just have to play it by ear with the rain right now. Chris says, I really like Cinderella Castle. I do too, Chris. Did you see last night? Of course you were there for Happily Ever After in 4K during the golden hour. Neri is the one, it's up here. It's the red one. The burgundy, yeah, that one. Pass holder.
Oh, you put the ponchos away.
Real MCM says, to the Miamians who are with John, thanks for making the magic as you ran into each other at a lucky timing. I'll have to tell them at Real MCM, they're a little busy right now. Hold on a second. It doesn't appear they have the size they're looking for, but they're gonna check into cash. Jesse Minetti says, John, what ride is next? Jesse Minetti, as it turns out, I don't know yet. I don't know if we're hanging out at Disney's Hollywood Studios or heading over to Magic Kingdom yet. Stay tuned and find out. Randy says, oh, I think I need to pop up the subscribe banner though. Randy says, Frank and John are now streaming in crystal clear 4K. That's 4 Kingdoms quality. Magic, Animal, Epcot, and Hollywood. We've got coast-to-coast laughs and departments so magical, even Mickey had to upgrade his ears. So give that like button a bippity, boppity, boom, karate chop style, and join the fun because this stream's got more magic than a Genie plus Lightning Lane. Thank you, Randy. As always, well done. I'm not quite certain how we got on this. Oh, because you...
I'm gonna twin with Jen. I love Goofy.
Yeah, your favorite film is what? A Goofy movie?
A Goofy movie, I know. I had a brain fart. But we hear the soundtrack, we play it, we sing it on the way here. I put it as our alarm song when we're gonna travel to Disney. But Jen has one of these. I'm gonna twin her. But I'm telling you, John, I'll tell you, but I almost knocked Goofy out.
Oh, no.
Hollywood, no, you have no idea.
So it's embarrassing if I went back and saw the footage?
No, I haven't done it yet.
It wasn't live, it was the vlog.
It was a vlog.
I misunderstood. I thought it was live
and
today.
Like, I don't know if I should put that in. I go, you know what, screw it. It's real life. But he's fine. Nobody was injured.
Okay.
Slightly injured.
Only Goofy, I'm sorry, only his feelings.
Yeah, his feelings were hurt.
Mary the Move says, I would have liked to see Rise and or Mick and Min today, but that's just me. Oh, Mary the Move. I don't even know if Rise of the Resistance single rider's open. I don't even know if Slinky Dog is open with the lightning. There's constant lightning in the area. Remember, folks, every time a lightning strikes, it's a 30-minute reset on the clock. So, oh boy, how come Neri doesn't have that Spirit jersey yet? It literally says a Disney Goofy movie.
What is this? Is this the sign for
Powerline.
Powerline. Now I don't know. I'm gonna have to get home.
Oh boy. Randy says we could do it this week, Thursday. I'm looking where we are in the chat, but it's still jumping, it's still rolling. Hold on. Randy says, can't wait to meet you guys. Also, Benny and Neri, I could go up there. So Randy says he can't wait to meet you guys.
I want to. Let us know.
And he says we could do it this week, Thursday? I don't know.
Tomorrow?
Well,
Oh, today? Yeah.
this week Thursday. I don't know if that means today or I don't think they're here in town until they're leaving Sunday, right?
We're leaving Sunday.
Sunday, Randy, leaving Sunday.
But don't worry, it's pending. We will.
Real MCM says, looks like you may sign off with the storm on the safe side. Next time at Magic Kingdom, I'll watch out for some timing and attractions. Thank you for being here, Real MCM. Randy says, Benny, just take care of each and everything in the store. Get one for me. I'm 4 extra large. Randy, I don't know about that.
Yes, you came out. I wish you found
Real MCM says that Mary on the Move. When John says your name fast enough, it sounded like Mary Move. Mary on the Move? Mary on the Move says Tower 35 minutes. Okay, so Tower's open according to Mary on the Move. Mary on the Move says, hold on, the chat's still rolling. Mickey Min, 35 minutes. Thank you for the update, Mary on the Move. And Chris says, I agree with Real MCM's statement. You should sign off when the storm comes. Real MCM says, taking chances to park up the Magic Kingdom on era live streaming. We'll see you, Real MCM. Sonic says, hi, John. Oh, we have Sonic back in the chat. Welcome in, welcome back.
Hi, Sonic.
Sonic, this is Neri from Not So Scary Mary TV and Benny from Not So Scary Mary TV. But Sonic
We saw
back.
him sending you those love bomb super chats. That was so kind of him.
Thank you again, Sonic, for the super chats. Mary the Move, the chat's still rolling, still jumping. Uh-oh, should I share this with Neri? Mary the Move says, poor Goofy now in CFA or Central First Aid.
Wait, you're not kidding. No, wait, Mary, I wish I could tell you. You guys will see it, but I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that to be a teaser. I don't want to get in description about it, but I don't want to get descriptive, but it was an accident, but
That was good. It was an accident.
Hollywood and Vine and
I'm sticking to my story.
Mary the Move says, welcome back in Sonic. Sonic says, yeah, but the chat's still rolling, folks, still rolling. If you just joined us, we're in Mickey's of Hollywood here at Disney's Hollywood Studios near the guest entrance. Sonic says, yeah, you do have weather in the area, John. Thank you for the update, Sonic. Sonic says, thanks, Mary. Sonic says, John, not John, J-O-G-N. I got it, Sonic. I got it. Randy says that at Thursday was for Mary on the Move. Got it, Randy. Got it. Got it, got it, got it. Blue Wizard 09. Blue Wizard 09, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Blue Wizard 09. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. It's nice to meet you. We go live daily 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Blue Wizard 09. But Blue Wizard 09 says hi. Welcome to the channel, Blue Wizard 09. Randy says, welcome back, Sonic. Real MCM says that. Sonic Hedgehog, welcome in. Randy says, welcome in, Blue. Blue Wizard 09 says you should do a fun challenge with them both. I do agree. It's probably going to be a different video for another day, Blue Wizard 09, because we have weather in the area. And the weather in the area shut down the 2 attractions that I was hoping to do, today. It was Slinky Dog Dash and Rise of Resistance Single Rider. But On the Go with CeeLo, welcome in, welcome back. On the Go with CeeLo says, what's up, John? It's been a minute. I love Wondrous Journeys, but it's no Happily Ever After. Also love Paint the Night. Yeah, those are good shows, huh, On the Go with CeeLo. Thank you for being here. And if we're joined by Neri and Benny from Not So Scary Mary TV On the Go with CeeLo. Shannon Woods, welcome in, welcome back. Shannon Woods with a big thumbs up. Give me 1 second to make a technical adjustment to the camera rig here. It looks like they're purchasing some merchandise items there. Cruise and Theme Park Guide Sierra says, Mary on the Move, can we get a Neri on the Move? That's all with the good one, Sierra. Shannon Wood says, hello, everyone. Sonic says, no problem, and hi at Real MCM. Randy says, welcome back, CeeLo. Real MCM says, reminder, John, it's Scary Mary TV, not busy. Thanks for making the magic. Thank you for being here, Real MCM. Rocket Raccoon Fan 1, welcome in, welcome back. Haven't seen Rocket Raccoon Fan 1 for a bit. But Rocket Raccoon Fan 1 says, howdy, folks. Nice to have Rocket Raccoon Fan 1 in the chat. Shannon Wood says, hi, at Randy. And Chris says, oh, tell Mary that she liked my red hearts. I will. You're a little busy, Chris. Hold on. Randy says, welcome back, Shannon. And where are we? Every time I go to unpause the chat, it keeps jumping, it keeps rolling. But what's new, folks? That's a good issue to have, right? A tisket, a tasket, a flower-making basket. Looking where we are in the chat. Hold on a second. Randy says, welcome back, Shannon. Randy says, hey, Rocket. Shannon Wood says, hi, at John. Hi, Shannon. Rocket Raccoon Fan 1 says, howdy, Randy. On the Go with CeeLo says, hey, Randy. Sonic says, Sonic Blue Wizard 09. Shannon Wood says, let's get everyone up there to 900 likes. Thank you, Shannon Woods, for rallying for John with Fun to Be Free and cheerleading. According to Shannon Woods, we need to get to 900 likes today. That could be our new goal. Remember to like, comment, and subscribe, but most importantly, we need to get to 900 likes. So we're going to do a countdown. We'll start with number 3. We'll end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, we need everybody to smash the like button. So here we go. In 3, 2, 1, smash the like button. Do it now. Let's go, because Shannon Woods says, let's get to 900 likes. Shannon Woods says, hi, it's Sonic. Real MCM says, at Sonic. In case you didn't see John's yesterday's stream, you may not be going to believe it, but he streamed from Festival of Fantasy to Happily Ever After. That is correct, MCM. Real MCM. Sonic says, hi, at Shannon Woods. Debbie says, hi, Sonic. Shannon Woods says, hi, at my friend. The chat's still rolling, still jumping. Where are we in the chat, folks? Hold on a second. Shannon Woods says, hi, at my friend CeeLo, or is that on the go with CeeLo? Fastest Radio says, someone wears a Goofy movie is their fave, but can't remember Goofy, Max Powerline, or, 121. That's not nostalgia, that's suspicious. Like and subscribe, fun people for John. I assure you, Fast Radio, that's Neri's favorite movie of all time. She always talks about it, but she's discombobulated today. She is not herself after the Goofy experience at Hollywood and Vine. I'll tell you that, Fastest Radio. She's really all over the road right now. Sonic says, hi, at Debbie. Rocker Raccoon Fan 1 says, howdy, Debbie. On the go with CeeLo says, hey, Shannon. Shannon Wood says, hi, at Debbie. Sonic says, and yes, hi, not so scary. We'll have to see them in a moment. So, everyone, quick update. This is Frank 4K you're looking at in the mirror. Up here is the camera phone. This is the main camera you're viewing on right now. This is Robin. So I have Batman in my pocket, and then I have Robin up here. This is the Iron Frank, the streamer phone, and this is the battery.
Wait, I thought you had 200.
So let me pull it back, if you will, and you can get a somewhat better shot of the whole camera rig that I call Frank 4K. So that's Frank 4K broadcasting live in glorious 4K ultra high definition. Frank 4K in the house, Mama Duck. We're gonna turn on our access, and I'm trying to spy with my little eye. Not So Scary Married TV, Benny and Neri. So Sonic, yeah, I gotta go find them and you tell them that you said hi. Rocker Raccoon Fan 1, look at you go. Let me find where you are in the chat. Rocker Raccoon Fan 1 pops in and immediately goes for the gold. So here we go. Rocker Raccoon Fan 1 says, no lines, no stress, just pure Disney enchantment. It's the next big thing to be in there. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss a spark, and let's make some magic together. Thank you, Rocker Raccoon Fan 1. Debbie says, hi, Shannon, howdy, Rocket. Shannon Wood says, hi, at Debbie. Aaron says, welcome back at Rocker Raccoon Fan 1. Real MCM says, chats never stays still no matter how John paused. That's right. So I go to unpause it, and it goes... Burp, 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 burp. Shannon Wood says, I love the streams networks idea. I do too, Shannon Wood. Shannon Wood's big thumbs up. Rocker Raccoon Fan 1 said something, but the chat's still rolling. Rocker Raccoon Fan 1 says, howdy, at Mary the Move. On the go with CeeLo says, funny how Disneyland, Walt Disney World with same rides are so different. I agree. Isn't that interesting, on the go with CeeLo? Sonic says, I never hit that like button. I just did. Thank you, Sonic. Shannon Wood says, hi, at Frank. Shannon Woods is telling my camera rig, Frank 4K high. And Rob's Mad World, welcome in, welcome back. Rob's Mad World says, looking real nice, Clark. Oh, I love it, Rob's Mad World. Thank you for being here. That's real nice, Clark. Of course, he's referring to National Lampoon's Vacation with Chevy Chase. Clark W. Griswold. On the go with CeeLo says, DL or Disneyland Star Tours, 45 minutes. Walt Disney World, 15 minutes. See, look at the difference. Jungle Cruise, 15 minutes. Disneyland. Walt Disney World, 45 minutes usually. Exactly. Isn't that interesting, on the go with CeeLo? But real quick, I just want to mention on the go with CeeLo, of course, Star Tours at Disneyland only has 4 cabins, where Walt Disney World here at Hollywood Studios has 6 cabins. In other words, Star Tours The Adventures Continue here at Florida has a higher ride capacity. Sonic says that is a huge update for Frank 4K. Wow. Thank you, Sonic. And again, here is Frank 4K again in the mirror, Sonic. So there you go. It's big. It's like Theme Park Giant, large and in charge, right, Sonic? So I can get a little closer here. I won't go too far closer because I want to show you the whole rig. This, of course, is a tripod, or this is Frank 4K's legs, if you will. And then it's the battery, of course, the NPF battery, Orange Bird, streamer phone, Robin, the camera phone. On a gimbal, folks. We're going to turn back on our axis here. Mary the Move says 5 more subscribers, 3,500. John, get out there. LOL. Thank you, Mary the Move.
Stephanie, we're leaving Stephanie at Cast
Oh, awesome.
Stephanie from Miami. She lives in Davenport now.
Okay.
Yeah, and she's subscribing to your channel and my channel. And all the partner channels. And
Always working.
Always working. Always live.
Thank you, dearie.
Yeah, of course. And she's going to join Fun to Be Free.
So shout out to all the cast members who make magic here at the Walt Disney World Resort. But again, Mary and the Move says only 5 more subscribers to 3,500. So John with Fun to Be Free is making a call. So here, let's pop up the subscribe banner. Again, we only need 5 more subscribers to 3,500. Calling all explorers, says calling all space rangers. John with 5 more subscribers to get to 3,500. If you're viewing us live right now and you have not subscribed yet, where you been? Why haven't you subscribed yet? Well, we're going to do a countdown. We're going to start with the number 3. We're going to end with the number 1. Once we get to the number 1, I need everybody to subscribe. So here we go on 3, 2, 1. Subscribe now. Let's go. Because Mary and the Move says we only need 5 more subscribers to do a big milestone alert of 3,500 subscribers. Thank you, Mary and the Move. On the go, Asilo says, and I like Mickey and Minnie's Disneyland over Walt Disney World, but still Minnie's fault. If you insist, got to go with Asilo. Thank you for being here. I do. I very much like Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. On the go with Asilo. Real MCM says our chat stays still when they sometimes in the middle, but on the end it jumps when the new chat show. Yeah, exactly, MCM. So it'll stay there, and then if it's unpaused, then it goes brr, 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 when new chats come in. Real MCM says Frank 4K looks tall. It is tall. Real MCM. Mary the Moose says I'm glad you had a great visit to Disneyland Resort. On the go with Silo. Sonic, I still gotta go say hi. Oh, hey, real quick. Sonic, J.A. Sonic Hedgehog says, hello, Neri and Benny from Not So Scary Mary TV.
What up, y'all?
Hello there.
Hi, Sonic.
Okay, how are you getting to the Magic Kingdom?
We're driving.
Okay.
We're driving.
You drive here or?
Okay, we're driving.
I can meet you there.
Okay.
All right, you want to ride with us or are you going to take
Well,
transportation?
hold on, folks, just one moment. I'll be right with you.
Okay.
We're still live right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, but you're okay with me going in the car live?
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
It's a little messy, but let's take a ride.
okay, so
And you can show them our Mickey and the Goofy decals.
oh no, the Junior Explorer just jumped into a puddle and splashed water all over the Roosevelt's matching, or better yet, here's a better way to say it, on Spaceballs, the Royal Highness's matched luggage.
Yeah.
Oh no, so the Junior Explorer just splashed water all over the Royal Highness's matched luggage. The Roosevelt's, the Haunted Mansion shirts, that is, folks. I'm trying to get the gimbal head back on track here. So we're gonna head out the exit. We gotta head over this direction. Sonic says, I guess that's a massive thanks to me, John. And to all that I want to say, you're very welcome. Thank you, Sonic, for being here once again. I always enjoy it when you're in the chat, too. Thank you for making the magic.
Very nice.
Sonic, I always enjoy when you're in the chat. I hope you have time to, come back and say hi, because I know you're very busy these days. Randy says, soon Frankie will be walking side by side with John with those legs. I guess so, Randy. I'm picturing an AT-AT, Randy, all mechanized, all mechanical. Chris says, hi, Neri, thanks for the red hearts. Chris Chavez says, hi, Neri, thanks for the red hearts.
Chris Chavez.
Mary the Moose says, thank you for your continued support at Sonic Hedgehog. We appreciate it. And Sonic says, not a problem. On the go, Asilo says, Mary, we had a blast. Disney Fan 1 back in the chat says, hi, John. Are we doing Phantasmic or fireworks tonight at Magic Kingdom? I want to set my timer, thanks. Disney Fan 1, I have really no idea, no clue what's going to happen. Real quick, Disney Fan 1, this is completely unexpected. The weather was unexpected. Me leaving Disney's Hollywood Studios is unexpected. Being with, of course, Benny and Neri from Not So Scary Mary TV is unexpected. Heading over to the Magic Kingdom is unexpected. It looks like we're going to have more weather in the area. What do you see?
You ain't never
Had a friend like me. Oh, Mr. Aladdin, sir.
Yep.
I'm on the job, you big nabob. Jaylon says, wow, well done.
People in the chat, you think we'll all fit in the car?
Yeah, that's a good one. Neri's asking, is everybody in the chat going to fit in the vehicle with us? Tonio Tower says, such a fun time with Benny and Neri today. I agree, Tonio Tower. Too bad Tonio Tower didn't get to experience the Hollywood Tower at Terre today. So stay tuned for another time, another different video. Tonio Tower. And Chris says, we're going to Magic Kingdom. Hold on, the chat's rolling, it's a jumping. Where are we in the chat? I'm looking, the chat's still rolling here. We're getting caught up here, but where are we in the chat? Hold on a second. We're approaching the parking lot here at Disney's Hollywood Studios, though. Jaylon says, wow, well done at Sonic. Tonio Tara says, such a fun time with Benny and Neri today. Chris says, we're going to Magic Kingdom. Oh boy, let's go. So a little unexpected, Chris. Real MCM says, a Disney fan one, sorry, he's just exiting Disney's Hollywood Studios. Randy says, oh no, we heard that in surround sound in the car. Tonio Tara says, hello MCM. Randy says, road trip. I didn't even think of it that way, but we're taking a road trip.
Going on the open road.
On the open road.
Is that like the movie Road Trip? Maybe I could get some French toast in the sweatpants?
You never send food back.
Yeah, that's right, Penny.
I lose a lot of it, but Benny gets everything
Yeah.
you say, and the people in the chat, when they do the movie references,
Yeah.
Benny gets them all. I don't get them, but he'll say them. You'll say something, and we're watching you at the house, and you'll say a comment, and then Benny will say something like that. He'll just say
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
So, Benny, real quick, I'm thinking when we approach the vehicle, I'll approach it with my backside.
With
So in
your
other words,
front?
so I'll point the camera away from the vehicle,
Okay.
possibly.
Sure, I don't mind.
You want me to point at the vehicle?
No, we don't mind.
We'll approach from the front because there's no front license plate.
There you go, exactly. And then you can see the Mickey and the Minnie on the side.
Okay, and we'll show the Mickey. We got clearance to show the sticker on the side of the vehicle, folks.
Yay! You are all welcome. Our casa, tu casa. Our carro, tu carro. This is faded, but Benny.
Can I show the license plate though? That is the fake license plate in front?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna
It's a
attempt to
Disney
show it.
one. It's a Disney one, but it's faded.
So, okay. So
Benny
down
wanted it
here,
so bad.
so look at that. So how long have you guys had this classic?
That has only been for a year.
Oh,
like
it's
a year and a
faded
half,
that
and
fast.
It's faded
Wow.
fast in
I think the
Florida.
next one I'll cover it with like
We're
some
gonna
kind
get
of clear
another
coat or
one.
something.
Yeah, Benny wants to
protect it.
cover it with some kind of a spray to maybe not
Yeah,
fade.
okay. And the stickers, which way should I go?
Oh, you're allowed to look right here.
Yeah, we'll come this way.
We got Goofy here, and then Mickey and Minnie on the other
So
side.
we got Goofy here, and
I'm
I'll have to
sorry
swing
about
to
mess.
the other
yeah,
side.
go on
But
the other side.
which side should I enter from?
It doesn't matter. You can go on Benny's side.
Okay, I'll go to Benny's side of the vehicle. Oh, okay.
Okay, but he wants to see
Okay. Oh no, yeah, you can come.
Okay, we're gonna approach, go around the horn here. And we have Mickey and Minnie stickers.
That's why I wanted to come over here. That was only to show
So there you go. And then we'll come back around this side here. And let me get a departing shot from Disney's Hollywood Studios. So off in the distance is the Hollywood Tower Hotel, Tonio Tower.
Tonio Tower.
Let me try to attempt to zoom in maybe, but we're gonna get in the car here, so let's just get in the car. Sorry, Tonio Tower.
Yay.
Okay, I'm not certain how we're gonna do this, but I'm getting in. You know, it's a vehicle, so it's gonna feel, a little cramped and claustrophobic in relation
Is this
to.
the first time you take a road trip with
Yeah,
a
this
girl?
is the first time Frank 4K has been on the road.
I
On
feel
the road
honored.
again. I just can't wait to get on the road again.
On the road again.
Oh, and Neri, do you want to share anything about Maxie?
Oh, my Maxie. Well, we have a little liner in the back. I have a golden doodle named Maxwell because I love coffee, and I named him Maxwell. But Maxwell isn't really my favorite coffee. It's just coffee, if you can call it coffee. But I didn't want to name him Starbucks or Frappuccino or Dunkin' Donuts or anything like that. So I named him Maxwell, and then I call him Maxie, which happens to be the name of Goofy's son in a Goofy movie. And that is my baby. And I'm sorry the car's a little messy, but we have a tarp in the back that's for doggies. It's got little paws on it, and that's where we put him so he doesn't scratch up stuff. And he's gonna be 4 on July 28th. And I want to do a doggy party for him. Look, show them.
There's Maxie.
This is Maxie, guys. That's our 4-legged child. Hold on. That's Maxi.
Okay. And what is Maxi short for?
Well, no, Maxwell.
There you
Maxi.
go.
Yeah. Maxwell.
Like the coffee.
Yeah, like the coffee.
Right or left?
Go right.
Have John. Yeah, John knows.
We'll have John GPS.
And then follow the arrow to the right.
Follow the yellow brick road.
That's right. Just like the great movie, right? Is Scooter Adventure still in the chat? Scooter! I can't really yell in here.
Yeah,
So-
you can. Scooter! You can do anything.
You're contained in here.
But we'll get back to the chat here.
Yes.
I'm not certain where we're on the chat, trying to find where we are.
Kidnap John.
Tony Tower says, cheers to the Magic Kingdom. Tiki Man Fan back in the chat says, hello at Sonic at Mary the Move. Real MCM says at Disney Fan 1, but for Magic Kingdom, it all depends. Disney Fan 1 says that means happily ever after tonight. Nice. Don't get ahead of yourself, Disney Fan 1. I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
We may get over there, it might start pouring rain. And I might go, oh, signing off, folks. So long, folks. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't know what's going to happen with the rain. Because it said it's 65% chance. Sonic says, hi at Tiki Man Fan. Scoot Adventures, there we go. Scoot is in the chat. Says, John, fun to be free, is going to park hop with us. I'm excited. Scooter.
I'm sorry about the mess here. These are napkins. We got here yesterday. And
After a long road trip.
Yeah, it's not that long, but it's still a road trip. Antibacterial. We have.
I guess she didn't know how to back up. She got out and they changed drivers so they can back up.
Oh, well, maybe she was scared that she was going to hit another
Well, it's a
car.
big truck.
Chris says, I'm so happy that Neri gave me a kiss. That's so sweet. Big red heart. Festus Radio says, oh, and John, eye to eye was eye to eye. Got it, Festus Radio. Eye to eye. Eye to eye. I got to remember that. I think you said that before. Eye to eye. That's an I, number 2, and an I. Eye to eye. Disney Fan 1 says, do you pick up order at Steakhouse 71 so you can park at Contemporary Hotel? It can be a coffee and you could park there.
That's a good idea.
It's a pro tip. We've shared that before, Disney Fan 1, including Randy. Randy shared that pro tip many, many months ago, if I remember correctly. Randy's, one of his favorites is, of course, Steakhouse 71. Randy in the chat, you know, part of the mod squad. Harry and Lloyd, Festus Radio and Randy.
Lloyd, yes, I love the Harry and Lloyd.
Is that blue sky I see?
Is it really?
It's 2 little openings.
Or Rocket Raccoon Fan 1 says, what's better than a complimentary fun to be free cup of water? Nothing. But liking and subscribing comes close. Don't forget to hit the notification bell. Thank you, Rocket Raccoon Fan 1. Let's pop up the subscribe banner. Again, Rocket Raccoon Fan 1 says, what's better than a complimentary fun to be free cup of water? Nothing. But liking and subscribing comes close. Don't forget to hit that notification bell. And Real MCM says that Disneyland's Fantasmic. It sounded like I'm on the job. If you dare Maybo, you ain't never had a friend like me. Ha! Look at the Real MCM. He heard it.
Yeah.
Ain't never had a friend. Ain't never had a friend. Ain't never had a friend like me. Sonic says, and yeah, I got some pretty bad weather over here too. Oh, Sonic. Mary the Move says at Disney Fan 1, no thank you. Sonic says with a risk of tornado. Ooh, be safe out there, Sonic.
Yes.
Real MCM says, John, I'm fun to be free is park hopping live stream for the very first time to us, I think. So like and subscribe. Oh, thank you, Real MCM. Look at that. Look at you go. Real
first
quick.
time, really?
Yeah, this is, well, not park, well,
Oh, park hop on live.
yeah, live park hopping in a vehicle. Absolutely, first time. So, you know, here we are. But again, Real MCM back in the chat says, John, with fun to be free is park hopping live stream for the very first time to us, I think. So like and subscribe. Thank you, Real MCM. Disney Fan 1 says, hi, Mary on the move. Hope you are today something. I'm not sure. Randy says, good idea, Disney Fan 1. Scoot Adventure says, everybody in chat, I'm going to try to talk John into doing one of my 4 parks in one day live stream. Oh, hey, Penny and Neri, did you see, you heard Scooter did the park hop challenge, if you will, where
I saw this.
Yeah, that was great.
I was modding for him.
Yeah, exactly.
And he went to all the parks and took all forms of transportation in his scooter. It was the best live stream. He did really well.
He did 3.1 thousand views that day.
Amazing. I know, I told him. He knocked it out of the park. He did so well.
Unreal, Scooter Adventures. So awesome. Good job, Scooter. So yeah, we'll have to do that. In fact, Scooter, here's a better idea. Why don't we dual live stream and we'll recreate it?
Oh, I would love that for you and Scooter to do that.
So then I could show everybody the ropes, if you will, how Scooter does it from a different vantage point.
That's
I think
true.
that'd be a good one, because Scooter Adventure is traveling with an ECV, and he wanted to show different forms of transportation on an ECV and how you experience it. But yeah, that'd be a good idea, Scooter, I think. Real MCM. Oh, it is raining now, folks. So
Yep.
you could probably hear and see the rain. The wipers are going. Benny's a professional. He knows where he's going here.
I think so. I still get lost occasionally though. believe it or not.
No, Benny.
Everything looks the same.
Come on, Benny. You know what you're doing here.
Yeah, everything looks the same around here. I usually use my GPS, believe it or not. Or for traffic too. And at the end of the night, it takes me through some crazy areas, like some cast member areas. And I'll see the warehouses, see the trucks where they're unloading. Takes me all through back there sometimes.
I see.
Oh, look at this.
You're talking about the distribution center. What are you saying? What are you looking at?
Well, I just saw a lot of brake lights.
Oh, okay. We are going right anyway, so you know this. Stay in this lane.
Yeah.
So my guess is that's all the vehicle traffic, the locals getting off work and cutting through property to go to the opposite side of Disney property, if you will. And then the rain, of course, adds to the traffic.
Oh, people forget how to drive in the rain.
Yeah. So,
Look, let's go to the Galactic Star Cruiser,
yeah. Uh-huh.
or AKA offices.
Yeah. Real MCM says, and John can test the Be Right Back mode when going through the security in the Magic Kingdom. You nailed it, Real MCM. You got it. Real MCM says, Scary Mary TV had been Disney decorated on their vehicle. I wouldn't say Not So Scary Mary TV decorated on the vehicle, but it's themed to Disney characters, if you will, right? Right, Neri?
Yeah.
Uh,
I think we had the car for 2 days before we got this.
2 days, and then it's decorated. Sonic says, hi, Antonio Tower. Sonic says, and everyone else. Randy says, and the Jams. And Anthony DeFranco, I do believe, is a new subscriber to Fun to Be Free. Hello there, Anthony DeFranco. I'm John with Fun to Be Free. We go live daily, 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, Anthony DeFranco. But Anthony DeFranco, real quick, we are actually in a vehicle. We're traveling from Disney's Hollywood Studios over to the Magic Kingdom with Not So Scary Mary TV, Benny and Miri. Not So Scary Mary TV does videos, vlogs, and live streams from the Walt Disney World Resort. So shout out, like, comment, and subscribe to Not So Scary Mary TV as well. Support your local live streamer. But Anthony DeFranco says, wow, this is so cool. So the camera is called Frank? Will it grow legs like the Little Mermaid? Look at you go, Anthony. Everybody in the live chat already likes you already. Welcome to the bestest live chat family on all of the YouTube. But again, Anthony DeFranco says, wow, this is so cool. So the camera is called Frank? Yeah, I call my camera rig Frank 4K. We're broadcasting in glorious 4K, ultra high definition. And of course, we're in the vehicle. It's raining here. I don't know what's going to happen here, folks. If we get to the Magic Kingdom and it starts pouring, I'll probably sign off because we don't want to just sit in the car here all day. But we'll see. But again, I like where Anthony DeFranco's going with this. Will it grow legs like the Little Mermaid? Look at this stuff. Isn't it neat? Wouldn't you say my collection's complete? Enough of the singing. I can't sing, Anthony. Thank you for being here. But let's keep rolling with the chat. Rocker Raccoon Fan 1's park hopping. Thank you, Rocker Raccoon Fan 1, for being here. Chris says park hopping. Randy says welcome in, Anthony. And Chris says bye-bye, Disney's Hollywood Studios. We'll see you real soon. Chris says, everybody say bye to Disney's Hollywood Studios. Scoot Adventures says, it's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas. I have a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it, Jake! Scoot Adventures. Randy says, John is the expert. Oh, I'm not an expert at anything, Randy. Just ask Mary on the Move. She'll set me straight. She'll set you straight, too, Randy. Be careful. Do you consider Mary on the Move your boss, Randy? I feel sorry for you, dude. I'm teasing, Mary on the Move. I'm teasing. No, Mary on the Move is a shining beacon of light in John with Fun to Be Free's life. Anthony DeFranco says, thanks, Randy. On the Go with CeeLo says, it's fun to drive for free. Subscribe, like Scooter. On the Go with CeeLo, I like it. Let me pop up the subscribe banner. Again, On the Go with CeeLo says, it's fun to drive for free. Subscribe, like Scooter. Randy says, private escort to Magic Kingdom. That's right. Hey, Benny, are you packing? No, just 2 big guns, right?
That's it.
Oh, boy. Real MCM says, it could be trinklessly ever after, but it all depends on what they'll do during inclement weather. Yeah, I don't know what they'll do. We'll see. Stay tuned, Real MCM. Again, I'm just saying, fair warning. I don't know what's going to happen here, Real MCM.
It's supposed to stop eventually.
Real MCM, real quick. I didn't even know it was supposed to rain today. When I got to Hollywood Studios, I went, oh, it looks like we have weather coming when I went live. And I just kept saying, no, it's overcast. It's overcast. Not So Scary Mary TV says, I am so happy you are all riding with us. Thank you, Neri. Randy says, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Not So Scary Mary TV? Yeah, don't you feel like that? It's literally a road trip, huh, Randy?
I'll turn this car around.
That's right. Can we stop at the rest stop, please? Huh. Yes, one moment. Hello there, John with Fun to Be Free. I'm coming to you live from Not So Scary Mary TV's vehicle, of course. We are entering the toll plaza here at the Magic Kingdom. Stay tuned because we're going to head towards the parking lot where we can enjoy... We just went over a big speed bump there. Sorry, folks. But we went over the big speed bump and we'll flip the camera back. We'll look out the window here so I can show you what the toll plaza is looking like, kinda, because it's behind us. I could attempt to show you behind us, but it's already probably out of view. Looking out the window here towards the left-hand side direction of travel, you could see that there's some new landscaping here at the Magic Kingdom. And of course, they reconfigured the entrance drive plaza here at the Magic Kingdom. And Scooter Adventures, are your ears ringing? Because this berm here used to be on the opposite side for the Richard Petty driving experience, where Scooter Adventures worked as a vendor participant way back in 1998, folks. But you can't see it now, but there is a retention pond. But on the other side there, that used to be a racetrack, folks. That's where Scooter Adventures used to work here at the Walt Disney World Resort. We're now entering the Magic Kingdom parking lot. It's raining a little bit here. I could point the camera over to our right-hand side forward direction of travel, like on a monorail, folks. And I'm trying to get it to focus outside the window, but not so hot. You could see the retention pond coming into view over to our right-hand side.
It was probably dry this morning.
And then
all the canals and everything, all the water was super low.
So how exciting is it being in the parking lot here at the Magic Kingdom?
I love it.
We love it.
But off in the distance is a little hard to spy, but there is a mound of dirt. I used to call it the mountain. The mountain now is becoming a small hill, H-I-L-L. It appears they have been compacting a sinkhole off in the distance there, and they are now removing a large amount of earth. So, big, heavy equipment removing all that dirt. It's been taking, it's years now. I don't even know when they started that project, maybe 2019? It's been many years now they started that. So that dirt, the earth, has been compacted there for many, many years. You could see the parking lot tram, or the Walt Disney World courtesy tram. We're keeping up. It feels like we're in a race, folks. The tug, the tractor there.
Miss the look of the old ones, but I can imagine it was probably super high maintenance to keep them going.
Yeah, I think you're right.
They had a classic look to them.
That's a good way to say it. A classic look.
Yep. Or old.
Let's get back to the chat. I'm looking to see where we are. It's still rolling, still jumping. Where are we in the chat? Feels like I can never keep up with the chat, even when I focus on it, folks. Not that that's a bad thing. Or not that there's anything wrong with that, as Jerry would say.
He just said it. Scooter just called saying, make sure you show everybody in the chat where he used to work.
I did.
He just did. Yeah, there's a delay. You're going to see it coming up now.
Oh, it should have been passed by now.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to find where we're in the chat. There's lots of chats going on right now.
Chats. Yeah, he's got a delay.
Dole Whip Dave says, thanks in advance for doing a 9-hour stream tonight and closing Magic Kingdom. I don't know about that, Dole Whip Dave. You're putting words in my mouth, and Betty says, no pressure. We'll see. I think I have the battery juice for it, but I don't know with this weather. We'll see. I don't know what's going to happen yet, Dole Whip Dave. We'll see.
No, you said Michelle is a son.
Raka Raccoon Fan 1 says, we're almost there. I sure hope so.
Okay,
Anthony
I'll check
DeFranco says, hopefully we can fly down there again soon. We
Oh,
like Guardians of
sorry,
Mission
I
Space.
didn't even hear.
I love Guardians,
I was
Anthony.
on silent.
Sonic says, I mean the worst of it. It's just a downpour. It was pretty intense, Sonic.
Yeah.
Fast Radio says, John, since there are 4 of us, we should be the Modtastic 4. Did you hear that, Benny?
What was that?
Fastest Radio says, John, since there are 4 of us, we should be the Modtastic 4.
Oh, there you go.
Fastest Radio, you're coming up with some great puns. I just got to remember them all. They come just wham, bam, one after the other. Real MCM says, and I don't dare count on way ahead to Happily Ever After. And speaking of which, late confession as MCM Other Me. I lied for loving Happily Ever After, and that's the truth. Real MCM, I know how you feel about it. It's a good show. I think you should reconsider. On the go with CeeLo says, John, we totally did a 0730 rope drop to midnight Disneyland, 29,000 steps, 22 rides with Lightning Lane Beast Mode. That is Beast Mode on the go with CeeLo. How did you feel the next day? Were you sore? Wow. Yeah, the next week. But on the go, CeeLo says, John, we totally did a 7:30 a.m. rope drop to midnight Disneyland, 29,000 steps, 22 rides with Lightning Lane Beast Mode. Yeah, on the go with CeeLo. That's a schlep. Randy says, maybe Voltron. Ha ha ha. You like Voltron, Randy? I used to have Voltron, Randy, as a kid. Remember the Voltron Tigers that they took them off the market because they made them with lead paint out of China? But Benny remembers that.
Yep.
Yeah. And my mom forever, no, you're not getting that. It has lead paint on it. You could have the plastic ones. Cruising Theme Park Guy says, hi, Real MCM, Captain Mickey Mouse. Captain Mickey Mouse, welcome in, welcome back. Captain Mickey Mouse says, whose car is this? Is amazing and great signal. Captain Mickey Mouse, this is Not So Scary Married TV, Neri and Benny's vehicle.
Hey,
And
Mike says hello from Magic Adventures, M-A-J-I-C.
cool. Shout out to Magic Adventures. That's spelled M-A-J-I-C.
Mike says, say hello
Magic
to
Adventures.
Fun to be free. John with Fun to be free.
Well, hello there, Magical Mike.
He says hello.
Shout out to Magic Adventures, Mike and Jen. Like, comment, and subscribe. And don't forget to, of course, support your local live streamer. I left a link in the description box below for, of course, Magic Adventures, Theme Park Giant, Not So Scary Mary TV, Scooter Adventures, and Cruisin' Theme Park Guide. Support your local live streamer. And, of course, FastPassRadio.com. Head over to FastPassRadio.com and you can listen to, of course, free Disney Parks background music.
Tell you what, I thought a bunch of people would have left with all this rain, but I guess not.
Today's a crowded day, Benny.
Yep.
It's just that simple, I think.
Like I said, I might regret it, but let's go to Magic Kingdom.
I'm already regretting it, Benny. Because here we are at Magic Kingdom on a rainy day, and
See cars parked on the side there. That's the wrong way.
they're all going to be the wrong way now.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to commit and just go down.
All right.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be an expert here, but this is just how it's laid out.
Well, that's how it is. I usually never get out this far. We usually rope drop.
Captain Mickey Mouse says, remember Magic Bands out. Are you talking about at the touch point, Captain Mickey Mouse? Real MCM says, hi, Sierra, welcome in. John's park hopping, going to, for the first time. For the first time in forever. We're here in Not So Scary Mary's vehicle while it's raining. Randy says, hey, Sierra, welcome back. Cruising Theme Park Guy says, MCM, we know if someone comes under your name and says they like Happily Ever After, we know it's not you. I guess so, Sierra. Cruising Theme Park Guy says, MCM. Captain Mickey Mouse says, Not So Scary Mary TV. Thanks for the escort, Benny and Neri. Real MCM servers who didn't know my username or handle was updated yesterday. Cruising Theme Park Guide says he's coming over to see me. So Sierra's at the Magic Kingdom? You don't say. Stay tuned and find out. Sonic says, John, I want to ask you, whatever happened to the Sonic ringtone? You never added it. Oh, Sonic! I was dying to tell you this. Okay, so real quick, Sonic, I'll just share something, what the direction we're going on with Fun to Be Free. So John with Fun to Be Free in the background, once we're offline or not live, I've been working on, items that were coming into the future of the Fun to Be Free channel. So stay tuned and find out. But quick little tease, Sonic. Bottom line, I'm looking at bringing a website online. So I'm doing all the artwork, and so stay tuned for more updates as they come. But Sonic, I've actually created a new graphic, a new animation, something that will appear on the screen, something that's very similar, if you will, to the subscribe banner, but it looks completely different with different content. But this banner will actually promote the website, and on the banner, or in it, or during it, it will have the Sonic ringtone. Sonic, you remember Sonic, or J.A. Sonic Hedgehog sent John Fun to Be Free a ringtone, if you will. That's ding, the Sonic little ringtone. So Sonic, stay tuned for the actual Sonic ringtone. That'll be included in a animation banner. But of course, we're not ready to launch. We're not ready to share all the information, but stay tuned for that, Sonic. So it's coming soon to Fun to Be Free. Scoot Adventures says, yes, John, anytime that would be a great idea to dual stream that. Yes, Scoot Adventures, we just gotta, figure it out. But I know you're essentially available only Saturdays and Sundays, Scooter. Captain Mickey Mouse says, John, what happened last night with the song? Oh, bottom line, Captain Mickey Mouse. Here, maybe I should flip the camera, if you will, and show you this.
I need a weather update.
Okay, we're looking for a weather update from Benny and Neri. But Captain Mickey Mouse, what happened? So the weak receptions, when we get them in the top right, it overrides my remote control on Frank 4K. So I have no control over it. So I'm working on a solution to that. I think I've figured it out, but it's not implemented yet. So bottom line, Captain Mickey Mouse, when I get the weak receptions, no matter what scene is selected, whether it be, the little 4K icon, whether it be the subscribe banner, whatever is on the screen, the weak reception that's based on the home computer or the PC, it'll override me in the field or here at the Walt Disney World Resort. So I have no control if the weak reception pops up. So bottom line, as a result of weak reception, it overrides and I cannot bring the actual Kiss Goodnight online. What you probably saw me do is panic and head towards, of course, Wi-Fi last night. And I thought for sure we'd connect to Wi-Fi and then I could override the actual cellular data with the Wi-Fi. But as it turns out, the Wi-Fi didn't connect. And so after 6 attempts, I just went, it's not gonna happen tonight, folks, sorry. So the Kiss Goodnight, I'm hoping the Kiss Goodnight will go out today before the outro. So stay tuned for the Kiss Goodnight tonight with Beach Fox's live song. So for that, let me flip the camera back. Hold on one moment. And it's still raining here. So Benny and Neri, what's the plan right now? Are we gonna sit here?
We're gonna book it.
Oh, we're gonna book it?
Well, not book it. I don't book it anymore.
But
but I got 2 umbrellas there. I don't know if you can carry an umbrella in your rig.
Well, Benny, I have 2 turntables and a microphone. That was a bad joke.
Yeah.
He knows exactly. He gets it.
But yeah, I don't think it's gonna get any better. It says now the rain is forecast until 10 o'clock.
Oh no. Well, here, maybe. Do you want to?
It's gonna be soggy.
Let's hit her a few more minutes and let's check the weather again.
All right.
And then if it says it's still going, maybe we should just sign off. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all good.
I don't know here, folks. We'll see. Let's just give it a shot. Let me try to get through the chats at the very least. Randy says, this is the bestest YouTube channel and the most awesome Frankie and the host, John. Don't forget to hit that like button. Thank you, Randy. Chris says, yeah, John, what happened to the Kiss Goodnight song? So I just explained it there, Chris. Randy says, nice Blues Brothers reference. Scooter, my dad's favorite movie. We're getting the band back together, Randy. Orange Whip. Orange Whip. Anthony DeFranco says, Blues Brothers was a great movie. I like it too, Anthony. The chat seems to be rolling. Let me see where we're in the chat, though. Hold on. Randy says, coming to you live from the back seat. Yeah, not thrilling, not exciting, Randy. So, oh boy. Nothing like thrilling content, coming to you live from the Magic Kingdom parking lot inside of a vehicle that we don't want to escape from while it's raining. Real MCM says, my father called a speed bumps a sleepy policeman. Really, real MCM? Captain Mickey Mouse says, take tram, please. That's a little loud. We'll see. We'll see, Captain Mickey Mouse.
I've heard that name for speed bumps in Spanish.
Yeah. Policía muerta.
That's what they call them.
I see.
Yeah.
Policía muerta.
It's a direct translation of what they call them in Spanish.
Rocket Raccoon Fan 1 says, I wish they would have kept the racetrack outside Magic Kingdom. But Rocket Raccoon Fan 1, that may have been contractual obligation. I don't know. Does anybody have any more information? It could have been that, once Richard Petty pulled out, they would have had to demolish, destroy, remove it. I don't know. But does Scoot Adventures know the answer? On the Go Asilo says, look at you, Jerry. You're tall, young, handsome. On the Go Asilo, I like where you're going with this. Yeah, also on the Go Asilo, Jerry's a size 31, right? He scrapes out. Yeah, exactly. Yukon Ron says, looks like you guys are headed to the East Dock. If you insist, Yukon Ron. Theme Park Giant says, I stepped away for a bit and come back to John being escorted around by his adoring fans. LOL, Theme Park Giant.
That's right.
First time here on Fun to Be Free for a park hop in a vehicle. On the Go Asilo says, Jerry, I thought we were friends. It's not true. Kramer, I should have known. You're tall, thin, handsome. So are you Kramer? LOL. Love that episode. I like all the episodes on the Go Asilo. I also like Curb Your Enthusiasm as well on the Go Asilo. Ready? So yes, TPG, he's taking the muscle with him to Magic Kingdom. That's right. Benny and his escort. Rock Raccoon Fan One, Saturday and Sunday are both good to go days. Are they upcoming this Saturday and Sunday again, Rock Raccoon Fan One? Behind us they were. Dole Whip Dave says, putting words in your mouth. I promise to get a Dole Whip tonight. Oh, look at Dole Whip Dave. He's doing the, I promise to get a Dole Whip tonight. These are not the droids you're looking for. I like you already, Dole Whip Dave. Thank you for being here. On the Go Asilo says, oh, and if it don't rain, John can take the monorail to Epcot, then Skylines back to the studios while on air. Like and subscribe. The Go Asilo. That sounds like a great idea, but we'll see what happens. Just the rain throws a monkey wrench in the works on the Go Asilo. We'll see. That might be another video for another time, but yeah, we'll do it on the Go Asilo. We just gotta, get there, if you will. Sonic says, nice. All right, not a problem. So yeah, Sonic, yeah, that ringtone, I can't wait to use it. But as you know, Sonic, I'm a one-man band here. Lots of things going on in the background. And Randy back in the chat says, John and Frank, you're getting the royal treatment, a private escort to Magic Kingdom. When you bring this much magic and stream in 4K, Disney starts rolling out the pixie dust the carpet. So give that like button a royal wave. Hold on, the chat really jumped. I don't know where it went. A high five or a full-on karate chop because this kingdom's got 2 new legends arriving in style. Thank you, Randy. Rock Raccoon Fan 1 says, the ultimate question, monorail or ferry boat? Way in and way out. In other words, one in, one out. 2 different forms of transportation, Rock Raccoon Fan 1. Sonic says 2 turntables and a microphone. Where it's at. Look at Sonic go. Sonic, I love it. See, I really miss you in the chat, Sonic. I really miss you in the chat. I was a little, depressed without you, Sonic. Real M's, that's true. That's absolute truth, Sonic. Mary and the Move were discussing that. We missed you, Sonic, in the chat. It's just not the same when you're not here in the chat, Sonic. You always bring more life and more LOLs, if you will. Real MCM says, looks like you're on your own if you got rained out on streaming. We'll see, MCM. Chris says, mark my words, Seinfeld, your day of reckoning is coming. Oh, man, I love that episode. They're all good, Chris, huh? Captain Mickey Mouse says, did you not get my other message that said, bad, John, when you were supposed to do that Little Mermaid, the musical adventure at Hollywood Studios? Captain Mickey Mouse, I may have said this once before, but I'm a little busy. And sometimes I completely ignore my emails because I'm just trying to get daily videos out. And when I'm not live daily, I assure you folks, there's a lot going on in the background. Like literally every moment of my existence is trying to put more and more amazing content in the background for Fun to Be Free. Chris says, I love saying all the references to Seinfeld and the characters, Jerry, Kramer, Costanza, and Elaine Bennis. Yeah, I do agree. Rock Raccoon Fan 1 says, yes, the upcoming Saturday and Sunday are good to go days. Man, oh man, that's interesting, isn't it, Rock Raccoon Fan 1? So the attendance they're forecasting is going to be on the slim side, probably because the annual pass holder blockouts from the Pixie Pass, most likely, is my guess. Sonic says, I just don't want to steal your thunder, John. That's all right, Sonic. The chat's not the same without you. And Sonic, honestly, every time I would go live and I'd see you be first in the chat, I go, all right, Sonic's here. This is going to be a good day. So Sonic, I miss you, dude. Sonic says, mind the pun. You got it, Sonic. Captain Mickey Mouse says, no, John, it was in your YouTube chat. Oh, I see. Maybe I'm getting it confused. But yeah, we have to do the show, the Little Mermaid show. Just, we'll get there, Captain Mickey Mouse. Be patient. Sonic says, since you have weather, yeah, we'll see what happens here. Let's pop up the weather. Let me grab the bat phone here. I'm trying to get it, take it out of my cargo shorts pocket, but I'm sitting down and it's kind of, challenging. Give me a second. Okay. So I got the bat phone here. I could pop it up on the screen, but for this moment, we could just not put it on the screen. So Walt Disney World, 82 degrees, rain forecasted for the next hour. 7 p.m., 95% chance of thunderstorms. Wonderful. How wonderful is that? Let me show you what the Doppler radar looks like. So smack dab in the middle of a storm right now. All right, folks. So, I don't know. Let's catch up on the chat. And Benny, what are you thinking?
I don't know. I don't know if you can
Do you
stream with an umbrella. I'm not going to film anymore today,
Okay.
so I can carry an umbrella.
Okay. Let me just get caught up on the chat. We're real close here.
All right, okay.
On the Go Asilo says, it's a puffy shirt. That's right. It's a puffy shirt on the Go Asilo.
God, I love
It's a puffy shirt.
I
Jay-
actually need to wear that.
Jayla says, not so scary, made TV high.
Hi, who's that?
Jaylon.
Hi, Jaylon. How are you?
Captain Mickey Mouse says, you have a very, very bad rainstorm. It will be raining all night. So, yeah, well, I don't know if it's going to rain all night, but it's not preferable. Chris says, you're going to be the first pirate? But I don't want to be a pirate. That's awesome. That was from the Puffy Shirt episode. You nailed it, Chris. Exactly. All right, folks. So maybe at this point, maybe we're going to bid you adieu. We'll do the outro due to weather here. I'm guessing that some of the attractions may be still closed at Disney's Hollywood Studios, but then everybody in the chat's going to go, no, I just popped it up. It's open.
Yeah.
But with the upcoming, of course, lightning storm coming up, probably what do we got here? Oh, unless probably in 40 minutes it's forecasting. They'll probably close a lot of the attractions again at Disney's Hollywood Studios and likewise here at Magic Kingdom, including Tiana's Bayou Adventure. So looks like we're going to have another thunderstorm coming soon, folks. Lots of closures up and coming here at the Walt Disney World Resort. I keep saying I got to get caught up with the chat. Chats keep rolling in. Sonic says, I'm very happy that I got the CLIME app on my phone. The weather app, Sonic? You shared that before. Rocker Raccoon Fan 1, back in the chat. Rocker Raccoon Fan 1 says, no lines, no stress, just pure Disney enchantment. It's the next best thing to being there. Hit that notification bell so you don't miss the spark, and let's make some magic together. Thank you, Rocker Raccoon Fan 1. Captain Mickey Mouse says, John, you should just call it and head back to your car. Captain Mickey Mouse, you don't want to see amazing content from inside Not So Scary Mary TV's vehicle?
With,
I mean,
wet windows.
yeah, thrilling content here, folks. I mean, this is,
Come on.
wow. Lions, tigers, and bears. Oh, my. Wow. Real MCM says, forced outro in the car. I guess so, Real MCM. So, while I'll say shout out, of course, to Beach Fox Live for creating the song that you're about to experience from the Kiss Goodnight here. So stay tuned for the Kiss Goodnight in a few moments. I'll flip the camera here. I'll catch up with the chats. And as I say that, I'm sure the chats are going to start rolling in fast and furious now, and I won't be able to catch up. So let me do my best here. Captain Mickey Mouse says, would Benny and Neri bring you to your car just so you could stay nice and dry? That's a good possibility.
Of course we
They're
would.
very, very good people, Captain Mickey Mouse.
course we would.
Sonic says, okay, try to have a nice evening, John. You as well, Sonic. Again, Sonic, thank you for joining us again. You are the life of the party, Sonic. I really, honestly, Sonic, this is the truth. I really look forward to it when you're in the chat, dude. Mary Lou says, yeah, the numbers went south. Is that like Song of the South? Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-a. Which is probably closed right now due to inclement weather. Thanks for the update, Mayor of the Move. Real MCM says, stay dry and talk to you later. Okay, Real MCM and everybody else in the chat, we're trying to broadcast live at 2 p.m. I'm hoping it won't rain tomorrow. Wouldn't that be just, wonderful? Where I go, hey, we'll be live tomorrow, 2 p.m. And then it's pouring. And I'll go, oh, no. So in the event we have weather to support it, we'll be live tomorrow at 2 p.m., everybody in the chat right now. But again, it was a real pleasure, a sheer delight being here. The chats keep rolling, so here we go. Real MCM says, stay dry and talk to you later. Chris says, yeah, bye, everyone. This was an amazing rainy day at Walt Disney World, Florida. Sonic says, no problem. Again, Sonic, I love it when you're in the chat, dude. Again, no joke. You're the life of the party. I always look forward to it. Okay, folks, so I'm going to flip the camera here. And I'm going to do my best from inside the vehicle here. Oh, isn't this wonderful? Oh, hello there. John with Fun to Be Free coming to you live from, of course, Benny. Oh, there's the, hold on. You're going to love that. So I flipped on the face tracker, and yet again the face tracker wants to track somewhere differently. But again, John Fun to Be Free coming to you live from Not So Scary Mary TV's vehicle. Quick shout out, of course, friends of the channel. Once this live stream concludes, once it's over, click on the description box below and then click the link. So real quick, if you're an international viewer, it appears that the links are broken or a 404. So I think you have to be in the United States or North America to view it correctly. I think that has something to do with YouTube itself. Still working on that, but my guess is I don't think I could correct that. At any rate, shout out to Magic Adventures. That's MAJIC, Magic Adventures. And of course, Theme Park Giant, Scoot Adventures, Not So Scary Mary TV, Cruise and Theme Park Guide, and of course Fast Pass Radio. And of course, like, comment, and subscribe to those channels. And I love saying this because now today was the first day for Not So Scary Mary TV's first live stream from the Walt Disney World Resort. Support your local live streamer. And of course, check out fastpassradio.com. That's fastpassradio.com, where you could stream free Disney parks background music at fastpassradio.com via the interwebs, folks. Don't you just love it, the interwebs? At any rate, we're going to say good night, folks. I bid you adieu. Thanks for watching. Thank you to my new subscribers. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully 2 p.m. from the Walt Disney World Resort, pending weather here in the area. But of course, the kiss goodnight. Shout out to Beach Fox Life. So here we go. Thanks for watching, everyone.
He sips his drink with sunny laughter, a complimentary, fun to be free cup of water. He loves Figment, purple and bright. Disney Epcot brings him pure delight. His favorite film, a Jedi fight. Empire Strikes Back, stars so bright. Each dream's a gift, a Disney spree. With John we laugh so joyfully. Oh, parades are fun, we laugh and play. With smiling friends along the way, we cheer for floats that pass us by, while John streams magic to the sky. Oh, oh, the party starts for all to see. It's the festival of fun to be free. He thanks the cast who make it real. Their magic touch is what we feel. He shows the parks with so much pride. With happy hearts we're by his side. He thanks the cast who make it real. Their magic touch is what we feel. He shows the parks with so much pride. We stream